welcome back to the party, everybody. I'm your the second coming of Common Sense. How is everybody doing tonight? I'm coming to you live from the new laptop. So we got some stuff to do, and we're gonna roll up, and then we're gonna chill. And I may have to get up early tomorrow, so I don't know how crazy we're gonna get. But what is good? What is good? Who we got in the building? Remember, if you are on the vertical and you don't want to be, and you want to be on the landscape, just hit the link at the top of the description. Go into the description. It will bring you right over to the landscape. So, I guess let's do this before we roll up. This is where I'm usually, if I'm up here, this is usually where I'm coming to you from this guy. But there is no, the fan died about 6 months ago. And I've just been roughing it. And now I'm getting an error message that the hard drive is being burnt out. So it's still working, but it's on its last leg. So before we roll up, I gotta grab some stuff off the hard drive here, put it on the SSD. And then we'll get it all on the new computer. That way, we're good to go. Oh, I can't see. There we go. Let it right in there. Boom. All right. I've been wondering why. Like before I got the error message, I was wondering. Oh my God, this camera sucks. I was wondering why the laptop would get so freaking hot, and it's because the fan didn't work. That'll make a sense. So the first thing I want to do is, because we got some debates and stuff that I never posted, I gotta make sure that they're on here, because once this guy dies, it is done. It is done. So we got all that there. We got Aaron Dodge. Welcome to the party. Let me put the chat up there. What is good? We are vibing and chilling. I'm working with a new laptop setup, and then we're gonna roll up. We got Casey in the building. Welcome to the party. Doing pretty good. It's the the fact that I had to buy a new laptop, but now I got a new laptop. Shout out to Lincoln. Good to see ya. What are you guys up to? We got Liberty Plus TV. Welcome. Grumpy, good to see you. Did you see I ran coward and asked for a ceasefire? I did not. I'm going to star this because I want to come back to some of the stuff. It was tonight when I'm always a couple days behind. Was it tonight that Trump was like 8 p.m. We're gonna knock this out of civilization, all that kind of stuff, or was that last night? Did that come and go, or are we on the clock right now? So we'll see that. Okay, so first we got that's tonight. All right, bet we will see. We'll keep an eye on Twitter. We'll keep an eye on YouTube. So first we got the JS Urban debate. I forgot about that. The prostitution debate. All right. So how do I want to do this? Nope. There we go. There's another mini drug debate that I did. Oh man, we gotta move all of this. And then Henry versus the Indian Jesus. The OGs definitely know about that one. Okay. And that, of course. And we want to cut. I guess we'll just slap it right on there and paste. All right, so that is in process. We'll let that do its thing. All right. Now let's roll up. Oh boy, food toy. Welcome to the party. So I'm assuming when they say 8 p.m., he means 8 p.m. Eastern. That's, where DC is. So we are coming up on that. So let's just take, before we even roll anything up, we roll anything up, let's go to, where are we? Let's go to Twitter, see what's going on. How well can you guys see this? Perfect. It was tonight. It's over already. Okay, well then. New computer. You got to sign in on every little thing. Oh, I don't remember which one it is, because I have my original X account that I've always used, and then I don't remember if I use the same one for the Indian Jesus or what the email is. Oh my God, it's gonna be 17 different things that I got to. All right, settings and support. Your account information. Okay, we got the right email. We got All Really. Shout out to the All Really podcast. That's how I got my start. Gotta start somewhere, right? All right, are we good? Going to be in bright mode. I tried to change the computer itself to dark mode, but it doesn't have like dark mode. It has like, or maybe it does. I have to look at it, but it has an entirely different theme. So for now, we'll just try this. Trump gave him 2 more weeks for negotiations. Okay, let's see, what are we doing? Yeah. Okay, and then let's search Trump. The other thing is that my old laptop didn't have the number pad on the keyboard, and so now this one does. So now my fingers are not oriented towards this. Let's see, what do we got? Latest, okay, statement on Iran. Based on conversations with Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif and Field Marshal names of Pakistan, and wherein they requested that I hold off the destructive force being sent to Iran and subject the Islamic Republic of Iran, agreeing to the complete, immediate, and safe opening of the Strait of Hormuz. I agreed to suspend bombing and attack of Iran for a period of 2 weeks. This will be a double-sided ceasefire. The reason we are doing so is that we have already met and exceeded all military objectives and are far along with a definitive agreement concerning long-term peace with Iran and peace in the Middle East. We received a 10-point proposal from Iran and believe it is a workable basis on which to negotiate. Almost all of the various points of past contention have been agreed to between the United States and Iran, but a 2-week period will allow the agreements to be finalized and consummated. On behalf of the United States of America, President, I'm representing blah, 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 blah. Well, damn. I mean, deal making Donnie. I mean, that is on its properties. Oh, Jesus. I don't know what that means. Yeah, and so the question is, like, is that a good thing that we threatened, we threatened to blow them off of the face of the earth, and we got what we wanted. And so is that really, what's going to happen over the next 2 weeks? What is all that stuff? But at the end of the day, that does still show that the U.S. has power, and that, we can move the chess pieces. Peace with Iran. The U.S. is literally the aggressor. Well, yeah, as opposed to what? Why would we need to broker peace if we weren't aggressing? I don't, what do you mean? Democrats will never understand. Islam believes in strength, not weakness. Yeah, they believe they have their strength from God. from God, and it's not your God. It's an even meaner God that likes, little girls. Iran has been aggressive for 47 years. They have killed many Americans. And so this is like liberty. There's no part of you that is happy that we're not going to blow up Iran. This is the frustration that I've been talking about over the last, since this has really come up again. And then really since back with Venezuela. That like what would make you happy? It just seems like the libertarian position is just, well, everybody else is wrong and I'm the only one that was right. Okay, so then, why can't we just all take the win? There seems to be a desire from libertarians to always kind of be like, see? Like, nobody said that going to war with Iran is the greatest thing in the world. Nobody said that we want to do this because we just want to do it. It was a global situation that nobody was happy with, and everybody wanted peace. But you gotta, but U.S. was the aggressor. What does that do? Who is that helping? Why is that relevant? And I'm not saying you're not allowed to have these opinions. I'm just saying, from my perspective, that's why it is frustrating to try to come to the table with some type of optimism or just not being black-pilled. When it's like, I generally agree with you, but let's just take the win. All right, so what is this? A 10-point plan? Which 10-point plan? So just Google the 10-point plan. 10-point. God damn it! 10-point program? Is that what we said? 10-point plan. I don't know. Oh my god, this is so frustrating. I cannot type. Yeah, my other laptop didn't have the number pad, so now everything's all janky. All right, let's see. What do we got here? That's gonna be the Gulf News. All right, they're not gonna make me pay, right? Iran's 10-point peace plan. What's on the table? Tehran offers Hormuz reopening with conditions. Trump says deadline for attacks. Okay. Okay, so Iran's proposal is a structured framework to end the war permanently rather than temporarily pause it. According to Iranian officials and state media, key elements include a guarantee that Iran will not be attacked again, a permanent end to the war, not just a ceasefire, the end to Israeli strikes on Lebanon and against Iranian allies, lifting of all U.S. sanctions on Iran opening the Strait of Hormuz, introduction of $2 million fee per ship transiting Hormuz, revenue from shipping fees to be shared with Oman, funds to be used for the reconstruction of war-damaged infrastructure, and establish safe passage protocols to Hormuz, and a broader framework. Yeah, okay, sounds about like where we're at, right? Why are we? Why did you want to bring that up? What is the bottom line there? Because I mean, that's been what we've all been looking for this whole time. And so if we can find those deals, that's a good thing. We want that. We want to make deals instead of war. Deals are objectively better than war. Boom. All right, now everything's on here. You can exit that. Eject. Boom. I've got the power. I've got chronologically lost on this bitch. Chronologically lost. If you don't know, obviously Lost, the show, has a lot of flashbacks and stuff. and somebody took the time to completely put scene by scene, put everything in order, and I am very excited to watch it. I'm good, but hey, this America, Jack, freedom of religion. I just don't want one. I just don't want one. Charge for passage. Yeah, and I mean this is the situation that we're in, where everybody before today with that announcement, everybody's saying, oh, this is so good because X, Y, and Z, or oh, this is so bad because X, Y, and Z. Like, it's just not that simple. You didn't know that this was going to happen, or that this was going to happen this way. And so having the position of, well, I'm just gonna wait and see, isn't a bad thing. And people will like, I mean, I was asked to do a debate on whether or not we should be in Iran. I'm like, bro, I don't even know yet. How do we even know? And like, what if I agreed to that debate yesterday, 2 days ago, 3 days ago, and it was tomorrow with this right in the middle? How am I supposed to prepare for that conversation if I don't even know what's going on? Okay. So 2-week plan, close the strait because you killed the guy who forbid using nukes, then to threaten nukes if you don't open the strait. I mean, we'll see. We'll see. I mean, I hope that this next 2 weeks can show, like, clearly the fact that there was some capitulation from Iran and Israel. It means that, again, that America still does have negotiating power, and that is a powerful thing that we, would change the landscape of geopolitics if we lost it. I don't like being America world police, but again, that's where we're at. Politics is about dealing with what you've got, not just what you wish would happen. Yes, you have to have that idea. You have to know. Like this better. There we go. Okay, that looks better. You have to know what exactly you want to be your ideal, but you can't make perfect the enemy of the good. All right. Oh man, Morty's right there, bro. He's right in my roll-up spot. Yeah, you're right there. Can I take that spot, please? Look at him. He's so cute. He's so cute. But I need to put the computer there so I can roll up on this. Okay? Let's give you a freebie. Let's give you a freebie. Remember, guys, every donation comes with a treat for Morty. Yeah. See, now he's gonna come in front, so that way I can put. Oh, everybody's gotta see it. Everybody's gotta see it. Yummy, 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 yummy. And there you go. There you go. All right. Got the computer there, and it's time to roll up. So I'm gonna try not to show any stuff too much, because these streams always get demonetized. But got my drink, so dilly. Of course, start with the giant grinder. The giant grinder. Mort, you can't sit right on the thing. Please, Baba. Right there. There you go. He sits with his butt on the tray, the corner of the tray. Come on, bro. I love you, but you're in the way. You're in the way. All right, so, okay, we got a decent amount in here, so we ain't got to do too much work. So I'm going to use some GG, no, this is the Granddaddy Perp. All right, a little Granddaddy Perp, because I got a full ounce of the GDP, and then I got an ounce of Gorilla Glue, but they had some seeds in it, and so they were like, we'll throw in a little extra. We'll throw in a little extra for you. Open it up. Wasn't even that bad. but it is hot as fuck. Give me a second here. I will say, I wish I had this robe before it got warm, because oh my goodness, it a warm ass robe. It's so good. Now it's getting hot. I can't even wear it that much. Plus, I feel like I look cool with the. I don't care what anybody says. I look cool, and have to show off the chest piece. I'm good to go. So it's a little bit of GDP, because I still have a whole ounce left of that. Then we're gonna add a little bit of Gorilla Glue. That didn't fit in the jar. Or granted, it didn't fit in the jar. So I'm saying, like, they gave, when you say, oh, the strain that you ordered, it's got seeds in it, I'm thinking like, some Reggie kind of BS where, there's it's mostly stems and seeds and stuff. I was like, let me see a picture. So he sent me a nug, and like, there's a few seeds, but the weed's good, so why not? And they were like, oh, for the inconvenience, we'll send you this. I'm like, bet, I'll take it. That's the one thing. Like, I could definitely understand how, especially if you grew up poor, the mentality of always needing more money, like being cheap, or just generally being thrifty or whatever, that makes complete sense to me. Because I remember being, in college or whatever, and scraping up literal coins to try to afford, a dime bag. And now I'm sitting here with multiple strains of, and it was illegal at the time. And so going and having to deal with the plug and hit him up and, oh, can I come through? And you got to wait here, and you drive to the corner, and then he's there for 45 minutes, and I'll be there in 5 minutes. Says it 5 times, all that stuff. Now the luxury of it just being legal at the dispensary down the street. I've got multiple different strains. I still feel like I've got to make sure that I don't waste even a little bit. Like, I mean, I picked these stems clean. Like, I could have just thrown that in there, or I could have just, taken that little piece and thrown it out. But I love it. You can never have enough green, whether that's money or green. So then the question is, do we go with the glitter bomb? Let's go with one of our extras. All right, so somebody put a number in the chat. 1, 2, 3, or 4. Somebody put a 1, 2, 3, or 4. You're holding me up, so go quick. Whoever goes first. 1, 2, 3, or 4. Be a good pick, either way. Oh my goodness! Shout out to Dexter. Bam, 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 bam. I'm still waiting on a 1. Okay, I see a Heimdall. Let's shout out our boy Dexter with the $2 make you holla. Bam, 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 bam. Thank you. So very, very much. Oh, fuck. Can we keep that quiet, please? Like, I don't really be hiding it like that, but Jesus. Let's just pretend that didn't happen, all right? You guys wouldn't tell anybody, right? Thank you so very, very much. Morty, do not step on the computer. It's brand new. I don't care that much. Like, come on, what is going on here? What did you do, man? Yeah, I don't care that much. Like, I do try to keep it low key, and that is, why I go by Lutch. But it's eventually gonna come out there, right? Eventually, people are gonna see, all that stuff. It's whatever. But We still got number 2. So I'll just delete the stream afterwards. Who's really fucking looking back? So we were this way. So we are 1, 2. Okay, so we're going with the bubblegum pop. Heimdall chooses the bubblegum pop. Oh man. Oh man, this looks good. This looks good. Oh man. Ooh. Yes. Yes, I like it. I love it. It smells like love. Good catch though, Futoy. Deleting the stream will be beneficial. Because at this stage in the game, does anybody really fucking care? But eventually, when people are trying to dox me and kill me and shit, then it's also not the first time that's come up. So we'll just keep it quiet. That's for the real fans. The real fans will know. But if you call me if you don't call me Lutch or TIJ or the Indian Jews or one of those things, then I'm gonna be like, who? What do you mean? So I was on a panel somewhere, and someone's like, "What is Lutch?" I'm like, "Lutch is my name." And she's like, "Oh, okay." If I was white, there's no way I could get away with that. There's no way I could get away with that. I think most of the people here are on vertical anyway, right? I don't know how many of you are really. Oh, not that one. They ain't gonna remember nerfing. But is it just me, or is this webcam on this laptop? Is this not nearly as good as my other laptop? Meaning, when you've seen, does it from up here? Not obviously not down in the studio, but does this look like lower quality? Pull up. Where? What's good? Shout out to average debate enjoyer Tyler in the building. What's good? Pull up where? Where are we at? Yeah, right. I got all the lights on and everything. With my other one, I don't even need to. I don't even need to turn all the lights on, but I just do it anyway. Here it's ass. That's all right. This is the. We'll use the. Oh, actually, Tyler. What? You know what? Let's if you're chilling, no pressure, but I'm gonna drop the link because we're talking about the Iran statement, and if you want to come up and chit chat about that, I don't really know where to go with that, and it seems like a good thing, but the question is really what's going forward. So no pressure, but if you want to come up and chit chat about that, you are more than welcome. Heimdall, this was a good choice. The bubblegum pop. It smells good. It smells good. And I killed the whole thing. I guess it's a bubblegum night. Tyler talking about politics on the internet. How dare I ask, right? How dare I ask? Oh, drama? All right, Futoy, come on up. Let's talk about the drama. Let's talk it. Let's talk it up. Let's straighten it out. We did see. Welcome to the party, Mr. Israel. Mr. Israel.
You can't tell, but I'm doing the G5 right now to represent our planes bombing Iran.
Okay, fair. So I'll just throw it to you. I'll just throw it to you cold. What do you think about the situation? What do you think about the lead up? And what do you think about the statement?
Well, the statement was on its own by itself pretty stupid and backed Trump into a corner. It's rather unpopular with the general public for him to be so brazenly pro-war, but at the end of the day, it really fits the character. I don't see much difference between his statements to Iran and fire and fury to North Korea. Like 2017. So it really is par for the character of Trump to be this way. Strategic ambiguity, big threats on the world stage, blah, blah, blah.
Is that me or is that him? You're kind of robot.
Oh, might be me. My internet's been shit in the bed lately. No, you just froze.
Testing.
Oh, there you go.
I can't tell if that's my side or your side.
You froze on my screen.
Wait,
I can still hear Victoria.
I can hear both of you. Yeah, RJ, you're froze. No, your picture.
Can you guys hear me? Okay, here.
We can hear you, but your picture's frozen.
Okay, Tyler?
Yeah, I can hear you now. You're freezing a little bit, though, on my screen. You're freezing on my screen.
Hey, Marlon. How's it going?
Okay.
Who's not freezing? You are, though.
Okay, yeah. I wasn't sure if it was my side or on your side. My bad. Shout out to Marilyn. Welcome. There we go.
I kept rambling.
All right, this computer is not as good as I was told that it was. Welcome. So,
no, it's your network.
Apologies, Tyler. You were saying that the American people seem to be happy with the statement.
No. Generally, the American people don't like when somebody's so brazenly like, I will blow you the fuck up. But it really is par for the course for Trump. This is exactly like Fire and Fury that we saw with North Korea in 2017. It's pretty much the exact same thing. And people acting like it's some unique thing and how we need to, the doomsday, Trump lost his mind, blah, blah, blah. It's like, bro, he's been doing this since day one. He was the guy that said, I'm going to bomb the shit out of America's enemies if I get elected in 2015. Like, par for the course. Anyone that said they heard Trump say no new wars and thought he was going to be an isolationist, misunderstood what he was saying. He was saying we're going to get no new wars with peace through strength, not from just burying our heads in the sand and being scared of weaker powers. That being said, the updates today, Pakistan announced early in the day that they were speaking with Iranian officials who were deeply considering accepting the 2-week ceasefire and offered a revised version of their 10-point plan for peace. Trump saw the 10-point plan, so this is a good start to negotiations, and pulled the B-25 bombers back that were about 1/3 of the way from reaching, or 2/3 of the way to reaching Iran. They were already over Europe. So it looks like nothing's going to happen tonight.
All right. So, I mean... Yeah, it seems...
You're lagging, man. Maybe it's me.
Seems like
no, it's Jesus.
Yeah, you're lagging. Every time I think I have an opening to talk.
It seems like we're in a decently good position now, but the question is what is going to happen over the next 2 weeks?
Well, if they stop blocking the Strait of Hormuz, we saw, I think the spike that we've seen since this conflict started has been a 60% increase to the price of gasoline. That came down 6% today in total, which means about 10 to 12% of the spike since the conflict started erased overnight. So I could see that if this keeps up and Iran says, hey, we're not going to try to project power outside of our borders, we're no longer going to go for a nuke, and we're no longer going to try to kill Israel at every turn, I could see the whole thing ending. Already right now, every other Gulf nation besides Iran is already in a coalition. They're all fighting Iran together. The UAE, Qatar, fucking the Saudis, Jordan, Egypt, all these other nations are all in a coalition, normalizing trade with Israel, normalizing travel with Israel, no longer saying Israel needs to be blown off the map before we'll work with the United States. So, like, I really see a long-term peace plan materializing. If it actually happens, I don't know, but the fact that we have a coalition of nations now is a vital part of the world that we cannot just let our enemies have, and they're all working together, they're all on our side, and they're all friends now. Kind of spells to me like the end of the Middle Eastern conflict.
I sure as shit hope so. Futoy, anything on Iran before we get to some drama?
I think... Well, they were always very aggressive. I always found that about Iran. There was always going to be troubles coming from somewhere, right? Overly aggressive, right? And if somebody's overly aggressive, and very close to having nuclear capabilities, it makes people worried, right? I'm worried if Iran have nukes because they're so fucking aggressive. The first thing they're going to do is nuke Israel, right? There's no doubt. Is there a question in anybody's mind that they would nuke Israel if they had nukes?
No, I don't think that's a question at all.
There's a few people I've heard saying that, the Shah said nukes are against our religion, so we're actually... Anson was saying that the other night.
Takia! That's a good thing to say. That is a perfect example of what would be takia. Oh no, we're the religion of peace. We wouldn't drop a bomb. Oh, okay. Yeah, go ahead and enrich uranium.
Anyway,
yeah.
Well, also, when did they add this to the religion? Like, it wasn't like 1,000 years ago or so.
This morning, you didn't hear it? You were in the conference?
I think they added it. It's against our religion to use nukes. And so Muhammad said.
Yeah, well, that's the same religion that was sending people all over the world to execute anyone that spoke out about Islam generally. They're the ones that issued the fatwa on Salman Rushdie when he was at the University of Chautauqua. Where I grew up across the lake from the University of Chautauqua in Western New York, so I know how to say that word that most people don't know how to say.
Well, but the thing is, right, that not all Muslims are equal, right? So you've got your fanatics who believe all the 72 virgin stuff and interpret it in their way, and you have other Muslims who say it says in the Quran to accept other people and other people's religions and that sort of thing, right? So it depends which Muslims we're talking about.
Boomsday is canceled. Wicked Willie. Ooh, you got some dadulature there.
You guys,
yes, canceled for now. Canceled for now. But our local Warhawk and Pothead in the middle there does seem to think we are in a good position moving forward, and that's the way it seemed from not knowing really much about anything. So where to? I was planning on
two things. Sorry, IJ. Just two things before we move on. Do you guys know how Muslims are like the Irish weather?
Muslims are like the Irish weather.
Sometimes sunny, but mostly Shiite.
That is a good one.
Number two,
Manatron. Welcome.
Number two,
and yes, I'm
just to finish up, I'll wrap up real quick. You say like I don't like a lot of things Trump. What I find about Americans is you either love Trump or you hate him. There doesn't seem to be an in the middle. Where I'm kind of in the middle. I like some of the things he's done, and I really dislike some of the other things he's done. But when you look at any other president, right? Could they have neutralized that threat like he can? Right, Biden, I don't think. I guess the optimal solution would be somebody who can calm things down and bring peace. But you're talking Iran, Israeli conflict. There's nobody can fix that. It's unfixable, right? It's unbreakable. The peace, maybe a temporary peace, but there's always going to be conflicts.
Let's see that way.
So say what you want about Trump,
and
he's the guy for this job. Sorry, that's it. I'm done. Thank you.
Yeah, and Manatron is bringing up what Tyler said before about how the very similar vibes from North Korea, and when he was saying fire and fury. And I remember specifically when that was going down. Oh man, this computer is not what I thought it was going to be. Jesus. Come on. Oh,
also, Average, I don't hear you.
Yeah, I remember specifically.
Talking, but no sound. Sorry.
Testing,
I think Average is having sound difficulties. Oh, he froze. No. Are you there, Average?
Wait, you can't hear me? Yes.
He can't hear you, though.
Muted on his, yeah, he's okay. Muted, so the point that I want to come back to, though. Yeah. But the point about the fire and fury thing is I specifically remember I was talking to my dad about this, and this was 2017. So this is before I was like fully red pilled, and I was starting to see that like, okay, Trump's got, something there. But you go and do something like this, you're dealing with a crazy dictator. Why would you do that? He's gonna do this, he's gonna do that. And I didn't really accept the whole 5D chess argument at that point, and I'm still very skeptical of it. But as Tim Pool once said, how many times can you watch somebody slip on a banana peel and end up doing a backflip before you just accept that this person could do a backflip? One time, and it's like, oh, wow, that was crazy. But after how many times, it's just, hey. Shout out to Box. It looked like we swerved war. Wait, what? It looks like we swerved and all out war for a few more days. Decompression after the news of the ceasefire made me physically tired. Yeah, and I mean, people are welcome to the party, brother. Even though if we are not, deeply invested in the details, just the idea, or maybe even more so if you're not invested in the details, then it could be tiring, because you're trying to figure out what's going on and who's saying what and all that stuff. So I'm very happy, and as Tyler said before, this is not a new style from Trump, and so I think justifiably worried that this wouldn't work again. But if it worked, then it worked.
I think it was a bad call to say that he would use nukes on Iran. I mean, he's then taking the place of the threat, right? Nobody wants nuclear war. Nobody wants nukes used. And when you threaten to do that, and if he was to do it, I mean, everybody's going to fear Trump in a bad way.
At least not yet. So,
you're breaking up.
Well, why do you say that?
Sorry, I didn't catch you. You broke up.
Why do you say they're going to fear him in a bad way?
Because he's the guy who will nuke you if you don't do what he says.
We good?
Testing.
Why do you think that people would look at? Yeah. Why would people be fearful of Trump in a bad way?
Because he's the guy who will nuke you if you don't do what he says.
Is this not working?
Can you hear me? Right. So every country in the world is like, what if we say no to Trump? What will he not do? Right. And then you're looking at the Middle East area, like,
Well, I mean, I don't know, but the question, it begs the question: was he ever really going to blow them off the map, or was that rhetoric?
Well, I think it was bad.
I don't know. Every time we've been in the position where he's saying he's going to do something crazy, it never happens, and he always gets what he wants.
He shouldn't use nukes, and he doesn't need to use nukes, does he?
I mean, there's I can't hear Futoy.
Testing. Can't hear you, Average.
I can't hear Futoy at all.
Testing.
Oh, there we go.
Oh, I have both mutes on. Sorry. Yeah. I hear Futoy just fine. You're lagging a lot. You're speaking really, like, it's taking you like 5 seconds to respond to people's statements. You got some lag issues, I think. I could hear my feedback from your computer. It's super fucking delayed.
Like just say let me use kind of a weird example. Yeah, your children in a family, and dad says, I'm gonna break the neighbors, I'm gonna destroy them, I'm gonna rip them out and tear down their house. Right? You know things aren't good. Right? You're not in a happy, good situation. But just say daddy deals with the neighbors in a good way, where you went, oh, good job, well done. That's a different story, right? Probably a weird example. a weird analogy. Oh, I made IJ rage quit. You're muted again, Average. Can't hear you, Average.
Okay. So
damn, dude. I keep pressing. I have 3 mutes. I had them all on that time. What the fuck?
Okay. And are we all here now?
I think so. And your quality just improved as well.
All right, so let's start back to through Futo. I didn't really get a chance to see what you were saying.
I just feel a world leader should be able to deal with those situations better than making the world unstable by threatening nuclear war. It makes every other country nervous. It puts everybody on a defensive.
Well, is that inherently a bad thing? You should be nervous to fuck with us. If that's the game that we're playing, you should be scared to fuck with us.
That was always the case, IJ. But he didn't have to use
not, though. Clearly not. If they were about to go to war with us, and now they're not.
Oh, well, it hasn't played itself out yet. I mean, they made a threat that they made a threat where I'm only hearing this secondhand, so I can't verify it right now. But apparently they made a threat that there was going to be something big that the world will be talking about for centuries. Is that true? Have you heard that?
I've heard it, yeah.
So what could that be? Are they gonna nuke? What is it? You know?
I disagree with the framing. I think the aspect of us having that type of fear is a good thing. It's a good disincentive for other countries to do things that might get them in such a position like Iran did.
I don't know, because you don't need to use nukes. America always had that pull, always had that power.
We didn't use nukes.
But not nuclear threat, but they always had the power of policing the world, being the top military power. Don't fuck with America. That was always a thing. That was never like you weren't just pussies, and then all of a sudden you've got nukes, and now today you're the top dog. America was always the top dog, right?
Right.
For 100 years, or 60 years, 50 years, 60 years. So I don't think. I think it was a bad move. I think it's his last term. So
where do you see it? Where do you see this go? Like just within the 2 weeks of the ceasefire, what do you expect to happen?
I don't think it's gonna. I mean, what's the point of delaying the inevitable? I do.
Well, here's how I'm seeing it, and I'd love to hear Tyler's take on this. So I think that there is an aspect of, like other people in the chat are saying, he was never going to actually nuke Iran. I don't think I have a strong feeling that was never actually on the table, and it was a bluff. And that if you are, if you are Iran and you know that we have the capability and you know that Trump is, a little bit out there, then I don't know how you can dismiss. I'm not saying this has to be what it is. I don't know how you can dismiss the idea that this was part of a plan, especially because we've seen it before.
Yeah. I think he didn't need to do it personally. The threat of like Iran talks a big game. I suppose you could say the same about Trump, but Trump can back it up. I don't think Iran can really back it up. You know what I mean? I just don't see it. I think Trump wants control over a lot of that region, or else he's helping Israel to get their motives accomplished.
So if you could have chosen...
Some people say it's a bad thing, but I don't. I mean...
I say Israel's helping us. I say we're hiring their army to go and fight our enemies that happen to be their enemies as well. The same way we're doing with Ukraine.
You know what? Like, I'm very pro-Israel. I'm very pro-Jew, I suppose. But I feel that America will always be loyal to Israel. But I feel Israel is not so loyal to America.
Yeah, they don't have to be. They're a sovereign nation. But to Bulk's point that you just pulled up on screen, yeah, we're not getting in the nukes vibe, but I don't think it was going to be an old school bombing campaign either. The bombing started last night. They were hitting railways and bridges. And the idea behind that is it makes it harder for troops and different things to transport, especially outside of the country. If you cut their country off, they're bringing in militias and different groups to come in and basically act as the besieged. Since the besieged has lost a lot of its power in Iran, there's nobody to police the people, to keep, women in hijabs and walking dogs on the street and smiling. So they brought in outside forces for hire, and those people are now taking the job of the besieged. So if you cut off these roadways and whatnot, so the bombing already started. It just wasn't from our B-52 bombers, which got turned around.
Just to answer, help me pronounce that. BAUKS. Box. Box says, I am pro-Israel, but they're making it really hard right now. Look at the situation they're in. Like, they're surrounded by, 5 countries that want them wiped off the face of the earth?
There's only 2 now.
Okay. Well,
that's on the team. They're a coalition now. It's like the Abraham Accords and the Hopefuls. They're all together, working together, trading, traveling.
Right. So in that circumstance, how long can you play the good guy? How long can you try to do things by the book? I mean, it's your life's on the line. Your existence is on the line. You've got tactics. You've got a military. You've got advisors. You've got tactics that aren't going to be so nice. War isn't a nice thing, defending yourself against somebody who wants your annihilation. It's very hard to keep your hands clean. They got to do what they got to do.
I think they have.
But you're not contending with the point that I'm making, that we didn't actually use any nukes or get further than, I guess you would say normal military action. So, like, what is? It seems like you're saying, oh, we should go down this route, and we've already gone down this route. Am I misunderstanding?
No, you see, right. Look at the bigger picture. Try to look forward, right? So, all right. Trump is a little bit friendly with Putin, right? There's some sort of thing there going on there, right? Putin wants Ukraine. Putin has nukes. Look at the whole Cold War thing, right? Now, Putin has, I see this again, secondhand information that I haven't bothered checking up yet, but Putin has said he would defend or something to do with Iran to help out, aid Iran. Did he not?
Not familiar.
Right. So it's a good chance for Putin to say, listen, step away from Ukraine, which basically Trump has done anyway for him. Right. So I don't know. It can escalate. It can escalate real quick, and then we're next winter turns around and all us in Europe are without heating oil and everybody's panic buying toilet roll and bread and milk and
nobody. I don't think anybody is saying, oh, all of the trouble of war is gone. I don't think anybody is saying that. I'm saying for the situation we were in yesterday versus where we are at now is an improvement.
I was very much pro the Trump initiative in Iran because the Iranian government hierarchy, whatever, killed 20,000 of their own people, like the protesters.
Anywhere from 11 to 35 or 45 is the highest prediction I've heard, but the lowest
of their own people. So imagine what they do to others. But now Trump is going to nuke these people, so he's just like,
wait, this is the same exact conversation that just brought us here. I was just saying, I hear what you're saying, but the fact that we didn't blow them off the map seems to be the plan all along. It seems to be that we didn't want to go down that road, and now we are not down that road.
Yeah. So real quick, I just want to jump in here. Iran has two fronts that they're winning on. They're winning on the terrorism front and they're winning on the PR front. They're winning on the PR front because Iran, Qatar before Trump, and a bunch of other anti-Israel nations have pumped about $20 to $50 billion into the United States in the last 20 years. They've been putting it into universities, they've been buying news organizations, they've been dumping it into weapons manufacturing, and they've been using it to lobby government. They're outspending, like, if you take AIPAC, all the Jewish donors, and everything all around the world and add it together, it's like 1/10 of what just Qatar spends on our political process. Just one. All of Israel spending, even U.S.-based pro-Israel spending, just fucking dwarfed by Qatar completely. So they have this giant infrastructure of PR in place. You notice as soon as Hamas and 6 other fronts attacked Israel, the day after Israel attacked back, those campus events sprung up in like hours. There were hundreds of tents, all by the same maker, all just popping up all around the country. They were completely astroturfed because of this effort. So they're winning this PR battle, and all they have is terrorism. They have nothing else. Israel is 9% of the size of Iran. In no world should they win a war against Iran. But when they were first attacked by 7 nations, 6 proxies, and then Iran themselves, they blew up all of Iran's air defense, they blew up all of Iran's radar, and they started taking out long-range launchers. Then over the 12-day war, they continued into long-range launchers, missile production. After that, this war, 80% of their long-range launchers are blown up. All their stockpiles of missiles and rockets are blown up. All their production of missiles, rockets, and drones are all blown up. They have no way to project power outside of their borders besides the limited stockpiles that they still have and the few launchers they still have. They have no air force. They have no navy. Israel completely decimated them with just a little bit of U.S. help twice. That's it. They did all the work themselves. They hit about 5,000 targets in 3 days. So it's fucking completely over. Iran has no chance. The only thing we can see is retaliation, potential terrorist attacks, and those never.
Absolutely terrorism, and they will definitely go there. I mean, it's their go-to, right? Here's a question: If Biden was still president, do you think Iran would have nukes by now?
No, Biden was still a beer-drinking, old-school, very pro-Israel Democrat. I think if Kamala Harris was president, then yes. She was saying, don't go into Rafah. I read the maps. I looked at the maps. There's nowhere the people of Rafah can go. And things like that. She would have let it. She was letting her surrogates call it a genocide, which is just factually not true because the Israeli army is taking care of about 75% of Gazans. They're all behind the Israeli side of the yellow line. They're being housed. They're being fed. They're being clothed. And none of them have died. They're all
That's such a powerful point. I mean, a lot of people ignore these points when I bring them up. Right, they're like, oh, the Palestinian babies. What about the Israeli babies? What was it on that invasion they did, where they took 200 hostages? But there was children died. Children didn't return back. Right, kids died. So only Palestinian babies matter. Number 2, I could go on and on and on. It's just
let's bring Manatron in. Welcome to the pod.
Hey, how's it going?
What you got for us, brother?
Well, I don't know if you guys already touched on it or not, but I feel like it's just something that's like worth pointing out. I mean, really, Iran has kind of been in an open war, has made an open declaration of war against the U.S. since basically the late 70s. It's just one that the U.S. has never really reciprocated in until now. And Trump, I think, with these past recent events, this is Trump basically laying down the gauntlet, saying, hey, either, if also due to the fact that the IAEA all the way back in June of 25 reported that that Iran had enriched about 60% of uranium without investing into any of their energy sector, which is unprecedented. No developed country, which I'm not sure if any of you guys were contending that, but no developed country enriches to 60% uranium without investing into their energy sector unless they have their pure interest is developing a nuclear weapon.
Right. Yeah. I don't think anybody was in doubt that they were going to do it. I mean, come on. Even the Iranians, they're just not going to do it. Come on.
Right.
Of course.
Well, and it's just too. I don't. Someone was mentioning in chat too. I don't, and I tend to agree. I don't think Trump would resort to any major full-scale military. What's the term I'm looking for? But there's like a full-scale sweep militarily, unless the Iranians did something incredibly drastic. I think this was a walk softly but carry a big stick strategy, like he did with North Korea. And again, I think ultimately what this boils down to is it is really a failing from the CIA, really, because you had Tulsi Gabbard before all of this, back before June of 25, saying that, oh, they don't believe that Iran possesses any serious nuclear capabilities, all
Dick,
that
can you help
jazz,
out
only to find out.
Sorry, go ahead, Metro.
Oh, sorry, I was just saying, but yeah, I mean, Tulsi Gabbard comes out and gives this full report saying she doesn't believe that Iran has serious nuclear capabilities, only to in turn find out from the IAEA that they did in fact possess serious capabilities of that.
Yeah, like once you say death to America, you're not allowed to have nearly nuclear capabilities. That'd be stupid for anybody to allow you to carry on having nuclear capabilities. Right. You said death to America. Like, do you mean it? Are you joking? What's the story? Like,
right? Yeah.
And
I think it's within. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. Sorry. Please.
Oh well, I was just gonna say, and I think it's within America's interests at the very least. And it's why Russia and China haven't been necessarily defending Iran, because normally they're backing Iran in other situations, but with this they're like, hey, we hands up, we're backing out of this situation, because this isn't just us realizing that they're at 60%. It's the entire international community realizing this.
Yeah, I agree with you.
That's where the idea of going back to, I don't love being America World Police, but who else,
right.
Who else would do it? And, even if we want to stop, it's not something we could just do right now. And so, given that being said, we do need to, have that big stick.
A lot of European people, I'm sure you've noticed, are very against America being the world police. But not everybody. I sure as hell amn't. I'm happy America's the world police. One, I don't want to live under Sharia law. Two, I don't want to live under communism. I like having food and electricity and internet and these sort of things. Thanks very much. Please, police the world. Fuck, please.
Right, which is why I found it so strange.
Oh my God! Everybody stop! I apologize. Hold on, I apologize. Lil Toes, the link or for everybody. Let's just do this for everybody. The link to, if you're on vertical and you want to be on vertical, great. If you're on vertical and you don't want to be on vertical, the link to the landscape will always be in the description. If you're a moderator and you see people in the chat asking these questions and you're not answering them, you're not doing a good job as a moderator. And if there's two different chats, which you should know as a moderator. Thank you. Sorry, now I can't get back to this fucking thing here. All right. I apologize. Go ahead.
I was going to address that comment real quick if no one's talking. Then,
yeah.
This is a religious war on both fronts. This is a religious war for Iran, somewhat, but yeah, I guess the true goal is to gain back their holy land. This is not a religious war for Israel. This is a war of deterrence. So it ends when we reestablish deterrence. That's the end of it.
Right, which is why I find the whole response from certain European countries. There was an article that I read a couple days ago about how certain European countries weren't going to allow U.S. troops to land in certain European bases. I can't remember which countries, so I'll have to look that up later. But I was just like, man, what is the point of us being allied with you and having these bases in your countries if this is how we're going to be essentially repaid? You know what I mean? It's wild to me.
So, I mean, it seems like we're in a good position of a bad overall situation. That things are improving, but things are not good. But that could be, like we're talking about, it really depends on, a lot of what's going on over the next 2 weeks. But I'm more optimistic than I'll say I'm more optimistic than I was yesterday.
Well, how long till the deadline?
It said 2 weeks. So.
Oh, now it's 2 weeks.
Yeah. So we'll see what happens over the next 2 weeks. And I mean, if it gets bad again, then, I have no issues saying, okay, well, that didn't work out. That wasn't good. But, like I said before, how many times can you watch somebody do a slip on a banana peel and do a backflip before you realize that wasn't just a coincidence? This motherfucker knows how to do a backflip. And Trump making a deal is like the backflip.
Yeah, but a deal with Iran?
That's a fair point. It's like another treaty with China. Absolutely fair point. They've violated every other deal, but this one, they don't have the capacity to do anything. They've lost their ability to project power outside of the country. Right now, that material is buried, and they said if you go for it, we're going to blow up anybody that goes for it. Israel's been mowing the lawn in Gaza for 20 years. They could easily do the same with Iran, especially now that they have, for the first time ever, the backing of the Saudis. The Saudis are the powerhouse of that region. The fact that they're on the same side as Israel and UN is the only, Trump just happened to be there. That's it. He just happened to be there and happened to not be a Democrat who was mad about Khashoggi dying in an embassy. And then he worked with the Saudis, and now everybody in the Middle East is getting along besides Iran.
What do you make about England?
Real quick, let's address what So the Soul is saying here. What was the other comment that we had? Where'd it go? Oh, yeah, so the religious wars have no end. And so the Soul says, one, I'm talking long view, big picture. There'll always be another deterrence or whatever. I can concede that Judaism is more peaceful than Islam, but the point remains, if Islam requires them to delete, oh my God, I am not happy with this new laptop, guys. To delete everyone who doesn't convert, then it never ends one way or another. Well, I mean, unless they kill everybody, then yeah.
But to be fair, not all Muslim people think that way, right?
Not all of them, but a surprisingly large percentage of those who would call themselves moderates are actually in favor of the extremists being extreme. They just don't want to. Do it themselves.
That sounds a little bit like Trump as well. Like the real power, right? Want Iran gone because they're just everybody knows they're just nuts, right? So they're getting Trump to do it, right? Trump can do it. You go ahead.
Well, and to piggyback off of
next term we'll have somebody else, and our hands are clean. But good job.
I don't know. Are you gonna say, man, John?
Oh, I was gonna say to kind of piggyback off that too. There's a specific term. I think like the Sunnis and the Shiites and everything have different specific terms for them or for it, but there is a specific term in Islam that refers to. There's kind of this like it's basically lying by omission is allowed in Islam if it's for the purpose of exactly, thank you. If it's for the facilitation of spreading Islam, which would kind of fall into that territory, I feel.
Yep. And so between that and the idea that what we hear from moderate Muslims, then you not only can you not trust what they're saying if you're asking about criticism of Islam, but you also understand that their ideas are probably a lot darker, as we would see from the West, than you think. And again, I always bring up Bill Maher's documentary that he did in like 2001, Religions. And, it was mostly about Christianity because, it's America, whatever. But he did a big segment with Islam. And he was talking to a quote unquote moderate woman. And every time he said, so you don't think that, if you're gay, you should be stoned to death? It's like, oh, no. But then he would probe further and ask questions and like, well, so you would be okay with this, that, and that? And she's like, well, I mean, if somebody else wanted to do it, essentially saying, no, I'm all for the good stuff that you like. But if somebody else were to come in and say that it's wrong and killed you for it, that'd be totally fine. That is the moderate Muslim position.
Compliance.
Yep.
How do you feel about the division between Trump and England at the moment?
Between Trump and what?
England. You didn't help us. You didn't send any troops. Fuck you. Get your own oil.
Based. What do we? I was always like, I talk about this semi often, but I remember through COVID, what an eye-opening experience it was to see how, because you used to think, or I used to think of the Western world or the first world as, America, Canada, the UK and Europe generally, and Australia. And then COVID came around and it was very clear that they are not nearly as free as we are. And that is, that's not a good thing. And I don't want to turn into them. I don't want to, because we have similar values, we are in a position where if we're not careful, we can begin tolerating the intolerance that they do over there.
To be fair, the long bulk of human history, what goes on in those handful of jihadi countries was the norm. It's only been in the last couple hundred years that we've seen the human rights rise, the civilizational rise, and some places are just getting to that finish line longer than others. So it's like, in a sense, we see things like that in the United States. Crime in the United States over the last, 80 years is plummeting. It's just coming down slower in inner cities, so that's why you see elevated crime rates there and not the rest of the country. It just proportionally comes down slower. Certain groups, certain demographics, certain areas just need more work, more time, whatever. But a lot of these Muslim countries are moderating. The largest Muslim countries in the world are moderate. They're just normal people that are just the same way as Christians. They probably fucking eat meat on Friday and shit, like we see in the United States. Like, very few hardline nations are actually like that, and most of them are in that region of the world. We're seeing Saudi Arabia in real time trying to moderate, taking some steps to do so. So I could see in 20 years that could be something out the door.
But don't they have like a religious police force? They go around making sure everybody is abiding by the laws of the Quran?
They still are a jihadi nation. Yes, they're slowly moderating. Women can drive on their own now. Just take it.
As of like what, last year, right?
Just take it, all right? It's a step.
Holy cow!
And I mean, it really does kind of highlight the not to bring it there, but the dogma of it all really does kind of highlight the secular aspect of all of this. You can see that there is issues with dogmatic thinking on the left or within a particular community or that, so on and so forth. But it's not built in. With religion, it's built in. And we can definitely say that, they're not all the same. But the dogma itself is built in. And so you can't fight it because that's what it is. Oh, it's based on faith. When it comes to the leftist ideology, or any other kind of ideology that is being treated dogmatically, but isn't necessarily, like that, then there is the opening to be able to discuss with people and talk to people and change things. But, to Soil's point, I don't know how that's going.
That comment you just brought up right there, little Toes comment, like, at the end of the day, yeah, they got a big PR machine. Yeah, they outspend Israel 20-1 in PR and political spending in the United States. But so what? Like, if you can have a great PR strategy and piss off the losing side that already hates Trump, so what? Like, you're really making a bigger headache for establishment Democrats than anybody, because the right wing is united on this. So at the end of the day, you're keeping the right wing in power with that PR campaign, and you can't actually win any real battles. They're getting clapped on the battlefield. They've lost 4 layers of leadership. I think that at the end of the day, they can do all the PR they want. It only matters on Twitter. What really matters is what's going on the ground, and Iran is getting completely decimated.
Oh, well.
He really liked that take so much it broke him.
I was gonna say, yeah.
He rage quit. But
either that or his laptop didn't like it. So.
Oh yeah. Didn't Iran have like a really different history? Like it was controlled by a different religion to Islam beforehand, right? I think it was Persian, was it? It was a very peaceful religion, and then they were taken over by Islamic people. I'm trying to think. Trying to remember.
Well, I know from the 40s to like the 70s, and even still, there's a large secular population within Iran. But I want to say it was like the 40s through like the early 70s. Iran was not a typical Muslim like theocracy state. You know what I mean?
Right. I just AI'd it. Arab conquest, 7th century, Islam becomes a dominant religion. Persian culture survived and influenced the Islamic world. Invasions by Turks and Mongols dispute the region.
Yeah, so they were secular, but they were actually something much worse than being a religious extremist group. They were fucking filthy communists. And when the United States went in there to push the coup of the leader, it's because the USSR was deeply embedded into their parliamentary system that they have, and like the majority party was like just open buddies with the USSR. They were trying to nationalize their healthcare industry. They're trying to nationalize their oil industry and shit like that. And it was just the domino effect. This is a very important part of the world with a lot of very important resources that at the time we deeply depended on. You cannot let the communists control that. They can crash your economy. So now we are energy independent. So we really don't give that much of a shit about this. But it's still a big problem. They can still jack the price. Like, look at the price of oil right now. It's 2022 peak. Like, they can still fuck up the world economy, so they can't have that shit.
But books, yeah, we still use Arabic numerals. Yeah, there's a lot of Arabic inventions. No, I don't think they invented math. I mean,
yeah. Sorry, guys. I'm trying to. I went to shut down my other computer and then bring up the old one to see if I could manage it better, but they're both updating, so stick with me.
Gotta love Windows updates, man.
The Greeks were on it. I know, right? It's just they. I guess I'm gonna have to return this laptop and get a better one. But yeah, I mean, hey, the reasons for wanting to keep Iran or anyone in check is definitely a reasonable thing. There's no way that you could say, oh, we shouldn't even care about that or anything close to that. The real question is just how are we dealing with that and where this is going to go. And like I said before, I am willing to be optimistic. I'm not saying I think things are going to go well. I'm willing to say, okay, maybe we could find our way out of here.
But I don't think it's going to solve the problem. It's just delay it. I mean, it's never going to go away. But I see somebody that said there they think Muslim is an evil religion. I've met a lot of Muslims, and they're genuinely good people.
That's what they want you to think. I'm sure some of them are. I'm not saying every Muslim is a bad person.
Hey, my wife's boyfriend is Muslim.
But
I'm not saying being Muslim makes you a bad person. I'm saying you don't know.
No, but you see, the thing is, right, that places like Iran and all these radicals really do give it a bad name. I mean, sure, look at the Muslim countries that are friendly with America and are friendly with Israel, right?
Okay, pick up which country specifically.
The Arabians, the Arab Emirates.
Okay, so let's say that they had the opportunity to take over and make America a Muslim state. Do you think they would want to do that?
Yeah, generally that's their goal.
Right, but Christianity did the exact same thing, right?
Yeah, all the Abrahamic religions think they got it right, and if they don't save you, then you're going to hell.
Yeah,
exactly. You're forced to do it. So
yeah, look at the Crusades, right? The Crusades just did a beeline through the country and just killed everybody on the way. Like, I mean, there's such sin. When I say that happened along the Crusades, right?
Yeah.
Religion. For me, it's religion. Religion isn't a great thing all the time.
I think that religion, generally speaking, I think religion is one of the most dangerous things. But I think the only thing more dangerous than religion is no religion without a replacement.
Yeah. No, I get you. There is good things that come from religion, obviously, and religion has saved people and helped people, obviously. But yeah, it's all these fanatics. Like, did you ever see those paintings of the Pope who would go around with a sword on a horse and have armor plating? He's the Pope, like.
I don't think I've seen those.
Yeah, it's the Pope back 200 years ago would be armed.
All right, give me 1 sec here.
Sure, look at the Spanish Inquisition. Look at the Inquisition. Look at the amount of people who were killed for witchcraft and who
Test,
needed.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yeah, we can.
All right, there we go. Now we got some motion. Everything is there. All right. Sorry, what you were saying?
No, I just think, I think you're right about Abrahamic religions. Like, none of the other ones try to convert everybody around them, you know. And you're right; they all think they're the right one. They think they got it right, and they're saving you by converting you.
Well, but I think I do want to push back on that a little bit, though, in the extent that I don't think, and I don't think this is necessarily an argument anyone is necessarily making, but I don't think removing religion entirely is going to drastically, like, there have been just as many conflicts that have taken place throughout human history that weren't massively influenced or influenced at all through religion.
But bottom line, humans are assholes.
Yeah, I think, people are gonna do horrific things to each other for a myriad of different reasons.
Yeah, I just sent that whole prompt to Horseradish for a debate prompt. What would be a more dangerous world, one with religion or one without?
Right.
And I think, I would take that debate, because here, my whole thing is that that we need religion, but only because we don't have something better. And so my calling on this earth is to develop that which is going to have more people in line with a sense of morality and a shared sense of morality based on as true of a story that we can have. Is that possible? I don't know. Maybe my life's work is bullshit. But it needs at least somebody to prove that cannot be that cannot be how society works before we decide, okay, society must have religion.
Could I put it back on you, RJ? Would Christianity like to convert Muslim countries into being Christian?
Wait, say one more time, please.
Would Christian people, right, or I don't know, Christianity, right, want to convert Islamic people, Islamic countries?
Yeah, generally, at least the old school ones used to. Now they're lazy.
Right. So Jesus is the only way to the Father and all that, right? So aren't Muslims and Christians very more similar than different?
Well, hold on. But I guess I'm curious what you mean by. Do you mean when you say convert Muslims? Are you saying convert individualistically, or converting these countries into being Christian theocracies?
Countries. Well, you see, IJ put it to us a different way. If would Muslims want to convert America if they had the chance, right? So I kind of turned on them and said, wouldn't Christians want to convert Muslim countries? So,
yes, and there's nothing fine with that. It's just the means to which they do it. If you do something nefarious, like by force or by trickery or chicanery of some sort, then that's the problem, not the desire to convert somebody.
Yeah, you see, that's the thing. I don't think it's a religious thing. I think it's a people thing, right? So generally, Christians aren't going to want to use force or violence today, but 200 years ago they did. they definitely did. They burnt witches at the stake and shit, right? So but today they wouldn't. But the thing is about people from generally Muslim countries today, they are trigger happy. I don't know what to say. They're way more easily driven to violence than other cultures, I think.
Well, I do want to push back a little bit on this, because at least from my experience from having been in the Protestant church, there is this belief among Christians that you are in the world, not of the world, right? That you are not to be so heavily bound and invested in that your eyes need to be fixated on paving your way to basically your path to heaven, right? So I don't know, I'm sure there are definitely Christians that would want to basically have established Christian theocracies, like theocracy states and all that. But I do, and as horrible as some of the things that the Catholic Church did during the Renaissance period, we can't deny also that there are a slew of positive things that also resulted from, the Catholic influence in art, literature, architecture, the foundation for the university, like Oxford University. So, I mean, again, I think it's a mixed bag. I don't think it's necessarily theocracies or like.
The same as Muslim people, they're very generous to each other. They look after their poor. They donate more than anybody does, right? Much way more than Christians do. They look after people, their own people. Okay,
we gotta zoom out. Because again, we're talking about the idea of somebody just said it. I think it was Chronic was just saying, the idea that you're typically born into your religion. And I can't find the other ones, but a bunch of different things about how religion comes about. And so the overall thing is, this is why it's similar to my opinion on cops. Like, fuck cops, but also I love law and order. We need to have law and order. And so that is an understanding that on an individual basis, I don't want a cop pulling me over. I don't want to interact with a cop. But I'm glad that the institution exists because there needs to be law and order. And so if you bring that to a more societal, philosophical socio-philosophical realm, then I'm looking at religion as the cops of the society. And so the point being, if we could get the society to behave as if there was the cops there, but we didn't need the cops, then that would be ideal. And maybe that not having any cops at all is not something realistic, but to minimize the more we learn about science, the more we learn about how the traditions of religion are more based in tradition rather than myth or any of those things. We want to move in that direction. And so when you take it from that framing, it's not really about whether Christians are doing better than Muslims or Jews. It's not about that. It's about what is the truth.
Well, I mean, I find it crazy that people believe in religion in the first place. Like, it just blows my mind. But look, Christianity. There's a lot of bad things about Christianity, mate. It held back science.
Sure, I'm not disputing that.
By like 200 years or so. But a lot of good things. I'm just countering what you said, right? That's what I'm doing here. I'm not like there is a lot of good things from Christianity and other religions too, but including the Muslim belief. There's a lot of good things come from it, right? But there is that aggression, and I think that aggression and that wanting to conquer and all that is the people, not the religion, so much.
Right, I see what you're saying. Right.
Well, generally that's true. If you look at like parts of Africa that are still dominated by Christianity, but in those similar conditions, they do FGM, they do all things like child slavery, like Coney in 2012, and that guy that reported about him and then went crazy, ran naked. That shit was he was a Christian militant group that kidnapped kids and turned them into child soldiers and prostitutes. So like it really has to do with the region you're in and not so much the religion. But there is a unique characteristic about Islam that does inspire violence.
I think it's there already.
I just want to get on this little rabbit hole. First, because I was in, I think, ninth. I was a freshman or sophomore in college. 2012. I graduated. So damn, I was a senior already. So this was like, and remember, I've told you guys about how I didn't really pay attention to politics at all. So Coney 2012 was the first like activist-esque thing that I was involved in that I was like, oh, this is going to make a difference. And I was all about it, all over Facebook, and then it just fucking died. And that was such a clear view of the attention span of just people in general, society. Were you guys into that? Do you guys even remember that?
I remember
that blowing up. That was wild. Yeah.
There was just like this YouTube video where it's like this child army, and we got to do this. If I'm pretty sure the video went viral around like early March, and they were trying to do something in like mid-April as like a demonstration or a protest or whatever, and like that's just too long. 6 weeks is too long. People stop caring, and because that was before the dude went crazy and was doing the fucking dancing naked in the streets, whatever the hell he was doing. But that, oh man, was that an eye opener? That was an eye opener.
I'm sorry, Average. Quick question. Just say the Muslim religion never existed. Do you think that those people who were terrorists before wouldn't be terrorists?
I don't know. Maybe there'd be some other group-based indoctrination thing going on there, but probably not as likely.
I don't know, man. I think it's a cultural thing rather than a religious thing.
Well, there's a lot of cultures in that. Like, why aren't the Sikhs like that? Why aren't the Israelis that weren't from Europe like that? Why aren't...
Because they're different. They're different. They're different.
They're all from the same knowledge. If you look at them, like, ethnically, like the people in Persia, we're talking about Iran specifically, the people in Persia have pretty much the same genetic makeup as the people that are from what is now Israel that didn't move thereafter, because a lot of people moved to Israel after its inception too.
But didn't the Persians, like, they were pretty warring, weren't they? Pretty conquering.
Yeah, Xerxes. We all saw 300. Absolutely.
Yeah.
But I think that, and Futsal, correct me if I'm wrong, but I feel like that's kind of what you're saying, is that even within the, or under the umbrella of Islam, then there's different cultures, which speaks to the fact that it's all based on culture. And so if you have a Muslim culture that goes this way, then you're going to be that way. Versus if you have a Muslim culture that goes that way, you're going to go that way. Versus if you have a Christian culture that goes, you know what I mean, and it's like the cultural aspect is exactly what he's appealing to.
Yeah, there's different sects, I guess. Yeah.
Can we address the elephant in the room here? Manatron, you sound just like Pirate Software. Are you Pirate Software?
No, I'm not. Though I could crank the bass on my mic if you want to get that.
Did you used to work in Blizzard? Were you the first?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm a quote unquote developer.
Okay. All right.
Sure.
Sorry, guys. It's 2 a.m. I've got stuff to do.
Wait, before you go, real quick, y'all brought up drama in my chat, and we talk about drama. What happened? What happened with Confluence?
I love Confluence. I think Confluence is a great guy, a great person. Really do love the guy, right? But it's not Confluence so much. It was do you know that Alex guy, right? Mm-hmm. He's like, okay, sometimes I can be, I'm not sure if dominant is the right word, assertive. Sometimes I can be assertive, right? It's one of my tools in my belt. We all can be, right?
I was going to say annoying.
Right, you can say annoying, right? But even if it is, that's who I am, right? So, but I feel that he isn't. He doesn't have that capability. So when he saw it, and he saw it in me, it triggered him in some way, made him butthurt. So he would constantly pay to silence me, and it just, I was okay with it, but it got old when it was constant. Every time I was a little bit assertive, he'd pay to shut me up. I was like, fuck off, learn to be a man, grow some balls of your own. Don't pay to be a fucking alpha. You're a beta. That's it. Just deal with it. You're a beta, Alex. Beta male. There's no much money going to change that, buddy. No silencing me is going to change it. And it got old. And the thing is, it's not Confluence, but it's what happens in Confluence's panel, and he's okay with it. So I don't want to change him or change that. That's his deal. Right. You do what you want. So my only thing was like, that's it. I've had enough. I'm not enjoying myself being fucking some fucking beta male paying to shut me up. I'm off. And that was it. I had enough.
It has been nice to get a word out on Confluence's panel lately. I'll say that.
Say again?
It's been nice to get a word out.
Nice.
Right.
Your version of aggressive is often not letting people get a sentence out. So I can understand the muting sometimes, but yeah, it can get a little much.
Yeah, but it's constant. It's like, come on.
He's got to listen to market rules and raise the price on that if it's that easy to access.
I agree.
I wouldn't do it at all. But hey, he's trying to make a living. So, but it's just that model doesn't suit me. When there's people like beta males like Alex. Just grow a set of balls, Alex. Jesus Christ. Leave me alone and grow balls. Learn from me.
Yeah, I agree.
And there's the drama. And that's all it is. Otherwise, I think Confluence is a great guy. I wish him all the success in the world. And I do have him like on the Discord, so I can chat to him whenever I like, and that's pretty cool. I've been quiet recently because I've had a lot on my plate, but I definitely want to keep in contact with that guy. Great guy.
All right, you got to head out, brother.
And I miss a lot of the other people on that panel as well. You know, a lot of good people there. It's fucking beta male, Alex.
Well, thank you so very, very much for hanging out. And
thanks for having me. Hey, great talking with you guys. Good night.
Before we dive back in, let's hit the Morty. We got another one. Shout out to Box for the $2 making you holla. Come on. He was sleeping. Thank you. The Jesus saves, I spend. There you go. Thank you so very, very much. So I'm curious if you guys, did you guys see, speaking of drama, that Speakeasy stream from last night?
No, I don't think I did.
Were you guys in not involved, but like were you following the drama with like Sarah Raging Tomato and the Crucible when they had their falling out?
Yeah, I fuck with all of them, so I know it, and I think it's all silly.
I just think that it's funny how there was I mean Easy fucking called it like that in October. He was like, look, Sarah and Dusty are gonna fight, and I while Sarah's channel was blowing up, I was getting a little jealous. Like, why aren't I getting all these fucking subs? And it comes back to see, it's like, oh, there's a reason people do the things that they do and the way that they do it. So, I don't know, but yeah, I haven't been like I don't. There's similar. Well, let's put it this way. We're just talking about how much we all love Confluence and everything, right? There are certain frustrations with how the panels can go. And so, like, on Confluence's stream, the fact that you can mute somebody for so little is frustrating because then you're sitting in the back. I think it's a similar thing on Sarah's page, and especially now that the tides are turning and people that's not such a hot spot. Then if I go up to be on a panel and I'm not on the panel, like if I have to wait backstage, I'm not waiting backstage for that. Like when you had all these viewers, then fair enough, I'll wait for that. But drama. I try to stay out of the drama, but I had to just
I'll probably see this update on Cool Vic's channel, but I haven't seen what happened as a result of that. Did they like go on together or something?
No, he was just they were just kind of bitching and covering it. I mean, it was just basically that the fact that what happened with specifically Rob, but the Crucible and Sarah is now happening with Dusty. He feels like he's got special privileges, and he was muted because she had a big guest and all that kind of stuff. So Nick the Gen, welcome. So this war was going to happen regardless of who was president or Israel. It was a matter of time, been boiling for 48 years. A lot of people have been saying that. And so the question that I was posing before is, it seems like we're in a decently good position given the broader landscape. Like, things could be worse given that this is an inevitable war. What do you guys think?
I still think we shouldn't have pulled out of Afghanistan.
You shouldn't have?
Nope.
Why not?
Because with what we're seeing right now with the Saudi coalition in that area, they wanted the Saudis to be the people that oversaw their reconstruction. Multiple polls said that for years. We could have had the Saudis take over, and instead now we have, what is it, Al-Qaeda? I don't remember which specific terrorist group is to which nation right now. Pretty sure it's Al-Qaeda took back over. Women weren't allowed to go to school. People aren't eating anymore. Their economy is shut down. They're back to a jihadist country. We could have cured jihadism there. And we saw it like in real time. Their life expectancy went up like 5 years in just a couple of decades we were there. Like their civilization was greatly improving at rapid pace. And then we just pulled out and ended the experiment when it would have been a success in the long run, but they just don't mesh with our values. Now that we have the Saudis that do it for us, I think that we could see an end to a lot of these fucking anti-American movements.
Fair enough. Let's see what the Twitters are saying about all this. Gotta be some clips out there. Some goodies. Let's go to do we have how is Iran not even in trending? Right? Well, then we'll just search
Yeah, especially with how much it was popping off like earlier this morning. You think it'd still be.
Yeah, well, we got to go to the next thing. They're going to make a deal, so you can't hate on Trump for that. You can call him Taco Trump, and that's about it. But
I hate when they do it. Okay, let's do this. What do we got? Iran got sanctions relief. It's a toll booth on the Strait of Hormuz, blessed by Trump. Keeps getting their nuclear material. Got a younger, more radical Ayatollah. Iranian civilians got nothing. Trump got played. America gets $5 gas. Oof.
Gas, by the way, again, dropped 6% of its total price, which is, I don't know the math on it, so I'm kind of guesstimating, but like 10 to 15% maybe of what's been gained since this conflict started. So,
all right, let's see what Jesse's got for us.
Trump just got Iran to cry uncle. They've been calling him crazy for making threats, but guess the threats worked. The strait's on its way to being opened, and Iran's promising to stop firing missiles and drones. The next 24 hours will be the test. If oil tankers start sailing through, we're on our way to officially ending this and hitting the president's 6-week time frame. If they play games, back to bridge and power plant day. The mullahs should know better. Their economy's in a depression. Heavy industry like steel, petrochemicals, and their military-industrial complex have been obliterated. People were already taking to the streets during the last economic crisis, and now it's 10 times worse. All morning, we were peppering their crown jewel, Karg Island. That's something Iran can't afford to lose. And our B-52s are already on their way to theater today, but Iran had no choice. The New York Times is also reporting China begged the Iranians to take the deal, saying their economy couldn't take it anymore. The regime was backed into a corner, and the president believed that sending in soldiers to open up the strait and seize Karg wouldn't be wise.
Fair enough. I think that is, as far as basic Fox News coverage, that's where we seem to be. Oh God, what is secular talk, Kyle?
Oh God,
they literally bombed a synagogue in Iran, and the people that shriek about anti-Semitism, that fuck all about it. Shut up, Kyle.
He's only screamed about World War III happening like 10 times on Twitter by now, so I mean,
Yep. And then you guys saw the official statement here. The official statement based on conversations with the Prime Minister and Field Marshal in Pakistan. I'm going to hold off destruction. With Iran agreeing to complete immediate safe opening of the Strait of Hormuz, suspend bombing for a period of 2 weeks, double-sided ceasefire, and then we went over the 10-point proposal that they're saying is workable to negotiate. And I mean, hey, again, that's all I'm looking for. I'm looking for deal making. If that's what's going on, then that's why I voted for this guy.
Well, and that's why I was so confused with a lot of the pushback from some of these European, some of our European allies. I'm like, you realize the Strait of Hormuz being shut, like, heavily impacts you guys almost, if not more so than necessarily us. I'm like, I don't understand what, maybe there is some 10D level chests there going on, but it's like, I don't get the whole, makes no sense to me.
Yep. And that's another side of, that's another aspect to the commentary side that, like, especially, I mean, I don't know about anybody else who streams and talks about this stuff, but I've tried to make it explicitly clear that this is not an area of strength for me. And so I'm just going based off what I hear from other people, and the claim to fame, so to speak, is being able to listen to the right people and be able to tell when the right people say the wrong things. But all that being said, specifically when we're talking about a war where Trump is literally like, I'm not going to tell you what we're about to do in the war, that would be stupid, then that's why I'm so much in the camp of like, well, let's wait and see before everybody's like, yeah, we got it, we did it. Like, let's and see. We have 2 weeks. Something can happen. Let's just wait and see. Let's take the win that we didn't have to blow a country off of the face of the earth and go from there.
Is that a win, though? Come on.
As compared to blowing a country off of the face of the earth, yes. In my humble opinion. What we got here? This is what Trump was saying.
For that, in order to have freedom, the Iranians have, and we've had numerous intercepts. Please keep bombing. Bombs that are dropping near their homes. Please keep bombing. Do it. And these are people that are living where the bombs are exploding. And when we leave and we're not hitting those areas, they're saying, please come back, come back, come back. These are the people. I don't know what they do. All I can tell you is they want freedom. They have lived in a world that you know nothing about. It's a violent, horrible world where if you protest, you are shot. Remember the great woman protests where they had 400,000, 500,000 women, and they were all enthused and they were going to protest, and everybody said, oh, the regime's going to come to an end. And then all of a sudden, boom, boom, 5,
boom,
6 different areas. A woman would go down right between the eyes. They had snipers. They had 5 snipers. That's all it took. And those 400,000 or 500,000 women said, oh my God, what's that? Oh, look over there. What's that? A woman shot right between the eyes. And after 5 or 6 of them go down, then you start hearing the purr through the vast number of people. And then they said, oh my God, who would do that? And they're incredible people, but they've lived so horribly. They've lived for that.
That sounds like the opposite of Insurgent Matt. They're around the bombs, but they want more of the bombs? What? How does that make sense?
He's just fucking rambling.
Seems like it.
Trump says what he needs to get through the next 5 minutes, generally.
Fair. I said, subject to Iran agreeing, they did not agree before he put this tweet out. Well, I mean, fair, but then that's the bluff part of it. It's like, all right, well, we're going to blow you up, but last chance for an off ramp. And unfortunately, how we'll have deals with the IRGC gone in the past. Does anyone believe they should be trusted? Anybody should be trusted. I think everybody. It should always be focused on incentives. What is this person, this entity, this government? What are they incentivized to do? So I'm less worried about the IRGC. I'm more concerned about Israel not abiding the ceasefire. But we really are just reloading. It's not peace. Words matter. Ceasefire is not peace. It's more peaceful than war, though.
Yeah, well, I mean, Israel's abided by every ceasefire. You got to get off of Twitter, man, and start reading the news. You're getting hit hard with that propaganda.
No, he watches the lefty news. That's our resident lefty. Yeah, exactly, Heimdall. Give me liberty or give me death. Israel is not within our peace treaty. Never underestimate the chess game. And it seems kind of cliche to always go back to that. But again, it's like how many times can we see something and not anticipate that it's the standard?
Yeah, we're gonna have insurance written into this. Like having a friendly country able to go into there and mow the lawn is gonna be written in to whatever we do. You don't abide by this, either the Saudis or Israel or one of our armies for hire in the area is gonna come in and blow you the fuck up again. So do what we say.
There's this clip from you guys remember Bob Lazar, the Area 51 guy? He was.
That sounds familiar. I'm trying to think.
The biggest JRE episode ever. It was a guy who used to work not like at Area 51, but he said they hired him to figure out propulsion stuff. So he has a new documentary, and he went on Rogan. And I didn't watch it, but this channel, Podcast Cringe, shout out to Podcast Cringe, fucking hilarious, highlighted a part of the conversation where they were talking about Iran. And Bob Lazar brought up an interesting point. I'm trying to find the exact spot here. Let's see what we get.
Unnatural environment. You're making them sit down. They don't want to sit down. They're very active and energetic. You're making them study things by very unenthusiastic teachers. They don't want to pay attention. They're fucking off in class because they're completely bored. And then you're saying that kid's got a problem. We have to diagnose him. And then what do you give them? You give them Adderall. And all of a sudden the kid's locked in because they're on fucking speed. Give that kid a video game. Watch him play it for fucking 10 hours with no food. Because that's what happens. Because that's something they're actually engaged with. No, it's not Iran.
Iran's not getting nukes.
Okay.
I mean,
okay, but what if they
Okay, so let me back this up a little bit. But I'm not really sure where to go in terms of who's right. I think that they're Bob here is making a good point.
Maybe that's part of the plan. Maybe part of it is like it has to get so far sideways that we realize how fucked up everything is that we start making meaningful changes and implement AI as government. Is it as dangerous as a global Islamic caliphate? No, it's not Iran.
Iran's not getting nukes. I mean,
okay, but what
they never mind. I don't want to get into political stuff.
No, you could. You could. Look, if you gave Iran the technology to get nukes,
everyone has any physicist has the technology to get nukes. I mean, if I was Iran, I would enrich to 80 or 90% because that's where you can make a weapon, and stop there.
Right. It's not like they would be the only people with a weapon. Pakistan, India, North Korea.
But that doesn't make you have a weapon. It just
stop right there. Just that mentality of, well, of course you have enough of the materials to make a weapon, but that's not a weapon. Tyler, I know that you're gonna be like, oh, that's fucking bullshit. But let's try to. Triggered. Okay, I'll talk to you then. Why is he?
He's technically not wrong in his statement. So the next thing out of Joe Rogan's mouth should be, well, they've also been developing their long-range ballistic missile capabilities for the same amount of time. They've also been getting nukes. So with those two things together, they can easily take the warheads they already have and go nuclear with them. It would be an easy transition based on their military prowess and exactly what they're saying about using their nukes to wipe Iran or Israel off the map. It's silly.
Do you have a
Oh, sorry.
No, go ahead, man.
Well, and I was gonna say, and the fact that they were doing all of that completely more or less in the dark. Like they weren't. It's not like they were being forthcoming with any of that, right?
About enriching, you mean?
Right, about enriching and about developing their long-range missile systems and all that. It's not like normally if a developed country wants to seek a nuclear weapon and do it through proper international channels, they would go about reporting all these things in a forthcoming manner, but they didn't do that. I mean, I think there was even some discrepancies in their numbers that that the IAEA found. So,
all right. So essentially, the saying, oh, enrich up to 80. So I want to reframe what I'm pretty sure he was saying before, because I played out of context here. But just based on the words that he was saying, that if I was Iran, then I would want it enriched to 80-90% because then you have the pieces for a weapon, but that's still not a weapon. And I think he is appealing to the notion that there is I'll say meaningful period of time between when you've enriched to 60 or 80% and when you have a nuke. Is there like an actual weapon that can be used on America and our allies? Is there? Then
I don't know. I have no idea.
I was just curious about what that time frame is. I've heard weeks, but I don't really know.
I've heard people on podcasts say that once you get to 80, 60, 80%, the rest of it's quick and easy to do. But I don't know. Personally, I have no fucking idea.
And so again,
historically speaking, it's usually once you hit that 60 to 70% range, it's a pretty fast process. It's not the development of the weapon itself that takes the time. It's enriching the amount to be able to develop like that weapon, essentially.
So what would be the issue with instead of saying, you know, get rid of that shit or we're gonna blow you off the map, saying, okay, we see that you're enriching. We're not, you know, the fucking arbiter of what you can and can't do. We obviously wouldn't like for you to have a nuke, but okay, you get your enriched uranium. That's not a nuclear weapon. But now that you have that, now we're gonna have you know, I don't know, some type of agency like posted up there watching your work so that you're using it for, you know, nuclear energy and not weaponry.
It doesn't have to even get close to that level of potential for energy. At a certain point, the process for making energy and the process for making a weapon tree off. And it's pretty early on. I don't know the exact details of it, but to get to the level of 90% or whatever you need for weapons grade, that is far past what you need for energy grade. On top of that, they're saying, no, you just don't get to have it at all. And to your comment there, Box, as well, they have been pursuing this for decades, and they've been rather close for a long time. But it's not like everyone sat on their hands and just watched them. Like, Israel's been killing their scientists, blowing up their facilities, and all sorts of shit for decades. They've been going in and doing this shit. They went in, there was a virus they released one time that went in and deleted all the fucking data they had on nuclear shit. And like, they had to go back like fucking 6 months into backup and start over. Like, there's all sorts of shit that Israel's been doing to put them back. So they've been close, and they've been getting pushed back against. I gotta go. My wife needs me for it. She's sick right now, so.
All right, brother. Hope she feels better. Thank you for hanging out, and you're welcome whenever. Anything you want to shout out to the people?
I'm doing the DMZ every week. I'm a mod on it now. I have a little bit more pull and say. So Saturday nights, it's Indian Jesus just won our headline debate last weekend. So show up. If anyone wants to debate, hit me with a DM and I'll send you the prompts. If your answers are good enough, maybe you jump in there. Just hope you don't go against the season 1 champion, the season 1 GOAT, right fucking here. No one beats me in debating.
Yeah.
We gotta set something up that's like, because I can't debate you on foreign affairs, but we gotta find something. And yeah, Box, that's why I say whenever I do a horse strategy show, I'm always like, hey, if you guys are interested, this is a great on ramp. Like, you're gonna get more entry level things, which is no shade on anyone there. But you know, it's a good place to kind of get your teeth wet. So, all right, let's finish. What is that working there? Perfect. Oh no, right over my fucking face. Hold on, let me move it. Fucking landscapers. Okay. Up there. Okay. So yeah, the other. So I paused it there because I wanted to see what the you know, what the vibe was there. But let's see. I'll back it up a little and see what he was actually saying, or the rest of what he was saying.
And stop there.
Right. It's not like they would be the only people with a weapon. Pakistan, India, North Korea.
But that doesn't make you have a weapon.
Hold on. You want to debate right now? If you want to debate right now, agree on a prompt, and you can come up and debate right now.
It just gives you a shortcut to it, and being able to deliver a weapon, you know, to 4,000 miles away. Good luck with that.
Right, but they're in communication with China. Who has that? They're in communication with
then
Russia.
they don't need to. They don't need to enrich uranium or do anything. They just can you give me a missile? And
right, but wouldn't they rather?
And so that, you know, going into the aspect of like, oh well, China's got our back, so we'll go into China, or not go into China, but go to China. That kind of makes sense. Real quick, let's shout out our boy Bubba. Oh. Can't do that one. No. With the $5 cash app. Thank you. So very, very much. And of course, you guys know every donation comes with a treat for the Overlord. And now I'm not rolling up anymore, so you can stay right there. Ow! He just whipped me. He just whipped me in the face with his ears. Oh my goodness.
That's to remind you who the Overlord is.
Indeed. Indeed. Is that Jason? What's good, Jason? Welcome to the party. Oh, hold on. I gotta star that. Make sure we don't forget about it. Oh, I saw this and I was like, oh, we got a debate coming. All right. So let's back this up a little bit and talking about hitting up China if they really wanted to do something.
4,000 miles away. Good luck with that.
Right, but they're in communication with China. Who has that? They're in communication with
then
Russia.
they don't need to. They don't need to enrich uranium or do anything. They just can you give me a missile? And
right, but wouldn't they rather make their own? But
no,
that's not even the point.
And there, yeah. So the point there being, Babelzar is saying, well, if they have, if they wouldn't need to make their own because China's backing them. So if they're making their own stuff, then there's at least reasonable doubt that it's for a nuke. I'm not saying I agree with that statement. I'm just saying that is an interesting perspective. I hadn't thought of before. What do you think?
And he keeps bringing up the point about are they going to be able to develop a weapon that can reach 4,000 miles away to hit U.S. soil and all that? That isn't the primary concern, at least from like our interest side of things. It's, are they going to develop a weapon that can hit our allies in the Middle East, or even hitting countries over in Europe and the UK? I mean, that is ultimately the primary concern. Now, I don't think it's beyond the pale that if like they were to do some backdoor deal with China, that they could work out some type of weapon that could reach us. I mean, I don't think that's beyond the pale.
Yeah, and that put a lot of things in perspective for me as well, because I am again thinking about them attacking us, but they are close, which is far away, but they are close enough to allies that they hit the allies, and now we are dragged in, which is another reason that maybe we should maybe not have so many allies. If we've got all this power, we don't need allies. But yet it seems like we're building up this power to give to our allies that then are able to rival us, specifically talking about Israel. Buck said, Israel stole their nukes from the U.S. Ghislaine's dad was a spy who helped them with it. Yep, not a joke at all. Wickemine said, doesn't Iran supply a lot of drones to Russia? I think I've heard that. I think I have heard that.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's, or at least a sizable chunk of their drones are from Iran. I think it's like Iran and China, I think.
Okay, that makes sense. All right, let's finish up what he's saying here.
They make a missile, and
right, but wouldn't
then they don't need to. They don't need to enrich uranium or do anything. They just can you give me a missile? And
right, but wouldn't they rather make their own? But
no,
that's not even the point.
Rather make their own. Why would you do that? Would you rather make your own car, or just somebody give it to you?
Because you'd want to be self-sufficient. You'd want to have your own
production
where you don't have to rely on someone.
Yeah, hold on.
You can always
pause this. Pause it.
You can always do that.
His car analogy is stupid because Detroit was like, for the longest time, the automobile hub of the U.S. Like, what is he? That is such a terrible analogy. Like, what do you mean? Like, why wouldn't you want a domestic, manufacturing facility for whatever it is that you're manufacturing, really?
And yeah, especially if you're, that's a good point. The fact that we did have our own building of a thing, and then we outsourced that because it was easier. And it seems like outsourcing a war might be a little bit easier than outsourcing all that manufacturing. Like they're saying, China's already there. So
right, yeah.
I don't know. It is here. I'm gonna drop the link again if anyone wants to come up. Because it is tough to know where to go. Like I came on expecting us to be, watching a speech or a military operation or something. Not much is going down. So, Box, Come on up. Waco, come on up. Glow in dark. Behave. Get your ass up here. I don't know. So hold on one second. Okay. Where are we? Box said if we ain't fighting it, we ain't paying for it. Yeah, exactly. What was I just gonna say? Oh, so man, trying to assume you voted for Trump in 24.
No, I voted third party, but I'm not someone who views Trump as like, it always seems like the dichotomy of either, you love Trump or you think he's a fascist. It's like, I don't think he's some fascistic threat to our democracy. I just think, I don't view him as a very capable statesman, if that makes sense. Like he's, in terms of like policy wise, there are things that I generally tend to favor with him on, but it's more of when it just comes to being, he's very unconventional, and that's like where I kind of different, like I just have a hard time. But again, I don't view him as some like fascist or anything.
Well, the reason I ask is, I voted for him in 24, and did you just puke on my bed? What is that? What did you do? Acting weird. Okay. I very like the no new wars thing was probably at the top of my list for why I voted for him. And so the fact that we're in, not only in these situations, like, he inherited a whole bunch of war shit, but starting new ones, I'm trying to, on the one hand, look at the fact that things almost definitely would be worse if Kamala was in. I cannot see any
1000%. Yeah,
that we would not be at least in the exact same position, much likely worse. Then there's the aspect of wanting to be able to see through the bullshit. And then there's the third thing of liking Trump, acknowledging all the accomplishments Trump has given us, but also seeing the where he's fallen short. And at a time like this where things are all over the place, it's really difficult to kind of get the opinion out there. Put them one in the chat if you actually, I'm gonna make this a poll because I want to ask how many of you are happy with your vote. Because I mean, we'll put it this way: can anyone make the argument as to why or how Kamala would have been better? I starting there, I don't think anybody can actually make that point.
I think some of the counters will be, the Epstein files, the handling of the Epstein files, and how this Iran situation will play out. But I would counter that by saying Biden had access to the Epstein files and never released them. And Kamala was part of his whole administration. And she absolutely would have knew about it. So I think you have to look at that, that difference ultimately. Now granted, I think Pam Bondi hasn't handled the Epstein files well, even remotely well at all.
Didn't. Past tense.
I think the one of the main problems I feel like Trump has, and it was evident in his first term as well, is he places too much trust in certain people.
Mm-hmm.
It inevitably comes to, it's like, he places too much faith in people that are going to ultimately back the things that he is advocating for from like a cabinet standpoint and policy standpoint, if that makes sense.
Yeah, and like this ties into kind of my whole thing about how that is what was needed at a point in time. In 2015, 2016, we did need that unconventionalness, that shakeup. And now it's like that seems to be holding us back more than anything else. Like, I feel like we need, partly because of just straight up TDS, but partly because Trump is just becoming just one of them. And so I wonder what the world would look like if Trump, was actually allowed to win 2020. I think the momentum of his first term kind of just would have been, I don't think we would have seen Trump 1.0 and Trump 2.0. I think we just had Trump, and then he would be out, and we could look at somebody else who has America First values, but isn't, Trump.
Right, yeah. Well, and I think kind of tying back to the Iran situation, I feel, depending on how the Iran situation ultimately ends up, getting resolved, I think it's going to heavily impact Rubio's ability to run in 28. Because people have this misconception that Vance is being positioned to run in 28. I don't think that's the case at all. I think it's going to be Rubio. And that's who I would, more so support for the nomination more so than Vance. Not that I have particularly any major gripes with Vance per se, policy wise. I just think in terms of handling international situations and stuff like that, I think if this Iran situation gets resolved in ultimately a kind of like a North Korea-esque situation, I think Rubio is the shoo-in to me, but who knows? We'll see.
I don't know about a shoo-in, but I agree with you that I think, people just tend to look at the VP and she's like, oh, well, that's going to be the next person. Like the president that I voted for is handpicked this guy. So I think, especially this far out, people are just saying JD Vance because he is the vice president. But you would think that if they were planning on that, it's already the midterms. He would have had to have some big things, some stories, some wins, something to run on. And we're not out of time, but he hasn't really built up that profile.
Right. Well, and kind of tying back to the midterms, I feel like if this gets resolved in the next month, the Iran situation, I don't know how much of that is going to impact come midterms. You know what I mean? Because people tend to have a very short memory span when it comes to their voting influence, if that makes sense. Mm-hmm. I'm trying to think of something apt kind of during the whole Biden era. But there was something that happens in the news cycle that a lot of people were worried about would negatively influence the midterms for the Republicans during the Biden administration, and it ended up not happening because it was so early on in the year that. And I could see this kind of shaping out to be the same way. I don't know. Again, I'm not saying it's for certain. I'm just saying that it is possible.
Fair enough. And so I did put up a poll and said, how do you feel about your 24 vote? There's only 4 options, so I did the best I could. So you voted for Trump and happy, didn't vote for Trump and happy, voted for Trump not so happy, or didn't vote for Trump and wish you did. Again, if you're on the vertical one, you won't see that, so click the link in the description and come on over to the landscape. So my hands are clean of this mess. No dog in the race. So you said you didn't vote? Then Jank, no regrets, meaning you didn't vote in 24? So said, I'm kind of over Trump and ready for just America first, and it's hard not to be black pilled these days. The skill building and prepping and the stockpiling, that is the white pill for me. Seems to be the only way, prepare for the worst. And I mean, you don't have to necessarily be black pilled in the sense that, that it is going to be the end of the world, but it might be. Just I understand TDS because I suffer from Ilhan Omar derangement syndrome. I'm in therapy on Zoom. It's not helping. I just saw a TikTok of this girl who used to be on the left, and she was like, I remember, like, me and my boyfriend at the time, we'd be driving, we'd see somebody with a Trump sticker on their car, and we'd just be enraged, like legitimately angry. And now that she's more conservative, she'll see some pro-LGBT whatever, and it's like, that's silly. So there really is a very fundamental difference in how this left-right paradigm is playing out. So there's a large part of my sort of antichrist psyche that still says if voting changed anything, they wouldn't let us do it. And how do you feel about that? About if voting changed anything, they wouldn't let us do it?
I don't know. See, like, I think there is some truth in that. Maybe at the federal level. At the local level, I don't necessarily think that's true. I feel people tend to really drastically overlook the importance of local elections. Like, it's not to say that federal elections don't have drastic influence in our day-to-day lives, right? But I think the local elections just, and it's why so many local people running local elections run unopposed, because, you know, there's nobody, especially in smaller towns, there's not as much of a priority set on that.
And yeah, I mean, that is, you took the words right out of my mouth about, well, on a local level, because yeah, if you're not voting in the local elections, then yeah, just putting one vote every 4 years is probably not going to do much. But if you're involved, and you know, local has more in the day-to-day, local still count. If you vote there, then even if the vote that you cast in the general election doesn't mean anything, then the rest of the structure will be at least better in terms of representing your ideals and beliefs. Oh, all right, I gotta take a piss. What are you up to? I was thinking of hopping over and seeing what is good with Confluence's panel. You want to meet me over there?
Actually, I'm gonna have to hop off here. I've got about like 10 minutes before I have to head out. But yeah, thanks for having me on, man. It's always good, shooting the shit with you. So
always, brother. You have a good one. All right, so here's what I'm gonna do. I'll put on. Actually, I'll just let them cook for a minute. I gotta take a piss. Over.
That is distinct from any other point in that timeline.
I don't know. This is like a fucking Xenos paradox.
No, it's not. It's a conceptuality issue. You're trying to conceive of something that keeps elongating every time you try to move forward. It's not that you're
to agree with Alexander, you can find infinity in places that are very real. Take two numbers, number was 0 and number 1, and then you cross half the distance between 0 and 1. You add half as the amount between 0 and 1 to get there. You keep on adding half of the way, half as much. You'll never reach 1. It's an infinite amount of set between.
That's a completely different paradox. Wait, hold up. We got a super chat. Hold up.
What are they talking about?
Oh, it says
damn Kirk Gut.
What are they talking about over here? Oh no, is it full? Did I miss it? We'll see. I could wait. 1, 2, 3, 4. No, okay. Come on, hurry up. Opus is getting pretty popular. Love to see it. Love to see it. Get rid of the music here.
When we're just on one star in one galaxy in this gigantic universe, there's probably millions and millions and millions of sentient life in our known universe. You know, like, so I mean,
bring up
why
a
do we
valid
think
point.
it's all why is it all centric with us?
Geek, like if I'm like,
Gnosticism is not human centric.
like I'm 35, right? If I was, they were like, "What year were you
Yeah.
born?" And I said, "I was
If-
born infinite years ago."
Okay.
Right?
If there was,
Like,
if there's
we
a
mark
highly
time between we mark time between segments.
if there's a
That's
highly
what I'm
intelligent
saying.
advanced species out there, they're also divine sparks trapped in mortal bodies.
Indian, what's up, player?
Yeah.
Hello.
How we mark time is different than how long time has existed.
But do you realize, though, my view, like you couldn't get to the
Time
beginning
is
of the
fucking
segment.
gay.
So we
If it's
measure
like
time
infinite
by
years
the
to get there.
acceleration of light, right? It's called the
Damn, Indian
Lorentz
Jesus, you're looking
invariant.
kind of fine
And we
tonight.
take this and measure the movement of the galaxies and determine from the way it would converge if we roll it back that there is a point in this expansion where light cannot travel through empty space, meaning that there is no way to measure time before this point.
No, I mean we know
Everything
that
would
there
be
was a
less
hot
than
dense state.
one
We don't know if there was complete, and we don't know if it was completely full or not. We know that there was a hot dense state.
We know
Okay, before the Big
that it
Bang,
was
Mr. Smarty
the
Pants.
conditions which we see quark gluon plasma that we can't see past, and what was before this quark gluon plasma we can't predict.
We don't
But
know
do
where
know at this
we can't
point
we can't
measure
pinpoint
time
the origin. We can't
because
pinpoint
light
where
is
the
trapped
center of the
way
universe
more.
is. We don't know where the expansion started. Everywhere it seems to be expanding at the same distance. So you can't look in the sky and say the expansion started over there.
But see, isn't that kind of proof? Like the Big Bang would make sense, right? If we're all expanding and you could, like, that's kind of the consensus that the scientific community goes with, and that can make sense, right? With the Big Bang.
I mean, I still struggle with parts of it, but sure.
Yeah, but I mean, you can logically understand like we're expanding like this, right?
If you think
all
at the same
time. So like, but if we were infinite in the past, like
existence,
you know what I mean? Like, how did you ever get to that point of singularity?
No.
If it, you know what I'm saying? Like, it just doesn't.
I'm saying I don't know what was before the expansion, and I don't think science claims to know what's before the expansion.
Well, sure, but you got two
There was
options.
no before the expansion.
But see, that's why
I don't
God is
think
the most plausible option, right? I mean, like,
you
that-
can't just plug in. That's why the magic pink unicorn is the most plausible option.
But
That's
we don't
why,
count time after a magical unicorn. You know what I'm saying?
You got
no, I mean just like you just insert any
PDX.
bullshit answer to this is the most logical explanation. You know, like God is just the one that you guys created as the God explanation of something you don't know.
We didn't create it. That's been around since the beginning of humanity.
Well, somebody
really.
Confluence,
No.
man.
PDX, if you had to pit gods against each other, which god
You got
would win
1
in a
minute
fight?
left, Kirk.
Jesus.
Which
I have a
God would
timer
I
going.
take? Oh
I mean,
man,
we
I don't
count
know, I
time
think,
after Jesus.
Zeus
something
is winning.
I don't know. I'm kind of partial to Odin.
Yeah, he could definitely win.
Wait, what are we timing?
Yeah.
What's the
I mean,
time?
them Hindu gods.
Well,
they're
Kirk
kinda
is
overpowered.
muted for 1 more minute, so that's what I'm. Kirk said
Charlie,
something.
is that
uncool
Charlie?
about Brandon.
Charlie's back. Charlie's back from the dead.
Oh, wait,
Where
what?
did Alex go? Because Alex, I
Where
didn't. I thought
Charlie
Alex was saying some
Kirk.
gay shit.
We carry the flame.
So
Oh,
what
indeed, an atheist, by the way, PDX. You have an ally now.
Oh, thanks.
was the original?
PDX, are you aware of what Gnosticism is?
Yeah, to know.
It's no.
With a capital G or a lowercase g?
Capital G.
So
Yeah,
no,
he's like
And this is not agnostic.
weird
This is
Gnostic. He's not just like a Gnostic.
Gnosticism is a
Oh, Vibe. Hell yeah. How's it going, Vibe? Great to see you,
Essentially,
brother.
the universe was created
Oops.
by an evil creator
Oh, okay.
that likes to torture people for shits and giggles.
I mean, you know, like that certainly is a possibility.
Oh, Kirk, you're free.
I mean, we do have a lot of suffering, and you know, if God created everything, God created our ability to suffer. So
He created
It's all good.
Well, so
Why
I
do
am
I mean, that's
do
the
all
free
that?
will.
I
That's
am
the free
curious
choices concept,
to,
right? They chose to not do the right thing, therefore they're suffering. You know, I mean, easy to
The Indian Jesus, aren't you kind of agnostic about religion?
yeah. I now go by agnostic non-theist because I don't like how people have messed with the word atheist. But by its technical definition, I'm an agnostic atheist.
Well, that's a oxymoron, but okay.
So are you?
No. If you say you're atheist, it means you don't believe that there's a God. If you say you're agnostic, it means you don't know. So it's like I don't know that there is a God or not, and I don't believe that there is a God. So I'm an agnostic atheist for that reason.
But this is just the pragmatic argument. I would just say is that most people, by when they mean atheist, they mean someone who's convinced God probably doesn't exist. But in any event,
I don't think a God exists, but I also don't know, because I'm not somebody who says I know the answers to everything.
Yeah,
especially things like the creation of the universe. So therefore, I'm agnostic. But then I'm also an atheist because I don't believe that a God exists because I've never seen any evidence for one.
Yeah, well,
I think the evidence
Jesus studied psychology, and to my understanding, he said he studied like Frankl and Jaspers and the existential psychiatrists. What do you make of the argument that the existentialists made that we should use God and religion as a way to find meaning in life?
I completely
agree. We should not use God and religion to find meaning in life.
Yeah, I follow.
I'm asking
I agree with that as a religious person.
Yeah, I follow Albert Camus, and I thought I was a nihilist. And so with my first podcast,
I'm gonna go. Hope y'all have a great day.
Peace out. The first podcast that I had, it was just an audio only thing. And I had scheduled an episode with my college philosophy professor. So went down to the school, we were talking about things, and I was like, yeah, I think I'm a nihilist, like there's no purpose to the universe, but that means that I have the freedom to give meaning to it, whatever. And he was like, well, that's kind of more absurdism. Whereas kind of like the positive step beyond nihilism. Nihilism is a place where you get to when you're getting red pilled that, all of this stuff, all of this structure, all of this good and evil and all of that I thought existed doesn't exist. But you don't have to, number one, that doesn't have to be a sad thing. And number two, you don't have to stay in the fact that there is no meaning. You can understand that there is no meaning and then move on with your life.
Well, so I'm not super familiar with Camus' philosophy.
Nihilism, though. Like I like Camus. I enjoy absurdism, but it is just nihilism with just like copium added on top of it.
Well, so I'm not super familiar with Camus, but the thing that I would reference is,
just
the thing I would reference.
Sorry, go ahead.
It is just the point that Jaspers makes about limit situations, which is there are certain existential questions which we can't know. We can't know if God exists or not. So what we do is we reveal transcendence to Dasein through communicative action and through symbolism. And I think that Jaspers was right that what religious symbolism does is it communicates transcendence to Dasein through symbolism.
See, you said some stuff that I understood, and then you said a bunch of stuff that sounded like gobbledygook to me.
I think it's the Kirk way.
Yeah, I mean, I believe, how do you know people don't know God? You know what I mean? You have to be omnipotent.
I was gonna make a point along that same line. How do you prove gravity? Like, how does a rock falling prove that the moon makes the tides? And yet you're trying to.
We actually don't understand what makes gravity, but we know that we can measure it.
Right.
We can measure the effect of gravity.
Right. And so if I were to let go of this, I am not in the position that it is physically impossible that there could be some type of gravitational anomaly, and I let go and it goes up. I'm open to that, but I have the faith backed up by the evidence. Every single time I've ever counted on gravity before, it's always worked exactly the same way. If you bet me $1 million that when I drop this, it goes down and not up, I would take that bet. Would you like to take that bet?
What if it was? What if it reached the ground? What if it reached?
Oh my God, you guys, are we really doing first
grade? Are we taking the bet? Is anybody taking the bet?
Yeah, we are 5.
Yeah, wow. This conversation's gone so far off like base. Like you guys are all over the place, right?
Bring us back.
So, I mean, I would like to say you're welcome to PDX.
External validation.
Oh, sorry, Seth. Go ahead.
And that's the epistemic foundations, the first principles. You have internal consistency, external validation, and Occam's razor, which is minimal assumptions with maximal.
Oh, I love Occam's razor.
Yeah,
okay,
so
let's
come back
do
to
Occam's razor.
Before we do though, PDX, because I actually want to go there too, and I actually want to introduce myself. I'm Vibe. Pleasure to meet you. I heard you say a lot of really solid things, by the way. And in chat, I denied some of them, and I was cheering you on other ones, right? I am Christian, just so you know where I'm from. But, and I do want to actually, I wanted to say you're welcome as well, because you couldn't be an atheist or an agnostic atheist without my God. Because without God, there is no atheism, right? So you are welcome for that.
Well, I suppose so. I wish I didn't have to be.
You don't have.
Well, you could create a whole new religion called not nihilism but nullism, the idea of absence.
I've created religions before.
Okay, well, see, there we go. I mean, you had mentioned at the beginning that you have a Jewish background, correct?
Yeah.
So you had a theology that your parents raised you in, or was it just kind of like
they raised
here
me
and there?
I never accepted it. I was bar mitzvahed, but I never accepted it.
Yeah. So, and was it kind of like as you started like growing in your mind and what you thought was right and wrong, your preferences didn't really line with the religion?
I mean, religion's always been absurd to me. Like, people say these stories and they say that they're true, but they're absurd stories, and there's no reason for me to believe that they're true.
What's more absurd, though? Would you say that the stories of like the flood and Moses and the exile,
Elijah?
I'm gonna give you
Job.
I got something for you. I got something new for you that you've never heard before. You ready for it?
Yeah.
Okay, so we have the resurrection, right? That's one thing that could have happened. This is one thing that Jesus' resurrection. Well, this is one thing that could have happened. Here's something else that could have happened. Jesus had a secret twin, and never revealed this twin to anybody in his entire life. And when he died, the secret twin ran around pretending to be Jesus. What is more likely via Occam's razor? My idea of Jesus had a secret twin, or that Jesus resurrected after 3 days?
Oh my God, I'd have to say that one's 50-50. But I love that you brought that up, because that was going to be kind of my first point.
Well,
and that wasn't going to be my Occam's razor, by the way. So I mean, think of this, right? We don't have to worry whether you like the Old Testament or don't like the Old Testament, right? What really comes down to is that crucifixion on whether he rose 3 days later. Something that I would say 99.9% of historians that are secularists and Christians all agree that there was a man named Jesus that did walk the planet, right? 99.9.
Probably. I don't know if it's 99.9, but
you can pretty much look that up.
The majority. I agree with the majority.
I'm not saying that 99.9 said he rose. I'm just saying that 99.9 would agree that he existed. And probably even a higher percentage that Paul did.
I think there's a higher percentage that Jesus is an amalgamation, not more than 10%, but I think up to about 10% thinks that Jesus was more than one person.
How many people was it?
So the minority of historians.
Like King Arthur, the King Arthur idea, the Robin Hood idea.
But anyways,
super chats, brief pause. K2 says Oive fluence, and K2 again says Talmudic fluence theory. And also, everyone should join the Discord. We, especially PDX, you should join the Discord because you seem like a cool guy, and we need more atheists on the panel. So I'll post the link. We do D&D. Okay, you probably like that if you think about it. And anyone else watching this, okay? I mean, we haven't done D&D yet, but we're doing it this Friday. We also do trivia. We do panels every day. Okay, so everyone join Discord. Okay, back to talk. Sorry to interrupt.
It's like so can I have my turn to speak just because you guys have kind of had because I did want to say part of the problem is Occam's razor is treating God as if it's a scientific object of study, but I would take the sort of existentialist view that it's one of these limit situations where we can't know for certain either way, and so the most rational choice is for someone to choose what allows them to find meaning in life and find morality in life.
Yeah, well, I mean,
it's the reason why I keep going into cosmic theory is because I'm trying to reduce the assumptions using external validations, while I'm pulling it into the grand unified theory and then natural law emerging from that, because there's used assumptions in order to derive a higher order moral truth. Right, because you have to compare it to higher order truths in the most general form.
Yeah, but ultimately,
I
right,
have a
we can
second
sit here.
Occam's razor.
I do too, but I'll hear yours first.
Okay, so there was something that said that Jesus didn't look like Jesus when Jesus was risen. Well, here's what's more likely: Jesus resurrected after 3 days, or somebody pretended to be Jesus after 3 days.
Let me ask you something though, Geek.
They were tripping balls.
What's crazier? Jesus resurrecting or somebody creating the origin of the universe?
Well, yeah, and actually, Noggins
Jesus
just hit it,
resurrecting
right?
because we're in the universe, and like I would say Jesus resurrecting. I guess.
Yeah, the human race.
PDX. I pretty much heard. I pretty much
an actual
heard
neurological basis.
I heard you pretty much say PDX in the very beginning, right? Like you're like, I am not a physicist. I don't understand the beginning of the universe. Most of us don't understand whether we're secularists or Christians. Christians go, well, we do understand because we have a God. You guys say, well, we do understand in the sense that there's an X and we haven't solved for X yet. So we both have this concept that something came from nothing. Now, if we were to take Occam's razor,
no, I don't believe something came from nothing.
Well, okay, so there was something before something, and you actually wait. Hold on, Emmett.
Great.
You actually made the comment earlier saying, well, if God created us, who created God, right? And if I can say the same thing back to you, we can have this same circular argument. It's gonna be circular.
No, like,
and what I'm coming back to,
matter is eternal. That's what I said. There's a possibility matter is eternal.
But that's a mathematical fact.
and there's a possibility that God's eternal, correct? Right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So once again, we're circular. But if we actually take Occam's razor, if you just go with your gut, doesn't it seem more logical that nothing should have ever existed? There should have never been a Big Bang. There should have never been a God. There should have never been anything. But we can't actually say. No, I think it's a great appeal because
it's an appeal to probability.
It makes neither one actually has any logic behind it. They're both fake, and that's the point. And we're here, and we know it's true.
I'll tell you what my gut says. My gut says not only has our universe been around forever, but there's infinite universes in a sort of like the bubble. The bubble universe theory is what I think is the one that jives the most with me.
So how many?
There's some
and can you have both? Could you have both?
How many years did it take for the
multi-universes
infinite
and the
universe?
universe?
Sure, yeah, I don't know these answers. I never said I did. But I say this.
His faith says that there is there's infinity of things that is bigger than he is, that's incredibly powerful and exists everywhere and everywhere at once. But he cannot believe on the thing that he says that he believes in. Okay, it's a total contradiction. But who the fuck cares about contradictions?
You guys mind if I play a little mind game with you real quick?
If God created the universe, I don't think God cares who people stick their genitals into. I don't think God cares who worships idols and who doesn't.
Because we should listen. Wait. It's because we should listen to your opinion, right?
Knows we exist. That's the thing.
Why? Great. You believe all of these because we should listen to your opinion, right?
You asked me my opinion, so I'm telling you what it is.
Well, I'm asking you right now. You believe in all of this because we should listen to your opinion, right?
Therefore, this bread is not real.
It doesn't make sense to me that an all-powerful being would have such petty.
Yeah, I know, because all that matters is you.
But that's just because you misunderstand it. You don't get it.
It's because all that matters is you, right? If you don't think something, it must not be true.
There's a little moderation here.
I have the ability to project in my mind, and my empathy allows me to see
your empathy
other people might experience. And if I
can you feel what I'm feeling right now, please? Can you tell me what I'm feeling?
Probably annoyed.
Geek, can I?
Oh, you don't know what I'm feeling?
Okay.
But I thought you were empathetic. What happened to your empathy?
I think, okay, can I tell what you're feeling? You're feeling like,
you don't know?
I don't have
I think you're a dick on the internet. Yeah, I think you're a dick on the internet. I think you're a self-aggrandized bitch on the internet. That's what I think you are.
I don't have that.
Everybody should listen to me because I believe, I think, I say, me is all I heard from you.
Okay.
Me.
Yeah, right? Is that all you got, buddy?
I mean, I don't got you, dude.
Give us some more of this.
I don't have my own dick up my ass like you. At least I have an argument whenever I say instead of saying my faith. Which is very funny. It's very funny. It's very funny that you fucking atheists come and they start saying, oh my god, the faith. Oh, you all talk about faith. When all you do is talk about faith. It's my belief. It's my idea. It's what I think.
One click to
every single time.
Nathan, we're just the honest ones. You have
and faith. You are the same. You're the same like us, but your honesty is I am the one that creates everything. My belief is the thing that everybody should follow. I am the one that grants empathy. Oh, I am empathetic. Thanks to my empathy, I can tell you what to think, how to act, what to do. Me.
Are not.
You got pretty eyes, by the way. Emma.
Show me the point at which your beliefs are not your opinion.
What? Could you repeat the question?
For me, the point in your beliefs. That is not your opinion. That is the objective standard. That is a proven fact.
Yeah, I believe
something we can test.
Yeah, something we can test. The sun exists. So I think there is an actual external reality that we can actually test, and there are things in that external reality that are true, right? If I see the sun and you see the sun, we share it. It's not my belief that the sun exists. It's an objective fact that it exists.
Okay, but I see the sun every day.
And then
I don't see God ever.
And then. Yeah, and there's more about it because I can actually have idea. You know, if you actually ground epistemology, you can have access to true belief. The idea of true. So the idea of true would be an actual thing. It's not based on my fucking mind. It's not what I think. When I say, God is reason, it's not because I thought it. Okay, it's nothing to do with me.
External validation and Occam's razor.
Super chat. I don't know if I agree with this. Sorry to interrupt you. A2 is actually Catholic, so he might believe this. I'm not sure. Explain the shroud. I'm assuming it's the Shroud of Turin. AB blood type, and then when priests had to get rid of damaged Eucharist, had to discard coming back. AB blood. I don't know enough about the Shroud of Turin. I don't know. I'm not sure.
There was some big development with it, but
it's interesting.
Is this like Jesus's cum rag or something?
It's not a
rag. That's untoward.
Is that your opinion?
I'm gonna hit you with a freaking disc.
And so,
it's kind of funny that you say that God doesn't care about what we do without, he doesn't care about us at all.
Jesus
so he doesn't care where we put our dick. But the first thing you think of is cum.
He knows what he's speaking.
Dude,
this is why you need to all go back to the fucking closet, dude. You need to go back to the fucking closet or get back into the fucking trees. One of the two, because truly to be told, fucking Kumertarians need to go back into the fucking trees or back into the fucking closet at this point.
Why are you so angry?
Why don't you say some more?
Why can I be angry? Are you gonna tell me? Be empathetic with me, Jesus? Be empathetic with me, Indian? Huh? How about you're a little bit empathetic with me? How about you? You understand me? How about that?
Look at those eyes.
I don't give a fuck about what you think Christian is, vibe. Shut the fuck up about telling me what Christian is.
Are you moving? Sounds like
I don't give a fuck what you have to say about what Christian is. You're over here trying to talk to a bunch of fucking retards about Christianity.
I'm asking.
You're trying to.
I don't even know the arguments.
Can you move the conversation forward, or do you just want to?
Yes, I can move the conversation forward. I want to know. I want to know why. Yes. Yeah. I want to know why should I take into account any of his fucking beliefs? Why do I have to take into account any of your fucking beliefs? I don't. Thank you. Thank you. You go on and go fuck yourself just with Lodge, okay? And when you do it, get away from me because I don't want to see you either on the closet or on the trees. By confluence.
External validation. It's how you measure deviation from truth. That way you can figure out how to realign from your current position.
That was the face that I gave and pop up, as I always do.
I had a game with an old girlfriend.
Sorry, go ahead.
We would point to somebody and we would go, your team. So that's what I'm doing. Your team.
So
no, this is what we can do, though. As rational atheists and rational Christians, we can actually go, hey, if my unrational atheist is spewing bullshit, you shut them up. And if my unrational Christian brother is spewing bullshit, I'll tell them to shut up. Doesn't mean that Christians are worse or atheists. Well, yeah, you guys are worse, but you know what I mean.
Mormons, Catholicism, Islam, atheism, they all have bad actors.
Like that. Oh,
absolutely.
Hey, too, with the $20.
the only one that seems to have an exception.
I think that's you. I think that's you, PDX. I'm assuming it's probably the comrade comment. It probably was.
Okay.
We have a buck a minute mute thing going on, so unfortunately,
I'm sorry.
You offended a lot of people with that, myself included. I will say that I thought that was untoward. I think that's untoward. Okay, and that's what caused Emmett to crash out. Which is valid. I think.
Well, since we're talking about sexuality, Indian Jesus, I'm curious, as a psychotherapist, what's your perspective?
I don't think we were.
On self-identification.
We weren't, but all right.
I'm self-identification. What?
Transition. You got
self-identification for trans people.
Yeah, you are what you are. Now, if you're asking,
you're disagreeing with reality.
Yeah, if you're asking me personally, do I have an issue with somebody who wants to appear as the opposite gender and live life that way? No, not at all. Before, I'm a dog trainer, but before I worked, for the company I work now, worked at Petco, and there was a trans man, meaning a female, but like for all intents and purposes, it was just another dude that I worked with. I didn't have the desire to put extra mental power into me, like, oh wait, no, you're a she, any of that, or any of that stuff. But if even saying now, but if he asked me, am I a man or a woman? I'd say you're a woman.
Yeah, that makes sense. And part of the reason I asked is because I've struggled with certain things with regards to that myself.
Yeah, but behind his back, you actually are still calling him a man. So only face to face did you cower it up and say, yes, ma'am. But behind his back, when you're talking to us, you're still referring to him as a man, which means your principles are sticking there.
I got a good friend that I work with.
I just have a superior principle that I'm not going to put my brain power towards the stupid shit that I don't care about. If you look like a dude, I'm going to call you a dude. If you look like a girl, I'm going to call you a girl. So it's not.
You got to be based like me and still call Mel a she, even though Mel's banned from the channel. Okay, you got to be woke. That's what you got to be.
When we have behind Africa, things like Jesus, like. I'm not going to. I'm not going to bitch about and genders when you can just turn your camera off and everybody can call you he if you're a she with a voice. Like, who is that helping?
Look, actually, I work with somebody right now, and he is transitioning to a woman. He's got 2 kids, and he likes girls. Okay, and it's been very interesting for me because he got fired recently from the job I'm at because he's on a bunch of estrogen pills, and he also does other drugs and stuff, and he'll get fucked up, and then he'll just spam everybody a bunch of shit, dude. And like, it's a whole thing, right? And me, I'm trying to, be like Christ, right? And I'm like, so like we were hanging out the other day, and he's like, I don't even know what you're talking to me after all the shit I said. I'm like, dude, it's all good. Water under the bridge. I'm not mad at you, right?
I got other.
And so at the same time, it's like. No.
Actually, you're a shit.
Everyone can be a little shitty sometimes, Kyle.
I would call it a chick.
I mean, it comes down if we're.
But these people, I feel like this. I feel like God wants everybody, so I'm just trying to be, nice to him. I just call him Sam, right? Whether he's like, oh, this is my feminine energy. This is Samantha, or this is this and that, right? And I'm just like, why can't you just be yourself? And then whatever energy people want to say, who cares, right? Like people think I'm gay all the time.
I think that's the kind of middle ground I think people should have is like, because I think being trans is probably harmful to the person. So I think like if you know them well, I think that's the time to have a one-on-one talk if you feel like you're in that position. And I think that's a good thing to do to like try to broach that. What I don't see as helpful is like just the intentional, I guess, trying to just like misgender.
Well, no, because studies showed that people are more likely to feel more comfortable in their bodies after they transition.
But that's a lot.
No,
the studies are incredibly
only
mixed,
when it's coupled with specific types
Can you
of
still hear them?
Work without
Can you still hear them? Or is it muted? Because I just muted the tab.
We can hear you.
I don't know if their sound is still coming through. Can you still hear them right now? And then we'll turn it off.
We can hear
IG
you.
is streaming PDX. I see you saying he's muted. That's why he sometimes mutes up.
I
He's
haven't
streaming
said
as well.
anything in a little bit. Yeah. I just wasn't
My whole
talking.
issue with transition therapy relates to the idea of higher order truth in that if you're got this incongruency with reality, to what degree will it extend to, because this is where the internal consistency and minimal assumption predictive power comes into play. Because 1 always equals 1, that's why all the rest of math works.
I did Gender Done Wrong on Sarah the Raging Tomatoes channel about 2 weeks ago. I highly suggest you guys watch that. A week ago, you guys were just talking about Mel. Mel and I on 10th channel had a one-on-one about what I discussed on there about like how society influences gender and how that can make somebody, because they always say, I knew I was this sex when I was 4. And we were talking about, well, do you feel like you were forced on that? He's like, no, he's like, I felt shunned because I had these ideas and I was being told I had to be like this, and therefore all of a sudden I started not feeling right. Now I want to bring it back to the atheist Christianity thing, because this is actually a thing that actually takes a lot of Christian young people out of Christianity, is because of this stance where Christians are like, well, you can't be homosexual, you can't be this, and it's what drives them away, and it's what makes them atheists. Including my son. Like my son got baptized. He was like super into Christianity. He came home crying from camp once. He's like, I was talking to God. He's like, I've never felt stronger in my life. And he did great. And then he went to college, and he's like, all my friends get surprised when I tell them they're Christian, because they told me they thought I was a nice guy until they found out I was Christian. Right? They're like, but they were all judging him on who he was as a Christian until they heard he was a Christian. And this is really hard thing for a young person to deal with. And it's because of these things like trans and gay and things like that. And we even have Bible verses, Deuteronomy. I might have this wrong. I think it's like 20, somewhere between 20 and 23. There's actually a passage in there. Like I said, I'm not a theologist, but I know it's somewhere in that 20 area. Where it's like men should wear men's clothes, women should wear women's clothes. Now, the people on the right would say, and only if you're Protestant. If you're Catholic and you're or Orthodox, there's no distinction here. But if you're Protestant, some Protestants will go, well, that's God saying men are supposed to be men and behave as men, and women are supposed to be women and behave as women. But other Protestant sects are going, that's actually God saying that if you think you're a woman, you should wear women's clothes. If you think you're a man, you should wear men's clothes, right? And we get all these crazy things.
Protestants that would say that. I mean,
I don't agree that they're Christians.
That ties.
I don't agree that they're Christians. But that this is kind of the problem. What you were saying, confluence earlier, and like even PDX is like, well, I don't like this phrase. I don't like this phrase. And people just like go, okay, well, I'm going to pick and choose how I want to interpret each of these phrases. Right. And I would say you're not actually being Christian there. But at the same time, like PDX, the reason I was originally digging into your Judaism background was trying to find out, like, did you not feel like your heart felt like it aligned with the religion, or was it did you go through that same thing my son went through?
Experiences where you basically looked up to these people that represented
PDX
God.
Can't answer right now. He's still got 12 minutes left in his timer. Okay, unless someone buys him back for $12. Okay, that's kind of the grift we have going on here. So
I thought I was.
I talked long enough. So I'll just shut up. I'll shut up for 10 minutes.
You were muted for 20 minutes by K2. So
okay.
So based on what Vibe is saying, is very similar to like my whole thing about why I wanted some time outside of a debate context to talk to someone high up in the Crucible. Because I think that the debate that I had with Andrew Wilson, it was one of the Andrew Wilson verse 5. We got 5 minutes. It's all bullshit. And I think there's a real conversation to be had about the way that a lot of at least Christian content creators talk about leftism and atheism in the same breath, as if they're the same thing. And just like I was saying that certain things will push people away. The dichotomy that's been presented in society is either you're a Christian and you're a good person, or you're an atheist and you're a leftist and a degenerate. And
by the way, I know a lot of Christian leftists.
Brief pause. You shouldn't, Vibe. You got to cut those people out of your life. I'm just kidding. Box, thank you for the membership. Box is good people. And Kokomo with the $10. You guys
also, by the way, there are Christian trans people. There are religious people who are trans. It's not like there aren't
There
like,
are
affirmative
Christian
What?
trans.
No. Hold on. This is okay. So this is another thing that's
Hitler
really
was
bad for
Christian.
Christians. Like I live in California, like 20 minutes from LA. If I go downtown,
You get a lot
LA,
of gays out there. Go ahead.
there's some crazy guy standing on the corner of Hollywood, right on the Walk of Fame, holding a sign saying "Gays must die," right? And he's doing it for Christianity.
That's untoward. That's untoward.
Bro. I'm with you, bro.
It's horrible. It's horrible, right?
Because the
But
guys that go to the LGB, bro, and they already know that you don't agree with their lifestyle. Like, I got a good friend that actually came over recently.
Shout out to Bob. But just get to a quick point, and I'll let you go. Is
so very much.
God opens the door, saying, "Hey, follow me. I'll relieve you of this stuff." It doesn't matter if you're gay. It doesn't matter if you're a gossiper. By the way, God hates gossiping as well. God hates murder. God hates betrayal. God hates all these things exactly the same. He doesn't hate gays, right? He doesn't hate gossipers. There's not a hierarchy. Right? Like there's not a hierarchy of this. Right. So like that guy might as well just be standing on the sign going, all gossipers are going to hell, right? And this is what makes us look bad, right? In the sense that he's saying, I accept everybody. I don't care what category you are in this. Now we are going, well, anybody that is gay or homosexual is going, but you're telling me that I'm wrong.
Very much.
And that's really where they get upset, right? And that's the difference. I'm sorry, Noggins.
No, you're good. No, I agree with you. I got a big heart. I got a good friend, okay? And he's gay, right? And he came over and we've talked actually a couple times about God and stuff like this. And here's how I kind of view it, right? I don't like when people say they're gay, I don't actually think they like to say that as their identity, right? I just think they're attracted to the same sex. And I don't think that's any different than someone being predisposed to alcohol or anything or any other sin, right? So I just think I like to say this, right? If everybody's gay, there's no people in 100 years. So I'm just pro humanity, right? And so that's just the design that we have on this planet is a man and a woman make babies, right? So there are people that are attracted to the same sex that are married and found someone to rock with them through life with that and have kids, right? And so, I mean, the same way that you might meet a woman that's married, okay? And you might be attracted to her. Well, is it okay just because you're attracted to somebody to sleep with them, right? And so it's kind of the same thing. Like, I don't think that being gay is their identity. I think they just struggle with same-sex attraction, if that makes any sense.
The thing I guess I would take issue with, and maybe I'm misunderstanding both of you, I think it's a damnable heresy to think that all sins are identical. I don't know if you guys are saying that, but I think that's not true in the Old Testament, in the New Testament, explicitly, and I think it makes no sense at all.
Why?
So like I think God hates all sins, and I think maybe you could say every sin is enough to like send us to hell. But yeah. I think it's buck wild to say that like every sin is equal to every other sin.
Well, sure.
Yeah, I heard this true story about a alcoholic Catholic priest, and I mean he drank every day, which would be a sin. That's gluttony, right, and things like that. And 2 years before he died, he cut his drinking down by half. He was praying to God. He's like, get me there. And he died still an alcoholic. And the priest that like buried him, somebody said, well, he's probably going to hell, right? Because he never overcame what his affliction. And the Catholic priest said, no, he was praying to God every day, apologizing, trying to get better. And he got better, but he didn't fix it. Yeah. So I think he went to heaven. Now, none of us know. We don't know.
We actually can't know.
Okay, so basically, the story behind that is if you are regretful.
I would say we can know because look at it like a judicial system. All right, Confluence, right? Like breaking the law, right? There's felonies, there's misdemeanors, and all this. Sure, like Jesus says, right? If you hold anger in your heart, you're guilty of the same things to the murderers, right? You haven't murdered and committed that, but if you hold resentment in your heart. So yes, is it as bad as murdering someone than to be angry? Well, no, of course not. But it's still a violation of the code.
Sure.
Right? You know, you can murder people and still go to heaven, right?
So, well, but wait, can I drill down on that before we move on? Because we're talking about the alcoholic, he was improving. And so if you're graping little girls every weekend, and then you're talking to a priest like, oh, I can't stop, and this is really bad. And I'm like, okay, well, try one a month. That person's
it's better than once a week, probably, if you think about it.
It's better than once a week.
Here's the thing.
I would say that.
Point of contention
is when I was.
Hold on. The point of contention is that the sin is being committed, but just not as much, and therefore you get to go to heaven. That doesn't really make sense.
Well, you don't get to go to heaven because your sin is less, right? The reason you get to go to heaven is because 2,000 years ago, Christ paid for the sins of all humanity, right? And so anyone who believes in him, right, their sins and their wrath from God is taken out on Jesus 2,000 years ago. So it's not about how much grace is abounding, how much sin is in your life. It's not a performance standard, right? It's
Am I unmuted
believe
yet,
in
by the way?
Christ or don't you? Right?
Well, let's do a litany test
if you don't know how he
I
lives.
appreciate you sticking around.
So, Indian, I got a question for you, right? If you were God, and this guy, when he was 18, purposely murdered somebody, it doesn't matter whether it was justified or not, and he went to jail. And in jail, you're his God, by the way. And in jail, he starts realizing, oh my God, in my young age, I was an idiot. And you, as that God, realize in his heart, he realizes that if he knew what he knew now, he would never do that. And he was so resentful and he was so apologetic for it. And he just said, I did it unjustly. It wasn't justified. There's no justification behind it. I was an idiot. And he lived for 80 years and he dies. Would you accept him?
Yeah, but that's because once he made
now,
decision,
yes, but now, what if he did it 10 minutes prior to dying and still had the same conviction?
Well, but that's not what I'm appealing to. The fact is, if you're not doing it anymore and you apologize, then under the Christian framework, you can get forgiveness for that. But how can you get forgiveness for that which you are continuing to do?
Yeah, and this is really hard for us to understand. But in a sense, we don't. Only God knows if they we can't be the judges here. And it says that all through the Bible. We are not the judges. We do not judge we can in society to control society, and it does allow us to do that. But we are not the final judges of whether they are truly remorseful, whether they slow down. And I agree with you. The scenario you gave is the most shittiest one you could ever give. But at the same time, we don't know how different when he died, his regret was from the guy that spent 80 years in jail regretting it, right, for doing something unjustified. They're both unjustified. It's not up to us to make that decision. PDX is back. He's been muted.
Oh, good.
Hey.
Yeah, this whole Jesus, if you accept Jesus or not thing is one thing that I've also thought was something that makes this a human religion and not a actual one. It doesn't make any sense that a person lives a good life, their entire life, does good things, and if you have a loving, moral, God, that a person who doesn't believe in, just because somebody doesn't believe in you, they get eternal punishment, and somebody just that can live a terrible life, and then at the very end of their life, they make amends and they go, "Oops, sorry, and I believe in you now, and I'm scared. I don't want to go to the other thing." And then now that person gets, reward. It doesn't make any sense that it should.
That's why it's a stumbling block to the Jews, if you think about it. That's what the Bible says.
We don't have any.
This is the way atheists always do this. You frame it in your mind where, if I do murder and right before I die, I go, "Dear Jesus, I accept you." That you get into heaven. That's not how it works. God knows what's on your heart.
You sure?
Right? I would say that 99% of the people that would do that on their deathbed probably still go to hell because they didn't.
The question
is
it sincere? If that's your plan, then yeah, you're probably not sincerely changing your ways and giving your life to Christ.
Yeah, you don't just say a word,
then
But we use
you don't say a word.
So I love you guys.
A way to look at the afterlife is to consider it as the ultimate possibility of where your current trajectory in life is on. Right? That's the end point, and it's always available to look at no matter where you are, and you can change where you are and where you're going at any point, right? And so it's really up to you where you're going. It's all about what you do, where you're putting your life on.
I think we're all going to the same place, which is nothingness. Like that's.
Well,
gay. So
what do you
gay.
consider the fragmentation of consciousness?
Wait, what about the fragmentation of consciousness?
What do you consider of it?
In what contexts? That's a pretty broad question.
We're a whole bunch of cells working together to produce conscious thoughts. We just become a whole bunch of cells that are no longer working together to produce conscious thoughts.
And
right?
psychism? Is that what you're talking about? Don't threaten me with a good time.
Right?
We, especially with the hard problem of consciousness, there's nothing to ground that consciousness is not a. I'm trying to determine if I want to say natural or material thing. We don't. I personally don't think that it is. I do think that there's something outside of our bodies that has to do with consciousness, but that's as far as I could go because there's no evidence to say what it would be. But the other the other side of that is it very well could be that consciousness is found in the brain.
We're biological machines.
I would agree with that statement.
We're creating artificial machines, and I think we're actually creating a race of sentient beings right now.
No, I've been working with AI.
You're not there yet.
Years. No. I mean, I am deep into AI. I'm pretty confident that there's no sentient, unless. I mean, we could actually say. I mean, if we go by the fundamentalist view, as soon as you give an if-then statement, the whole capability that if this happens, then this, and you can reprogram that if-then to make a different change based on the past, and all of a sudden it has consciousness. Then then we created consciousness probably 25 years ago. And that's a ridiculous argument.
But here's the thing: we if you give sensory input to AI, right, like the ability to see, the ability to hear, to move stuff around, to interact with the environment, and then you give AI the ability to change its own prompts and its own code, and you give AI memory, and then you and basically you give it some basic things that make it feel good and make it feel bad. Some just sort of like this is something that. Then I think maybe we've created like a new life form. Not yet, but soon.
We've created a pea zombie, right? Like, which is fine, but that's not the same as like sentience, right? We've created something that can act maybe the same as if it is sentient, but do you think that is sentience?
Not yet, but close. We're close.
We wouldn't be able to tell when it starts
happening.
All the stuff you add, I just feel like, that's the illusion. It can trick us into thinking it's sentient. Hey, Jacob.
Unless we're just machines that have illusions of life too.
And so
that's my point.
AI so it cannot be dominant itself. And so we've tricked ourselves into thinking it cannot be as powerful as us.
So we could take a step back here because there is some commonality here between an atheist and I think Indian actually pointed it out. He's like, because you're professed agnostic, or you're also doing the agnostic atheist?
I'm an agnostic non-theist.
Non-theist. Okay. And then PDX is the atheist agnostic, or agnostic atheist. Sorry, you did it the other way around.
Anti-theist, if you will.
Anti-theist, right? So both anti-theists.
Yeah.
Now I don't know if you agree with Indian on this, PDX, because Indian was
all for
basically
theism.
Our consciousness seems to exist a little bit outside. Like if you look at animals and the ways that we are able to interact with the world, and maybe it's an illusion. We can look at philosophy. We can talk about philosophy, but there could be this possibility. Let's say I'm wrong and there is no God, but there still is a higher conscious somewhere operating in a dimension that we haven't discovered yet that actually is able to make decisions outside of the internal input that we're receiving in the 40 dimensions that we're in. Do you feel like that might exist in some way?
My inkling is that it doesn't, but of course I don't know.
Right.
Okay, so entropy, right? What could reverse entropy? The thing that started it all. And so connecting to God
we
would
see
be
stars
realigning with this origin.
Stars reverse entropy. They take two atoms and they smash them together and they create higher atoms.
Yeah,
you know,
but
if you think about it, stars are kind of like
equilibrium of the
creation.
system has hit a threshold, and it can no longer create a differential. The iron reaches a lower, like you can't fuse after iron. It's not an eternal process. Entropy is a constant loss of
Right. Do we know if the universe is even an open or closed system? Because entropy only works in a closed system, right?
No, because it's based off the expansion of space-time. So as light travels, it expands, lowering in amplitude.
Right.
We lose energy no matter what.
We're getting dangerously close to talking about physics, which has been banned as of 2 hours ago. Remember?
Oh,
thank God.
It's okay because I thought the Swiss invented time. So
You know what? I'm gonna pivot change because I was trying to get Brandon to rush back from the gym to the number line thing. Brandon said that I think his exact words were omni gay and retarded, which I thought was untoward for him to say. But
That's right. Yeah.
Why is it crazy that if we exist in the present moment, the whole thing, if time is eternal, how do we get to how do we arrive at the present moment? Why is that like philosophically retarded?
Wait, he said
So can I I just want to make sure for the audience before I go into this, or not for the audience, for the panel. Does anybody here think that like an infinite past is impossible?
Yes.
I'm agnostic as to whether the physical universe is that, but I think it's more probable the universe had a beginning.
So when you say that,
but you think it's possible?
Are you implying that matter is infinite too?
You mean our universe or existence and like time space itself?
I don't think you can have an infinite progression of events. So like maybe if time is like I guess seen in a different way, but if we're talking about a procession of events in kind of a loose philosophical way and not like in a sciencey way, then yeah, I think that would be impossible.
I believe because the Bible says
like if it was connected to space time,
that's why I believe there is a beginning.
Time began at the same time.
Well, we don't. Yeah. Well, I'm not talking necessarily about like whether or not there's a beginning. I'm just making sure. It sounds like some people think it's impossible. And
I don't know if I would say I can believe it with 100% certainty, but I believe it with like 70 to 80% certainty.
If space-time were infinite,
well, I'm just asking if it's
space-time would be expanding so fast that light could never move anywhere.
Brandon, don't let these people talk
There's
over
too many people to.
I just have a
too many
question based on
comments
your
to deal with.
question.
All right, I'll start with Kirk and then I'll go to Seth, I guess. But I think Kirk would agree with this though. That it is. You don't think that there's like a contradiction entailed from a past series of events or something, do you?
I don't think there's a contradiction. I would just say it's unlikely given the Big Bang cosmology.
No, that's not what I'm asking about. That's fine. Okay, but Seth, you do think that it's like logically impossible, and it sounds like there was somebody else that said they think it's impossible.
Me.
What's the contradiction?
Yes, we derive the units of time from acceleration. We derive that from the motion of light. So if light cannot have any motion relative to a local
that's not a contradiction.
You can't measure time.
Yeah, that's I don't know what that was. That was not a contradiction.
If space-time were infinite, it didn't expand from an origin, then that would mean that the expansion of space-time is also infinite, and light could not travel.
Could not is to just restate the claim that it's impossible. That's a modal expression. So I'm wondering, you didn't give a contradiction. A contradiction is just the sky is blue and the sky is not blue.
It is a contradiction. How can light move?
Perfect. What's the contradiction?
Space-time is expanding faster than light. Do you know what space-time is?
I don't know why I'm still not hearing a contradiction.
Space-time is expanding faster than light can travel.
Is that the first proposition? Hold on. We'll stop right there. We'll take it one at a time. What's the first proposition in the contradiction?
If space-time were infinite in an approach to the origin, then all space-time would be expanding faster than the speed of light.
So if all space-time were hold on. Oh my goodness, you're just rambling. You're not giving a contradiction. I don't know if you realize what I'm asking for, but that's not what I'm asking for. I'm not asking for an explanation of why you think it's impossible.
He's asking
because I just take impossible. Yeah, I just take impossible to mean that there's some sort of contradiction.
Yeah,
so I want the contradiction, and then I want you to derive that contradiction from the proposition that an infinite past is impossible.
So he's looking for two statements, statement A and then statement B, that both cannot be true. So what is statement A?
The speed of light is finite, measurable, and where we derive the concept of time from.
Okay, and then B?
The expansion of space-time is finite, immeasurable, and necessary in order to derive time.
Wait,
And
the expansion of space-time is what?
You gotta just walk them through it.
Necessary in order to derive time. They're
I
inseparable.
hate it when people say
Space and time.
necessary.
Right,
Every
because
time they say necessary, I think bullshit.
Well, necessary just means that it's true in every possible world, which just means that there is no contradiction, right?
So are you like
that's
a modal,
just once
so
again
wait,
to
I'm
restate.
curious, are you like a modal realist? And are you familiar with the criticisms
No.
of modal realism?
No. I don't know what that has to do
I want
with
to comment
me
on the
asking for a
space-time
contradiction,
expansion
though.
now.
Well, because basically
Space-time is
it
not
seems like you're saying
expanding
that
faster
because
than
you
light
can,
at
you
a
can say
local
something is
level.
possible, that means there's a possible world where it exists. And I'm asking, like, that doesn't make sense to me.
Wait, say that one more time?
Are you saying that because you can conceive of something, that means there's an actual possible world that
No,
where it
I'm not
exists?
talking about actual possible worlds. No.
Okay.
So about space-time expanding faster than light, it's not expanding faster than light at a local level. If you take like 100 million light years and you expand space-time over 1 billion years, it only expands by about 7%. Where it expands faster than light is since it's expanding from everywhere all at once. The farther distance you go, the faster the expansion is. So the reason why it's faster than light is because of the great distance between the objects and the fact that everything is expanding. So it's not like at a local level it's expanding faster than light.
And just to kind of answer your question, Confluence, because I don't think people realize how strong of a claim that is when you say like an infinite past is impossible. Because every time I ask,
I want you to explain. I guess how I'm wrong.
Sure. Well, I don't necessarily think you're wrong. I'm kind of agnostic about it, but I can give you a possible explanation. You can think of it in like a 4D sense. Have you seen Interstellar? Where it's like little things of time. So you can think of that, and it's infinite, right? So what does it mean to traverse an infinite, right? Usually we're talking about going. So the moments in time exist, right?
Sure, but I don't. But okay, I guess that's if we see time in that way. I don't think I disagree. But if we see time in the way I said as a procession of events, then if that is our definition of time, then would you say it's impossible to get to the present moment? Like I don't know how to formalize that into like propositions, but if time is a procession of events and we are in a current moment in time, then I feel like we could never arrive at that moment because you could keep endlessly going backward and never get there. If time is in some way like circular or not linear and is not just a clear procession of events, then I agree. But if time is defined as a procession of events, then would it be impossible?
I would be.
You know what
I'd be
the arrow of
agnostic about
time is?
something like that. I don't know. I was just trying to give you one possible explanation to where it seems intuitive. That doesn't seem impossible. The example that I gave, but you're talking about like almost like an A theory of time or a presentist sense of time, where it's just the actual moment and then it's the next moment instead of all moments existing at once.
I guess because
Can I ask a question? Because I'm an idiot when it comes to this stuff, right? And I know PDX actually mentioned something about this. He was talking about multiple universes, and like when I've looked into that type of stuff, it seems that if there are multiple universes, that depending on how they are formed, the physics can actually be different in each universe. And if time-space exists in this universe the way it does, would that not also say that in a sense time doesn't exist except for in our universe and may exist differently? And by the way, I'm an idiot. I'm actually not making a claim here. I'm actually asking a question because you seem to like have some knowledge on this.
I listen. For me, are you asking me?
I'm asking anybody. Like Brandon's doing some nice stuff. You were talking about the multiple universes, PDX. Like, I always get fascinated by this stuff.
My thought is that if there are multiple universes, it's like things that we see in nature, like multiple leaves. You know, like we see, you know, all leaves, you know, they're different, but they're also the same. And the material will probably be mostly the same. And my thoughts are that, you know, other universes would likely look like ours mostly.
So yeah, that wasn't my understanding. I kind of felt like it's kind of like the Goldilocks thing, and maybe I'm wrong on this, and please dispute me because I am not an expert on this, but I feel like there's a bunch of like universes that would be in chaos, and it does come back to God in the sense like that we are like we got this Goldilocks universe, and if there are multiple universes, and if that is true, and I don't know, but it sounds like a lot of them may be actually in chaos. Some of them might spew up for a second, but because they're in so chaos, they just collapse immediately, right? I don't know. I find it interesting. I know I went up the God topic there. I liked what Brandon was talking about in time. I just was kind of curious on what his thoughts were, especially because just wrap up really quick. I actually have to do dinner for my kids because my wife's at the grocery store. But I'm going to stick around to hear Brandon's response.
Oh, yeah. I'm sorry. Can you ask your question one more time? I was doing something in the background. I'm sorry.
Oh, no. I was just kind of curious. I mean, I don't know if you were listening on the multi-universe idea, ours kind of being a Goldilocks universe where if there are multi-universes, there's the potential that they have different time aspects, space-time. They might come into existence for a second and collapse because they're so unstable. And this kind of goes to your original time thing, like if time, space, as Seth, I think it was talking about, exists in his way, that would be our universe, but potentially that may not exist the same way. And if we have these multiple universes, then in a sense, there's actually a space with no time in multiple time universes. And I'm an idiot, so I'm not actually doing a debate here.
Yeah, well, with the science stuff, I am a complete idiot too. I don't know really much about science.
I know some things though. Like I'm not an expert. I have read Hawking's A Brief History of Time, and
Indians like I'm the expert.
I have to go into Schrodinger.
The reason that I'm not sympathetic to the multiverse idea is because the consensus among physicists is that the Copenhagen interpretation of quantum physics is correct, and the many worlds interpretation is not accepted by the majority of physicists.
Well, they did have that amazing experiment in CERN
appealed to
that
the
was supposed
majority
to determine whether it was a singular universe or a multi-universe, and there was a margin of numbers where if it ended up in this number, we knew that it was a single universe. That ended up in this margin of numbers, it was going to be a multi-universe. And when they finished the experiment, it landed right in the freaking middle.
Yeah. So
I don't know how anybody could say that definitively or not.
No, they can't. I mean, they thought they were going to, but they're like they had mathematical models that said if like during this collision we have this weight on this molecule, then this actually points to that. If we have this weight on this molecule, it points to that. And the molecule weight ended up landing right in the middle. So there was no proof in the end.
Yeah.
So it's still all mathematical. I mean, they used math for it, right? I mean, they're pretty clever guys.
You got the block universe and world lines, right?
Well, when it comes down to it, I've got God, you've got X, right? Like we're both striving for the ultimate universe. In our world, granted, it does kind of put us in the center of the universe. In your world, it kind of says like, well, there could be an ultimate objective truth for secularists and atheists, and that objective truth would be what is best for the longevity of the universe. And that longevity of the universe might be eliminating humanity. Humanity might be the worst thing that ever happened to the universe. We might be the parasites of the universe. Maybe we're the greatest thing, right? Maybe we are the center. Who knows, right?
I mean, let's just start with our planet.
So the block universe idea,
we got to solve our planet before we go on to the universe.
The thing with the block universe is it depends on whether you accept general relativity as classically formulated or whether you accept the theory of quantum gravity where time dilation or there's absolute simultaneity. So in general relativity as originally formulated by Einstein, there's relativity of simultaneity, which many interpret as supporting a B theory of time. But there are some, but even then has some A theory interpretations. But in modern formulations in quantum gravity, like in loop quantum gravity, some people advocate for
I had a much more intuitive. So you have the block universe, and I forgot what I said next. I don't think it's that important. But then you have action and potential. What is an exploration of potential?
So action and potential, as I understand it for Aristotle, because I have read Aristotle's categories, Basically, potential is the capacity for something to happen under certain circumstances, and actuality is when that event has actually been actualized.
should come up.
In quantum physics, there are some physicists who interpret the superposition of the wave function as an example of potentiality. I think that I read that in Heisenberg's book, Physics and Philosophy, but I'm not familiar with how accepted Aristotelian metaphysics is among contemporary physicists.
Hopefully it's not.
Well, the question then becomes, if the universe started from this singular origin of condensed mass energy that expands, what determines how it decomposes as it expands through the flat space-time?
I'm sorry, repeat the question one more time. I didn't catch the end of that.
What determines how this condensed point of mass energy decays as it expands through flat space-time?
I'm not specific. I don't fully understand the question. Maybe it's beyond my area of expertise, but
the second law of thermodynamics.
In the Big Bang, right? We know that mass energy was in this super hot, super dense state. That's why the CMBR exists, because it was in that state. And it's expanding. As it expands, the energy separates, and that's why the photons decoupled, because there was now empty space for photons to travel through, right? And the space
Are you talking about like the heat death of the universe?
I keep trying to save this from
No.
physics, man. I keep trying so
Big Bang.
hard, but it always fucking
Bang.
goes back.
New prompts.
This is metaphysics. This is metaphysics. This is the exploration of the potential of that energy.
But what happens to the matter that
Before
goes into
action
the black hole, and then it gets condensed again?
Hey, man.
Oh, we got your twin
How's it
buzzer
going?
here.
Yeah, this is the person we were saying you low-key look like, PDX. You guys kind
That
of
guy looks like
similar.
that podcaster Mark. What's his name?
The guy,
Mark Maron.
his daughter.
Mark
I've
Maron's
heard that
joined
before.
us.
Yeah.
Ben, did you get new glasses?
I found these in Chinatown.
Oh.
In Boston. People say they look like ladies' glasses.
They look good.
You rocking
We're
about?
talking about
Ladies
God,
wear
and we're
glasses.
desperately trying to not talk about physics. Okay, that's what everyone should be focused on. God.
I'm so glad we're not
philosophy,
having a nuclear
physics.
war tonight. I thought we were
Physics
going
is
to have a
very
nuclear war tonight.
philosophical.
Yeah, right.
I low key.
I came on.
You know, power plant day didn't happen, thankfully.
Yeah, I came on expecting to cover the end of the world, and then they're like,
Yeah.
2 weeks.
Yeah.
2 more weeks. Yeah.
I mean,
So, what do all you Christians think of Trump? By the way, what a jerk!
Well, most people on the panel, I think, that were Trump supporters are. I don't want to speak for everybody, but we're tired of winning, as Trump did promise us. We are tired of winning. Okay.
promised that. He did promise that. If I had.
That's right.
I was talking about it before, and
Marilyn, hey babe.
It's important I talk about magnets.
You want to talk about?
Oh, thank God, we need that.
We do need
Please.
some magnet energy in here.
How the fuck did those work?
I let her go. Should I just steam?
Or remember when he held the Bible up upside down? Be like, look, I'm so Christian.
That
No,
was
tell
Trump.
PDX your theory of everything. Everything, please.
No, seriously, everything is magnets. All atoms are magnets. There's no such thing as negative over here and positive over
Man,
here,
I
and they
haven't
all
got to
just
pull up this in a
come
while.
together.
Marilyn, can you have the cam up, babe? Come on. Little eye candy.
I'm in the
No hitting
dark.
on Mara.
Kind of a sausage party out here.
Oh,
I'm
I
gonna move you. I think Brandon can handle you, and I'll
I'm
put
normally cam
I'll
up.
put your doppelganger above you. There we go.
I normally cam up, but I'm in the dark. And
Okay, but
I don't know.
Marilyn, tell him.
Don't tell him that.
Help me think about everybody being God.
Oh yeah, well yeah. Let's
Everyone-
go down that path. Okay, one sec.
Wait, we can't talk. We can't talk about.
Buck says, "I never voted for Trump. I knew better, suckers. I knew better." Yeah, sure. Check his Twitter. Probably so happy with.
Well, he is a
Yeah, but
resident lefty.
can I make a point about Trump though? Like, I get the criticism, but What do you think Kamala would be doing?
Seriously.
You know what I mean?
Well, that's going to war with Russia instead.
At least you know the guy's fucking crazy,
my
but
vote.
like he is.
I still don't regret my vote, but I'm getting close. But I don't
All
regret
loan
it.
of $1 million is a fucking reference to the parable of the talents.
I would never vote. That is so ridiculous.
Voting is low-key a psyop if you think about it.
Let's make love.
Also,
not war.
Indian Jesus.
My
Indian Jesus,
Stockholm
you're muted.
syndrome.
Thank you.
Stockholm syndrome.
Very much. Oh,
Seriously.
No, but in a way, he is playing
do.
the Zionist, right? By
Double
like,
up.
kind of doing
Double
what he's
up.
saying and then not.
thank
really
you.
doing
Thank
it.
you. Thank you.
Don't stick
yeah.
him with us.
Sure.
If you're surprised by
He's all out.
foreign policy by now, I don't know what to tell
Thinks
you.
it works.
You're not a very smart person.
Wait, what did you say,
Are you
Jacob?
kidding me, Jacob? Are you kidding me? The no new wars guy. We should have expected all these Middle Eastern side quests.
But he's doing fake wars. Trump is doing fake wars. They're not real wars.
Yeah.
The Iran thing is getting pretty close. I mean, it's getting, I wouldn't say Venezuela is a new war, but Iran
Venezuela is a
getting
clown war.
Here's the thing about it.
I agree.
They declared war on
Iran.
us. Islam, by its own doctrine, the religious identity supersedes national identity, right? They have declared war on the United States, and the president has the power to respond to that before Congress can decide to act.
Who's declared war?
Doesn't matter. There's no statute of
Muslims?
limitations on that until they
Are you a Jew
undeclared
too?
war.
Are you the other Jew?
I mean,
Jesus.
Just say, are you a member of the Hollywood elite?
No, I need to know who's
Yeah,
the
this-
Jew and who's for Trump and what's happening. Like, which
I'm
are there-
Jewish.
It only took 60 seconds for this
I've
to turn
honestly
to the
been
worst. What just
considering
happened?
converting to Judaism.
I'm just trying to
I'm an
understand what's
atheist,
happening.
Can I throw something out there? So I used to be a never Trumper. And when he came down the elevator, I was a default liberal that didn't know shit about Jack. And my idea of paying close attention was watching MSNBC, Fox News, and CNN to get all the information. And so that
Oh Lord.
eventually he got screwed over. And yes, unfortunately, I did feel the burning desire to not have the world explode, which is what they were telling me. So yes, I did vote for Hillary. But after that, I was getting progressively red-pilled. And so in 2017, when the whole thing with North Korea was going on, and we had the we'll bring the fire and fury, I was starting to get red-pilled, but I was like, oh, shit, because my dad's been for Trump since the beginning. So I'm like, Dad, this is the kind of shit that makes me feel like I'm not comfortable. We're talking with a crazy dictator who, supreme leader, all that stuff. Are you going to talk like this? And, this is part of the plan. He's the art of the deal. I'm like, oh, my God, come on. He can't possibly fucking know this, that, and the other. But then he was right. And so I was just saying on my other stream, how many times can we watch the man step on a banana peel and end up doing a backflip before we understand that this man just knows how to do backflips? I don't like
even the luckiest president. He is the luckiest president we've ever had. The question is there any talent behind all that luck? And I don't think it matters.
Fair.
I don't think we can speak on it until he takes
Destabilize foreign governments. Okay.
I'm a very patriotic person, and the corruption of Trump is so disgusting. It's more than any other president, more than any other person we've had in the entire history of our country.
Are you insane?
The purpose of the government as
Oh my
set up is to balance the powers against
makes
each
Nixon look like a fucking I don't know.
You're crazy.
How many hours a day do you listen to MSNBC?
Hold up.
Obama.
MSNBC.
Obama.
No one talks when I read super chats. Listen to section 230, okay? Iran has a president and an Ayatollah. What?
I mean,
thank you.
like,
Edgar
I know,
Hernandez.
you can go through all the scandals, and nothing is even close to the scandals that he's been in and responsible for.
Oh my
that we know about.
God. They're just smokes and mirrors.
If you want, I can list them. I can start with the big ones.
That he didn't get convicted for? That he just got accused of?
Hey, Grace.
I mean, just be
there.
Let some off.
The daughter.
K2's making me say something untoward.
Grace, mommy's here.
Look out! It's the Blue Jays. Want to limit your First Amendment speech? It's the Blue Jays. The Blue Jays. It's the Blue Jays. As the song goes.
I'm in bed.
What does that mean?
It's okay.
Fox.
What are you wearing?
It means nothing.
Nothing at all, Ben.
That's the way I like it.
Silly. So silly.
A smile.
Keep going. We're talking about Blue Jays.
We're not talking about the Blue Jays.
Idiots, you said that Trump was the worst, most whatever. My question to you is, how do you know? And to tie onto that, the level of transparency that we've had since the first Trump administration has been, including the Biden administration, has been so much. It's a different level of understanding of what is actually going on. And so to bring up, the 3 pages of whatever that we knew about Nixon doing that, how do you know how badly all the other presidents or all the other politicians were? Because they're not getting 24/7 coverage on CNN.
I mean, you make a point about that, but I mean, Trump's corruption is like right in public, and that's the reason why we know about it. Is like you can go and you can see the corruption. Like
Biden was a literal
surrounded by in private.
Biden was a literal vegetable, and everybody could see it, and we were gaslit. We were completely gaslit.
So
So,
that's kind of the thing.
Yeah.
Show him the Blue Jay. Says Kate Define the Blue Jay. Behold,
Look,
behold.
I'm
Blue
not
Jay.
defending,
All of his
Biden's,
glory.
is getting senile. I think he had good people underneath him, that were covering for him and keeping the things running. But no, he's old. He's old. No longer able to do the job. I agree.
Did you?
Biden's daughter said he molested her and would take in showers with her when she didn't want
That's
to.
not true.
They
That's not
have
true.
pictures
That's
of
not
him
true.
and young children. That
That's
is true. She wrote a
No,
whole
Biden's-
book about it.
No, Marilyn, we've looked at this quote. She said that she took a shower and she felt uncomfortable because she thought she was too old. We can't.
Oh
that's bad.
my
That's untoward.
God! Have you read her book?
Yes.
Have you seen Hunter Biden's
She talks
laptop?
about that.
There we go. Hunter Biden's laptop.
He never
Jared
she never
Kushner's
said we can't
$2 billion
put that on old Biden.
loan
Okay?
from
We can't
Saudi
put that on
Arabia.
PDX, did you vote for
$2 billion Jared Kushner gets from Saudi Arabia?
Hunter Biden is a
after
Hunter
being-
Biden had no merit to do the deals he was making. He was not. He didn't have that.
He wasn't a part of the administration. He wasn't a member of the administration.
Yeah.
Ever heard of Burisma PDX? Okay.
Laundering, money laundering.
So let's talk about
I
the
mean,
child
you know-
pageantry.
Pallets of cash from
Because
the
Trump
Ukraine.
went live on air,
Let's talk
stared
about-
directly at the American
Oh yeah,
people.
yeah. I know all that stuff happened, but
This is
still,
legal.
Too much.
the personal
they'll
corruption
blame
of Trump is just off the scale. Like when you look at Trump media, when you look at the money that he gets from everywhere, when you look at what he does to the law firms, the law firms that
I
he
am
doesn't
so
like,
happy about
you
that.
don't
my
have
God, I am
you don't
so
have
happy
access
about
to
that.
public buildings.
I am
Yeah, but I
so
mean, like
happy
this is
about
how.
that. That is
Why?
anti-corruption for the first time we've had it. Like what he's doing to the law firms is actually fighting corruption for the first time in my life.
That's not fighting corruption when you say
That is exactly
if you don't agree with me, your lawyers can't walk into public buildings. That's corruption on its
What
face.
do you think those lawyers were doing? What do you think
They're
those lawyers were
representing
doing?
their clients.
Yeah, who
Representing
are
their
their
clients.
clients? What?
Doesn't
How are
matter.
they
That's we have a
representing their
system of
clients?
justice.
Why did Trump's
We have
lawyers
laws
They're
and
not
we
going
have
to
judges.
court, my dear friend. They're going and talking to the deep state. It was 100% corruption, and all of those lawyers are corrupt. Every single one of them.
But they didn't get arrested. Trump's lawyers got arrested, even though Trump's lawyers were. Couldn't let me finish the word.
Imagine supporting Iran when they had a president and Ayatollah equal supreme leader of their Islamic beliefs. You were not American. I mean, kind of based. I mean, support the people. Don't support the Ayatollah. Do we agree with that?
Do you know why they had an Ayatollah though?
Yeah, I understand the Shah and all that.
Like,
all
look
that
at the
gauge
autocratic
and that.
Like,
Look, we made
is there
mistakes, okay,
anything you
PDX?
believe
We have to
which is
fix them
not
now.
directly from Joy Reid? Like, do you disagree with Joy Reid about?
Wait. Can we? I have a more fruitful direction to go. So, PDX, did you you voted for Kamala?
Yeah. I would. No, she wasn't my first choice though.
Sure.
I would have picked a different liberal. Yeah.
Fair. So
she's literally
Who would you have picked? Because I'm curious.
Wait.
I like
You look
Bernie
at her
Sanders. I like Elizabeth Warren.
primaries.
Let me get the question up. So, PDX, what do you think would be practically, meaningfully better about America if Kamala had won?
I think that she wouldn't have done these insane tariffs that are like blowing up our economy. Like, I think those are crazy.
Probably true.
I think the corruption wouldn't be there. I mean, like, you'd have your standard glad handing. I mean, you can just act like that, but like, the corruption is like on its face. He's taking money for people to be members of Mar-a-Lago, $200,000 at a time for memberships. He's taking planes that cost $400 million from Qatar. He's taking like all these.
They
different
all
things from
have
all
the
these different
same
places.
Jew handlers. What do you not get?
There we go. The anti-Semitism.
It's true.
Settle down.
How is that not true?
So there's a difference between ownership
Fuck
and
this.
management.
Fuck y'all.
How much?
There's a
how
difference.
Much, how much did Obama get for his book deal? How much did Obama get for his book deal? PDX. How much did Obama get?
No, you're right. You're right about this.
How much was it?
That those book. I don't know, but I know about the book deals. I know it's millions of dollars, and I know that it's something that presidents do. They do these talking engagements and book deals, and they cash in on their presidency after their presidency, and it's something that we should crack down on. And Trump has done that way worse, and he does it during his presidency.
Look at the dollar amount. Look at the dollar
presidency.
amount. Yeah, see, that's the difference. With Trump,
Yeah.
it's all on the level we see it. It's with the other people that it's so much worse.
Are you high?
Didn't Trump put
Jacob, are you actually high?
money
I have to ask.
into the United States bonds?
Yeah, you. Are you high?
And
do you prefer your politicians to not care if they're like plainly and obviously
I
corrupt?
prefer my politicians to be held accountable by the media, and
How do you
that's
hold-
why I prefer Trump, because there's actually media covering all of his corruption.
Just to be clear, if he's being corrupt, you prefer him to do that out in the open and then have nobody do anything
I
about
prefer definitely to know about it than not know about it. Yeah.
Even if no one does anything about it.
100%.
Alex, your question. I think we both. Wait, Alex, your
That's
question.
really stupid, but
Your question was: would we prefer Trump being corrupt out and being transparent, and there not being corruption? Was those the two options?
no, my question is, if you can choose corruption done in secret and corruption done in public, which do you choose?
Public.
Well, there's also legal.
Are you sure about that?
No, let me
sure
explain
about
that, Alexander.
Because
if you practice corruption in private, you're going to do it in public.
I wish that we lived in a system where corrupt politicians were actually held accountable and there wasn't corruption. This is why in 2016 I was anti-Trump. But when Trump showed me what the system looks like, I was like, blow this shit up. Blow this shit up.
What sealed the deal for me was my opponent is a liar and cannot be trusted.
Voted for.
That needs to be talked about more.
And yes, we do read all super
Not what I
chats.
voted
Confluence
for.
has been voted the best anti-Blue Jay panel, beating Nicholas J. Fuentes. That is not true. That is not true. That is not true. Thank you, K2, for the $5. Not true.
If I can, the reason why it's not good when politicians are openly corrupt is because it's shown that there's no more legitimacy in the system, that we don't even have the air of trying to prevent corruption, right? Whereas before, when you were corrupt, you had to do it in secret. And if there was a decent chance you can get caught, then you just couldn't do it at all. But now you don't have to worry about anything. You can just do it openly, and people will laud you because you're not hiding it. It's like
saying that
when
are you
you catch your-
comparing this
It's
to?
like when you catch your spouse cheating, and she's like, "Well, okay, I won't do it in secret anymore. I'll just do it in front of you." And you're like, "Oh,
Like,
great."
What do you have in mind,
specific
Alex? What do you think is like out in the open that you think is like the worst corruption? I guess. Because I don't
Like, have you
I
ever
don't buy
heard
the
of-
Qatari jet that like isn't owned by Trump and stuff as like as a
What
sign
about
of
him
corruption.
influencing the
Baker
media,
generals?
telling people that they'll take their licenses away if they don't
I
like?
think if you do
That is-
an
that is
FCC violation,
exactly
you
what
fuck
government
around
has
and you
done for
find out.
hundreds
That's
of
what I
years.
think. Equal Times Act. Okay, the FCC exists for a reason. You have a right to
Wait,
the free airwaves.
What was this for?
The Jimmy Carr or whatever his name is.
Hold on,
Alex,
Colbert thing. That wasn't even real. That was bullshit.
No, Brendan Carr. Sorry, the FCC chair.
Yeah, that was the Trump thing.
No, I know, but that wasn't actually a real thing. It wasn't like something to actually be considered.
Can I make a point? I was just watching something about the founding of America. Massachusetts Bay Colony, the Puritans, right? And that's like one strain of American culture. And I think now we have like the Jewish strain of American culture, and those are two very different cultures that are like dominant. And there was conflict between the two of them, and in some ways, Trump embodies like the WASP versus Jewish, right within his family. My family too is like WASP, and then they married into like rich Jewish. And I would say, like, leaving aside like the anti-Semitism, the easy stuff, like there's something about Puritan culture, like this idea, I'm going to do everything to serve others, and I'm not going to become rich and famous. I'm going to live a life of poverty. Like, it's ridiculous. This actually does not conform to human nature. People who want to strive in that world need and deserve the benefits of that. You know what I mean? Like this idea, like I'm here just to serve others, and they can. Like, I disagree with Puritanism. I don't think it's a healthy kind of standard to set for
reward-seeking behavior.
Yeah, like for example, if we look at the family, and you find this in the Christian idea, the idea of the sacrificial father can be way overdone. The father deserves support and respect from children and his spouse, and they will then receive rewards, but he's not there to please them and to, in a sense, like serve them. Like, we will say that like sort of, but not really.
Yeah, it talks about.
So what I'm saying is our
leaders
deserve power and money because their jobs are really hard. The idea, like, if you say like, hold on. What I'm saying is we have an ideal.
Hold up. Under Barack Obama, children of illegal immigrants gain citizenship, not birthright. My sister got it. Where's DACA now? Illegal. I actually am a big fan of DACA. I think
Obama was born in Hawaii. He was an American citizen.
Alex? I think he meant to say Kenya.
Got him. Beat you.
No, he was born in Hawaii.
Alex actually brings up a very good point about the corruption. About the corruption we have. And I highly recommend, there's a book that was written, When Crime Pays, by Milan Vaishnav, about Indian democracy. And what happened in India was they discovered a lot of the members of their parliament, I forget the name, Lok Sabha, I think it is, but whatever. A lot of them were convicted of major crimes like murder and really bad stuff, right? So the Indian Election Commission had the brilliant idea that they're going to put on the ballots whether or not somebody was convicted of a crime like murder. And guess what happened? People voted more for the murderers than before.
Yeah.
And this book explains why. Because when you live in a corrupt system, and when people feel the system is corrupt, being convicted, and that's why when they went after Donald Trump, that's why his mugshot was so huge. And we've known this since 2016.
That book I read in 2016. If you realize how bad the evidence corruption is right now, that is why we have Trump. And the only way through it is to stop with the ridiculous corruption that the Democratic Party has been doing, which is far, far worse than Trump.
That's the point of having the three branches of government.
Hold on. Maybe you're right. Maybe it is far, far worse.
And so
but here's the thing. What I do know about that is
downstairs.
When they got caught, they resigned.
Like, this isn't that.
When they got caught, they went to jail.
Yeah. Did Biden resign?
Hold on. Things actually happened, right?
Did Biden?
Now,
And can we get clear?
right now,
Biden stepped down from running again when it was realized how bad his condition was. The guy who put the money in his freezer, he had to resign, and the other guy from New Jersey, he was prosecuted against by the government, and he had to resign. Like, yeah, we don't let our people do illegal corruption when we find out. We don't tolerate it, but for some reason,
when you guys are
tolerate it.
When you guys are saying corruption, I just want to get clear. Are you guys talking about breaking norms, breaking laws, or both?
Committee for fraud.
Well, so that's a good point.
That is a good
That's
point.
a very good point.
Infringing upon the
there
rights
is
of
legal
others.
corruption that exists all over the place. For example, the fact that you can trade as stocks as a member of Congress, and you have knowledge about things that it helps stocks. Democrats and Republicans have been benefiting for this for a long time, and you see weird things like AOC agreeing with what's his fuck from Florida, the guy. Anyway, you know who I'm talking about. Bob is it Gates?
Matt Gaetz?
Anyway. Yeah, Matt Gaetz. They agreed about not letting people trade on stocks when you're a member of Congress, and that's one of the things that's legal corruption. The book deals after you're president, the talking engagements after you're president, legal corruption, but legal. So, but then illegal corruption exists too. And
well, right there.
We need to prosecute.
Can we take it one at a time?
We need to prosecute illegal corruption.
Well, I just want to make sure we're all on the same page, because you're talking about legal corruption. Now, when you say legal corruption, are you saying they're breaking a norm, or are you just saying it's wrong?
I'm saying they're breaking a norm and it's wrong.
I don't even think it's the norm.
Yeah, but not the law.
What is the norm? What is the norm?
Right, that's the logical next question.
The norm does not match the population's morality, and that's why people are mad.
Yeah, the norm is irrelevant to morality. Morality is set in the Constitution, and no consensus can overturn constitutional law. There's amendments that can be made to it and such. We made compromises when forming the Constitution, but we've ratified those compromises out because they, we have the math for it there. All men are created equal, so we can't overturn that. But
I don't think the
three-fifths compromise doesn't work.
Jacob loves this guy.
Three-fifths compromise doesn't work with it, right? And so we have these rights that even though a bunch of people were saying three-fifths and slaves and all of that, the Constitution says that doesn't matter. It doesn't matter how many people agree to make you a slave. It's your right to be free.
I think one thing we often miss on the internet is what it's like to be on top, and what it's like to be a leader, and what it's like to have to negotiate in actual reality. It's very easy for us, and I know this as a Catholic, like it's easy to say priests are bad, bishops are bad, but if we don't contribute to making it better and we just criticize, you're going to get worse and worse priests and worse bishops. Isn't that also true of cops? If you're constantly criticizing cops and all they can do is wrong, aren't you going to get worse and worse quality cops? And then you're going to, you'll have a feast day for the crap cops who come in, because they'll be basically gangsters. But like, how are we solving the problem by criticizing? Don't we have to also like champion police? Because it's an endless spiral downwards.
We have to.
I think it has to be. I think it has to be
the
both.
ones that aren't corrupt.
As
we can't champion the corrupt ones.
Like who would go? Why would you go into politics unless you're going to get money and pussy, and you know what I mean. Like, why
Would it-
would it?
because-
Why would you?
because
It's
you
brutal.
want to.
Well, we got to fix that.
Because you want to help society.
Yes, actually, that's
Well, I mean,
that's the
it's
whole
just
point.
because what you want to. But I mean, like for example, here in Rhode Island, we have a rich tradition of corruption. Where the mafia, because we have a lot of Italian Americans, the mafia had a big role. And we had an Italian mayor of the main city. He made deals, right? He was dirty, but he actually helped the city while making deals. And there's no way when you have a certain level of corruption, you're not going to make deals. And I would say, for example, today, how as a leader, you could say, well, you shouldn't respond to the Zionist lobby. Okay, but no one seems to be able to do that. However they do it, they seem to get you one way or another. So maybe
A mob
Trump
boss
is going.
helped us take Sicily in World War II.
It's very easy to say,
On a
don't
deal.
be corrupted by AIPAC. Don't be corrupted by the Zionist lobby. And yet, when Netanyahu comes, everyone gets up, stands up, with the exception of two people, maybe. So, like, isn't that a factor? Shouldn't we, like, kind of say, like, well, it obviously is more difficult than we might think it would be to say no to a certain, pressure.
You're not wrong. This is the reality of it. But the fact is that if we allow the reality to become the norm, to become just an acceptable thing that people can do whenever they fucking want to, then they're going to push beyond even that, because now that it's okay, we got to push the boundary somewhere else, right?
Are you guys familiar with this dude?
You paused for a second. Another super chat trashing the Dems, which I always enjoy. My mom committed food stamp fraud when I was 6 to when I was 18. All she did was show source of income and say she was single mom. Imagine the Dems. Yeah, get rid of those food stamps. Let them all die. I'm just kidding. But you probably should, curtail some of the fraud. But food stamp fraud. I mean, I don't know.
Yeah, we know that food stamp fraud is going to happen. So let's just not worry about it. Okay, let's just let it be. Because I mean, if you're going to try that hard, you deserve something out of it, right? Like this kind of argument can become stupid in an absurd way very quickly.
It can.
And there's a reason why we want to avoid even getting close to making these the norm, right? That's why if you get caught,
I think you're making very good
if you're
points,
really good at hiding, great. If you get caught, you're fucked. That's how it should be.
You're making very good points. The problem is it has become so evident that certain people get away with whatever type of thing they want, that Trump voters, including me, have been like, burn the system down.
Right.
Money is a huge source of the problem. It allows people to disassociate from the consequences of their acts. And it is just an outdated piece of communications technology. We don't need money anymore. We can literally directly measure needs and supplies and distribute.
I'm lost. Can somebody bridge the gap here? I thought we were talking about the corruption being out in the open.
Yeah, we were.
And then,
So Jacob, you say burn the
hide it.
system down, and our mutual friend E. Michael Jones says this is what's called the Jewish revolutionary spirit. And what the problem is when you burn the system down, you largely replace it with a similar system.
Yeah,
and I do think that strategy is understandable, but it's.
I just want to take out the middleman.
How
Get
are
rid of
you
money.
going to not
You end up
replicate
in
it?
the
Like
same
so,
place you started, right?
the Tsarist regime is replaced by the Soviet regime largely because of Jewish intellectuals saying, let's burn it down. And then you end up with the far worse regime with the gulags and everything else. Whatever you want to say about Tsar Nicholas, he was a reformer and like there was a lot of corruption, but what he was replaced by was the most horrific regime in the history of mankind, I think.
They were
Was it the Jews that revolted in the United States too?
Based, Ben, based.
In the American Revolution?
How do you not know this?
Man,
I don't
I'm
think
really
that
not
was-
comfortable with you guys throwing the Jews around all the time.
Joking.
Like if it's gonna be like this, I'm gonna jump because like
I
don't want to be involved with that.
Is quite
Cool it on the
quite
anti-Semitism,
big
guys.
on this stuff. Yeah,
But
Like-
it's the internet. It's reality. I'm a super
it's
moderate
actually
when it
not
comes to-
reality. It's a joke.
It's
Some
bullshit,
people
that's
think
what it
is
is.
funny.
Well, I would
Well,
say
Russian Bolshevism does have
wait,
Jewish
guys. Wait.
It is funny how
PDX,
people take it seriously.
PDX, whether you like it or not, a lot of people in America and growing are sort of having these point of views. So it'd be better if you faced it up
The
front.
Jews is not a person. Jews are not a monolith.
That's not what-
80% of the
fair.
Jews in
That's true.
Congress
Just saying.
are Democrats. You know, so
And the
like,
whole system was established by the Catholic Church,
that's true.
anyways, by accepting them from usury laws, right?
Wait,
they
PDX,
set the
PDX,
Jews
can I-
up as an
can I
economic
say-
force against the
PDX,
monarchy.
if you say there's no connection between Jewish intellectuals in the Bolshevik Revolution, which admittedly Jews were then drummed out of the but
I don't know enough about that piece of history.
Well, there is.
I just don't like all the targeting that I've been hearing.
Thank you.
And also, Jews are not a monolith. That's
No, I'm not saying they are. But
A
there
lot of it is
are
jokes.
strains.
I agree with Alex that I think the jokes are good, but some people maybe take them seriously. I am very pro-Jewish. Okay, I'm a Ben Shapiro fan. This is a well-known fact. Okay,
Really?
I'm not.
absolutely. I mean, less so in the recent bit, but I used to watch Ben Shapiro every day.
I do.
That's a hot take.
I do want to point out that what Grace said to you was not that there's any legitimacy to what's being said. She was specifically saying a lot of people are talking like this, and I'm that's between you and what you were comfortable with. But a lot of people are talking like this, and so to just leave, then that creates an echo chamber where people who are gonna talk like that. And whereas if you're here, then you can combat the idea when you say, "Oh, what do you mean the Jews? How did the Jews do this? How did?" I whether you want to follow that or not, but Grace, correct me if I'm wrong. That's what Grace was saying.
Yeah.
Please grace us with your presence. You're reminding us we're all
Blue Jay
human.
fraud and New Jersey. There you go, K2. I read your anti-Semitic chat. Box says.
Yeah. So
Box says money out of politics is what we all agree about, left, right, or center. I think I agree with that. That's something
Yes.
I'll hopefully agree on.
one thing to
Let
note about
the politicians be communists.
Money out of politics? Wait,
Well,
I
no.
want to pick up on what my dad said. What does that even mean? Why would anybody get into it then?
Yeah. It's a
Politics
ridiculous
involves
idea.
money and
You want a
power,
bunch? You think like, they should all be
Grace.
altruistic? Like what?
No,
world
Grace,
is-
Yeah, you become a Franciscan monk if you don't want.
When I take
Because you're
Box,
good at managing stuff.
I don't want to speak on his behalf. I think he probably means like the lobbying, right? Like the super PACs, all this stuff. Not that like politicians. I think it's a hard job. They deserve a good salary. But all of the incessant lobbying that happens, the billions of dollars that are like raised in these shady PACs.
But
Can we
like
agree that
complex.
the president of the United States should be paid $1 billion a year?
Do you want a politician
I think
who's in
the
it for
salary
short-term
of
gain?
Yeah, that's an interesting point.
Should
Yeah,
be $1
that's an
billion.
interesting point. Yeah, that's an interesting point because then you don't have to scrap.
Yeah.
Yeah, that is an interesting point. See, that I think is a little bit like of a different. It's not this. I'm just saying whether you say it's Jewish or not. It's not a puritanic. I think the puritanical approach that we take as like kind of the air we breathe is kind of contrary to common sense. For example, confidence. If you say wealthy and powerful people are always going to have an inordinate impact on society, like that's true. And there are always going to be those who are more wealthy and powerful. So to say like, oh no, everyone should be exactly equal.
I'm not saying that. I think there's one country, I think it's France, which maybe is a bad example because everyone hates France, but I think France made it illegal to have these like large contributions to their political parties. That's the kind of stuff I'm talking about. I'm not saying everyone should be equal. I'm not saying we shouldn't have any like personal contributions, but when you have these super PACs getting together, funneling untoward amounts of money into political stuff. I mean, this is what you were even complaining about, Ben, with like APAC and stuff, right?
Yeah.
Like that's there's a lot of lobbying from these special interest groups that just like do.
I know, but like if you prevent them from doing one
says,
thing, they'll do it another way.
If I can make a point.
Hold on, Alex. Hold on. K2 says the Blue Jay hate is real because they're trying to control First Amendment speech now. I don't agree with that. Not all Blue Jays do that.
What's
okay.
this what's this Blue Jay thing? I didn't even know what you're talking about with all this.
It's about Argentinians. It's about Argentinians.
Show
It's not about
your
the Jews.
overlay. Show your anti-Semitic or overlay. Come on. You didn't.
I don't even know what you're possibly talking about.
I saw the overlay.
First of all, that's not anti-Semitic. I love the Jews, and I'm not.
He actually does.
Come on, show
He
the
is
Blue
a
Jay.
simp for Jews,
Yes,
unlike any other.
yes.
Okay?
Show the Blue Jay. Why aren't you
Show
showing
the
Blue
overlay.
Jay? Show the
The
Blue
Blue
Jay.
Jay.
Show the.
This is not anti-Semitic. this is how is that anti-Semitic?
Is that even a blue jay?
It is a blue jay. It's a blue jay. He's got his little hat on.
I don't think that's a blue jay.
And pay it.
It's a
So,
it's a blue
so
something.
if I can
pay
say like two things really quick.
That is a
First,
pretty anti-Semitic overlay.
it is
It's
a pretty
not an anti-Semitic
yeah,
overlay.
kind of it. Kind of
Well,
it.
Blue Jay is
I don't
just
know
a
what
way
it
to
is.
Jew on YouTube.
Blue
without
jays
saying
are my
Jew.
state bird.
It's a pro-Semitic
Anyways,
overlay.
If that's
It's
anti-Semitic,
a
fuck you.
pro-Semitic. I'm a Zionist. I'm more Zionist than Jacob is, so I don't know why
I'm
I
not a
get shit for this.
Zionist.
So I'm right. I'm more of a Zionist than you are.
That doesn't mean that going into stereotypes of the yarmulke and the curls is not anti-Semitic. Like, I personally don't.
It's not. Don't police me like that. It's funny. It's funny.
Saying that.
You didn't say it wasn't funny. I love Holocaust jokes. I tell them all the time.
Okay,
It's definitely Semitic.
You could make the point that it's not
It's definitely
anti-Semitic,
Semitic, and that's at least half anti-Semitic.
Orthodox Jewish.
I guess it's like, yeah, like I guess you could say if all you mean is it's an anti-Semitic joke in the fact that it's a joke, in the same way you can make a racist
get
joke,
friends
you're not
with
being
Jews.
sincere with your racism. Yeah, but
It's an
it's not
ambivalent
me
meme.
being-
It's an ambivalent meme.
See, this is
Yeah.
Blue
the thing.
jays aren't
A lot of
associated with
people
like
don't-
Jewish
A
anything.
Right,
lot of
that's
people
the thing,
don't
yeah.
realize that most of the people making these jokes don't actually mean it, and
Yeah.
so like you get the Fuentes, like he ended up yelling at his audience, "You idiots! You think I was serious?" And it's like, yeah, there's some of you people.
Yeah,
who think
everyone
you're
thinks
serious.
But Fuentes, if you listen to
But what do
Fuentes
you
says,
guys
Jacob,
think
you
about
can't
the
compare
United
that to
States
what I
involvement
say.
with Israel?
Like that's
Hold
not
on,
the same
hold on.
thing. I think it's pretty clear
No,
when
but
I'm
he's
being
obviously
sincere. Or,
joking about the cookies. He doesn't want me put in an oven. He doesn't want me killed.
no, but he's not. But Fuentes is not joking when he talks about the number of ovens and the impossibility of baking so many cookies. He is being sincere. He doesn't think the number is 6 million. He thinks it's far less. That's not a joke. That's a sincere beliefs wrapped in a joke.
Yeah, but it's stupidity. I mean,
It is, but I'm just saying that's more
it's a perpetuation of this myth that Blue Jays basically run and everything, control everything, and also lie to everyone about all things. But the problem with
Blue Jays do?
That's the trope, right? That's the
Blue Jays are known for lying?
apparently.
Well, I mean, birds aren't real, so
obviously some people say that.
Yes, birds don't
Fox
actually
bringing us off the Blue Jay talk. Thankfully, Congress writes its own checks and it has better health care than you. Back to the government talk. Without
Right.
talking about the,
Jacob was
money.
right, like in terms of like the president could make more money. I don't know about the $1 billion figure. Maybe something commensurate with what CEOs make, like 10 or 20
you
million
know,
or something like that.
the White House gives the president a bill for the groceries that his family uses. That's when I found that out. I was like, this is the dumbest shit ever. Like you don't.
What do you
even
think about
free groceries?
No, so listen. The problem isn't that we can like pay to give politicians something more to incentivize them to vote our way. The problem is when people can pay to make sure that a politician is elected, or that certain politicians are never even given an option to be elected.
That's the lobbying problem
Right.
and the problem with the donations. That's what the guy is talking about when he says money in
Right.
politics. He's 100% right.
Yeah, but you
Yeah.
can't fix that, and B,
Yes, you can.
It's not
Yeah, but wait a
actually
second, wait a
true that
second.
you can buy elections. Many people have
Yeah,
tried,
that's true.
including Hillary Clinton. She had a lot more money. Kamala spent a lot more money than Trump did.
Yeah,
They
Kamala
still
spent
lost.
the most out of any president ever, right? Or potential
And they
president.
still
Yeah, I agree with
I'm not-
Jacob.
you
And,
can still-
and
you can-
when you
you
say
can-
people
money can go a
control,
long way in getting elected. You can't buy the election, but obviously it's influential, right? Like
I don't know.
can-
I don't know. Propaganda is only useful up to a certain extent, and then it becomes counterproductive. If you look at the Soviet Union, they had complete control of their media, And at a certain point, no one bought it. And I think that's somewhat going on today when we look at Hasbara. No one's buying the Zionist Hasbara. Even Zionists kind of more or less openly
agent. I disagree that you're trying to take away my job. Okay. I don't like that.
I don't know.
You can pour money into something like that, but at a certain point, you don't convince people. And I would say,
but you're agreeing with me though. You're agreeing. I'm saying you can't go all the way with money, but money will get you a lot. And yes, I agree. There's a cap at a certain point. It's not going to help. You're saying the same thing.
Maybe counterproductive.
At a certain point, but there obviously is a point that,
like, for example, like, and I'm not trying to pick on the Jewish thing, but if you say, okay, if you speak against, if you say about the Jews that they control, let's say Kanye, if they control the music industry, and then the next day he loses all of his contracts. Okay, they're making the point. I think it's more complicated because it was Adidas and stuff. But if you immediately get fired from your job after saying, I might get fired from my job for saying this, it kind of like,
no, it doesn't.
It's kind of hard to avoid saying,
correlation is not causation.
Actually true.
If you say something that's like very
correlation is not causation.
Like, oh, this was a really bad thing that you said, and they get rid of you. It doesn't mean that group, like, you could say, like,
get it.
I fucking hate orphans. I want all orphans to die, and then you get fired. It doesn't mean the orphans are running everything.
Kanye was not fired by the Jews. He lost contracts with Adidas and stuff like that, and that's not. I don't
because
the Jews by any stretch of the imagination.
He was a brand risk. Just to be clear on this, like, we're not.
He was a fucking brand risk. He should have been fired.
Well, but my point about the Jews is, let's say there is a small population that has inordinate. Okay, whatever. The larger population has the ability to supposedly discern whether that's a message they want to go with or reject. So if you say the Russian Revolution is the fault of the Jews, well, that's obviously a tiny population of only some Jewish intellectuals can't determine the fate of an enormous country. So the people have to say, like, okay, well, we went along with this utopian vision that was extremely destructive. So I don't know that it's fair to blame the Jews, but there is some connection between, like, a certain strain, I think you call it tikkun olam, within Jewish thought that is kind of utopian. And you see it in Zionism as well, kind of utopian.
Look, I'll allow you to blame, like, George Soros. Okay, that's our argument.
That has.
I don't talk about, like, other billionaires and go, oh, the Christians.
Hold on. There are things people really care about and are really easy to solve. We just haven't, because Congress sucks. Vote Gooder or something. Yeah, that's the thing. That's what people ask about. Like, if
you do see anomalies with the Jewish population you don't see in other populations. Like, I think it's like 40% of billionaires are Jewish. Okay, whereas 2%.
I don't think that's
2%. Well, there are similar types of, like, Ivy League schools. Like, they're about 20%.
The Catholic Church.
So it's 10 times
Church.
Jewish people are very successful.
Can you guys give me one moment on this topic? The Catholic Church exempted the Jews from usury. This set them up as an economic power that the church could direct against the monarchy. But ultimately, the Jews wind up only controlling exchange rates between currencies of nations.
No, the Catholic
Church
has
really
no
weird
effect
to
on
blame
Jews
them
themselves.
for owning currency as if they own everything.
Jews themselves come up with this idea of what it means usury to your neighbor.
Perfect time for a super chat.
But the Catholic Church told Christians they couldn't charge interest on other Christians.
They exempted the Jews from usury.
I'm reading a super chat. Holy shit. Look up what Muslim countries invaded Israel when they tried to declare independence. 5 countries, by the way. Israel started it all. God came to Israel. It's not, I think it's not one thing. It's not, I feel like I don't disagree with what I think anyone is really saying, but there is a perseveration. And I guess, Ben, would you not acknowledge this, that there is a perseverance on the specific race?
Perseverance?
I
don't know what word you're using.
No. Am I saying the wrong thing?
Perseverance means like staying with something.
When you perseverate on something. I don't know what the noun form of that is, but
perseverate
on the Jews. Perseverate's a real word.
The repetition of actions, thoughts, or verbal patterns that an individual performs without control.
Yeah. Like it's like, yeah, I mean,
Well, you have
obviously
some
there's,
weird
more
like dictionary of
metaphorical.
archaic English terms that you.
That's like a normal word. Perseverate.
Perseverate?
I can't be the only one that's heard
It's
this
like
word.
an autistic person repeating like bubble, 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 bubble when.
Oh, you're
it's
saying
no
like kind of
longer-
fixate. You're kind of saying like fixate.
Yes, yeah. There's a hyperfixation on like there's a lot of things you could blame in society, but a lot of people will go to one specific group because it's an inside. I mean, for a lot of reasons, it's an inside group. Yeah, it's a scapegoat, and it's not the enemy without. It's the enemy within. So it's easy to blame everything. And I'm not saying there's not problems in these
And
groups and
because-
problems in certain cultures, but
And because Christians worship a Jewish man, it's a problem.
Perseveration.
They should stop.
He's been vocab maxing, obviously.
They really should.
Well, even if we take it outside of this, and let's just talk about black people, because this is a similar type of thing. And when I finally understood where Nick Fuentes was coming from, like talking about the Jews, it's just a very clunky way to talk about the people who I'm talking about that are Jewish. And so if we take it outside of that, and it is not incorrect to say that blacks per capita commit the majority of violent crime. But we have an understanding of when we say that. We're not saying, oh, this is because they are black. It is a more observational thing. And that when people talk about the Jews, I've found that is more the framing. That it's not about Jewish, you fall under this category. It's that the category of people that I'm talking to are all Jewish. Or you could go to the Somalis in Minnesota. We're not saying that because you are in Minnesota and you're Somali, you must be committing fraud, but it is overwhelmingly Somali fraud happening.
Why are you saying we don't say that? Obviously, we do say that.
Well, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm trying to.
Part of the problem is
common thing.
there's
But the anti-Semitism of it all has been.
Well, you say, is it cultural or is it actually like genetic or something like that? It's natural that you would ask those questions,
right? But I'm saying just the term itself. It's not. It's not something like we'd say not all, but that's baked in. When we say,
but part of the problem is that these people don't actually know what they mean by Jewish. There's a lot of people, I'm guessing in the chat, who think Peter Thiel is Jewish. He's not Jewish.
Jewish people don't know what Jewish means. I've found.
You're talking to the wrong Jewish people.
I mean, it is a weird thing to be like.
I think it's a religion.
God chose a person and not choose God.
It's a culture. It's a race, and it's a religion.
Confluence has to
not
go
a race for sure. It's
to
not
bed.
No, it's a
And
race.
This is a great discussion.
Yeah.
But
No,
I
there are
will, if
black
you guys want to keep
Jews,
the party
Arab
going.
Jews, European Jews.
Hold on, you guys.
Yeah,
Hold on,
but
you guys.
I mean,
If
like-
you guys want to keep, hold on, please, hold on for a second.
Say
If you want to keep the party going, oh, not you, IJ. Are you going to bed? I was about to rage you.
I mean, you pick the worst times, but all right, fuck it. We'll go for an hour. You want to go for an hour? Let's go for an hour.
Okay, good.
I
Thank you.
Go here.
Trickier says,
Is there
thank you for the new word.
question for me?
Perseverate is real. It is. Edgar says Egypt, Iraq, Jordan, Lebanon, and Syria. Yes, those are the countries.
For me,
is there a what?
Is there a question for me? Because I have to go.
Well, I'm leaving right now, so I'm just saying goodbye to everyone, and then I'm rating you guys over lunch.
And over here.
But thank you to everyone, and I hope you guys, the new people, Seth, PDX. I hope you guys join a Discord or at least come back. I understand if you don't want to, but you could if you think about it. And thank you to all of these great people. So many super chats. I love all of you. Look at all this. This is crazy. Thank you, Edgar. Thank you, K2. Thank you, everyone. I don't want to say everyone because I'm going to miss people. Box, Trickier, Edgar again, Big Soda, K2. Did I say K2? I think I thanked maybe everyone, but if I forgot one of you, I'm really sorry. Kokomo and a PDX. I'll raid you guys to IJ. I go live every day at around 7 to 8 p.m. Central Standard Time. So 07s, guys, I'll send you over. God bless all of you. Peace out.
Everybody come through.
Bow, 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 bow.
All right. Good night, guys.
All right, yeah, come on over, guys.
So, are you going to give us a link or something?
Just You rated. That's what rating means. That you take the. Let me see if I could still do that. Nope. Oh well. I guess we're not getting him. All right. Let's see who shows up. It'll take them a minute. Let me drop the link, and we'll see who shows up. I didn't want to go for too long, but we'll see. The link is pinned. We'll see who comes up. Let's fucking party. Let's fucking party. Yeah, I mean, that's a very difficult thing about that conversation is people. Thank you so much for the raid, sir. It's difficult to have that type of conversation because there's too many people who are on the one side going to be like, oh, the Jews, and on the other side, well, if you're saying the Jews, I'm not having this conversation, and you can't. Nothing gets solved that way. Nothing gets solved that way. And so when I'm talking about trying to compare it to like Somali fraudsters, then just came up real quick, please. We got Jacob up there. What's good? Edgar, can you just came up backstage for me, please?
Can you enable streaming to my audience?
How do I do that?
It's in your settings.
There
you go.
Yep. Okay. All right. I was just saying, like the discussion of the Jews. It's a very difficult way for people to see that it's not as anti-Semitic or racist as people like it to be. But the problem is that the people on one side who are like, welcome. There's people on one side who are like the Jews, and there's people on the other side who are saying, oh, if you're talking about the Jews, you're automatically anti-Semitic. It's like, well, we gotta find the middle ground there, because there is connections with Israel and all that stuff. But I think it's silly to just act like everybody who is Jewish.
Well, so could I give my 2 cents on this, and then I would like Jacob to speak because Jacob is the most knowledgeable person on this. I think that if you're going to criticize the actions of people, it's irrelevant what their ethnicity is. You should just criticize their actions. So why do you have to bring up that they're Jewish?
I would agree with that, but which is why I typically don't talk like that. I'm trying to explain the fact that if we are talking about, again, if we're talking about the fraud in Minnesota, then if somebody asks, how do we narrow down who it is that we're looking for with the fraud in Minnesota? Well, if they're Somali and they're an immigrant, and those are things that are going to be more likely in line with that. So I'm not somebody who talks about the Jews like that, but people who do seem to be more of a grouping of an after the fact grouping.
I think what you're seeing is the fact that our society is seriously shifting with different norms and stuff because the internet is changing the conversation and who can control the conversation. Although the conversation will always be somewhat controlled, right? You're not gonna, this idea that anyone can say anything at any time. Like I like free speech, but I don't like stupid people saying stupid shit, right?
Free speech, maybe.
But the problem right now is that norms are changing and ideas are changing, and we're having serious discussions, and we need to have the serious discussions. But there's a lot of people, especially on the left. I mean, that guy was a Kamala voter who feel like they're still in the old world where you can't say that and people will be okay. Now, there are certain things that, frankly, like you can't punch a baby and say, oh, because everybody's mad at me that I punched babies, or I'm criticizing little girls. Like if you're criticizing little girls, like people are going to be unhappy with that. That's not because little girls rule the world. It's because people feel like they like little girls, and we do. We like babies. We like puppies. Like, yeah. And
so Jews are little babies and puppies now? Okay.
Well, that's the thing, especially after World War II, for a lot of people, it was like, these are weak people. And Jews were hated in the 40s much more for being weak than being strong. This is the funny thing about anti-Semitism, was the complaint about Jews for a very long time was how weak they are, right? And now it's
wasn't it
It's
that
not
they
really
were
accurate.
making lots of money off of like the farmers and stuff?
You can
I mean,
look at
I think what you're thinking about is like, I think Hitler said that they were like phenotypically weak, like bad bloodline, stuff like that. You know what I mean? Like ugly.
Look
and
at
stuff like that, but-
look at the history of anti-Semitism. You get every accusation in the world, and it's almost always just projection. It just is.
I mean, that's a wild oversimplification.
Yeah. I mean, I
mean, in order to say anything, you're going to simplify a bit. So,
what's the projection?
Well,
depends who's doing it, when they are doing it. I'm not saying all criticism of any Jews or even the Jewish community is anti-Semitism. It's not. There are valid criticisms of Jews in the Jewish community.
Jacob, would you agree?
When it comes to anti-Semitism, it's usually irrational and it's oftentimes projection.
Jacob, would you agree that like the defining event of where humanity was World War II, right? So like we have yet to make sense, because in many ways we're continuing the eugenics project of the National Socialists, which was originated in liberal English and American society. We haven't really resolved whether eugenics is a bad project or a good project.
I would say that defining event of Western society continues to be the Second Temple Judaism, the time when Paul and Jesus lived, and that's how our calendar is set up, and that's how our society is set up. And what you're talking about is, especially the Holocaust, is the most recent big event that we thought we had a consensus about, and that consensus is falling apart. But that was part of the idea of making Hitler, like, Hitler became Satan for the materialists, right?
Yeah.
People were like, what is bad? Whatever Jesus, instead of what would Jesus do, you were talking about what wouldn't Hitler do, right?
Yeah. Right. You define yourself as this one character who himself was not. Hitler was not really anything but a mishmash of various ideas. He wasn't particularly intellectual.
I highly recommend reading Mein Kampf. If you're impressed by Mein Kampf, and if you if you're impressed by Mein Kampf, you're an idiot. Like, please go ahead, read Mein Kampf, and then you won't say a lot of the stupid things like, people didn't know Hitler was anti-Semitic. Like, read Mein Kampf, please.
Yeah, and there's an idea that I've been thinking about, and I would like to bounce this off of you, Jacob, because I think you're more knowledgeable about the history of anti-Semitism than I am. But I think that one of the reasons for anti-Semitism throughout history is that a lot of people look at famous Jews. They look at George Soros and Einstein and Freud and Marx, and they think, well, those are Jewish, and, well, the people who I'm friends with who go to synagogue are Jewish, and they associate the famous Jews with the average Jews in their mind, and that's one of the reasons for anti-Semitism.
I honestly think it has a lot more to do with the fact that Christians worship a Jewish man than it does with that type of thing. A lot of people talk about this person's Jewish, that person's Jewish, and they often aren't very, like, how many of the Fuentes people are so mad at Stephen Miller? Like, Stephen Miller is like one of their heroes, and he's an Orthodox Jew.
Norman
right?
Finkelstein, also Ilan Pape,
God.
all of those.
Yeah, I was talking about serious people.
I think they're serious people.
I don't. But it really does.
Well, why don't you?
It really does boil down to the fact that Christians worship a Jewish man, and they need to stop.
But when you say that we had a consensus about the Holocaust, I believe that the Holocaust people, and I'm not saying it's Jewish people, wanted to say that this event is different than any other event. It's sort of like a totally different event, that it has this sacred wall around any criticism of it. And I do think you could see that in many ways by doing that, you've made it possible then to like replicate it, because I believe that for all human beings, trauma that is unprocessed will be repeated. I do think that's a psychological reality, that if you just say like, oh, this is my sacred thing, I don't recognize there were things that caused this, I didn't participate in this, but you just say like, shut up about it, it's my sacred event, you're likely to repeat it. Just as a human thing.
Yeah, your history should not be about the Holocaust, but you have to remember that it's right now that the Holocaust is no longer in living memory. That's why the World War II consensus is falling apart, because people were alive, people had grandparents who lived through World War II, and it's not a question of just the Holocaust. It was World War II, which in their lives was, and 9/11 is becoming similar.
Right, but what I'm saying is the Holocaust thing didn't become a thing until the 60s and 70s, when it became this like sacred thing, and everyone has to like see this as the defining event of the 20th century.
Well, it happened in 1945, and within 10 years, there was a narrative that formed around it. That's not a strange thing to happen.
Well, but you bring up Norman Finkelstein, who you think is dismissible, but he talks about Holocaust Inc. as a kind of like, and his parents were part of the Holocaust, but he, I think, pointed out that there are strains of this that became a thing that is questionable. And part of it, like, I don't know what you think about David Irving. I know that's easy to hand wave.
All right, so
also,
hold that.
he was a.
Hey, we gotta shout out Edgar with the $2. So the second temple was destroyed after Jesus' death, and then again with a $2 make it holla. Said Messianic Jews believe in Jesus' third temple. What say you? Any response to that? Or are we going back to?
What I'm saying, from what I know about Irving's theory, is that like most of what the Holocaust took place in like this town, that town, and there were these mass graves, horrific events.
Then,
right, but that's the majority of what happened. And this idea of it all took place in these three camps is not really true. And I think that's a valid point. He's not questioning the numbers.
I highly recommend one, regarding Norman Finkelstein, watching his interview with Trigonometry, because Konstantin Kisin let him have enough rope to hang himself. And after you listen to that, if you don't understand this man has psychological problems, you can go and see all of Destiny's fans talking about the psychological problems Norman Finkelstein has. The man has psychological problems, and that is the root of the types of things he says.
But I think the ad hominem attack is weak. Just to say, like, anyone who criticizes, including Jews who criticize
I didn't say anyone
the Jewish
who criticizes
project is crazy, is disreputable.
Norman Finkelstein is crazy. He is.
He may be in some ways, but he's very knowledgeable.
And as far as Irving, I highly recommend reading what's the name of the book by the woman that he sued for libel and she won, right? You can look that up. And
well, they brought they spent hundreds of millions of dollars to defend that lawsuit. So yeah, right. But I mean, if you
lawsuit. And I don't think it was hundreds of millions of dollars.
No, I think it was like, I mean, whatever. They had vast resources. that they
But
brought to the
in-
table. It
in the
wasn't really a
UK
fair.
well,
I
in
do
the
think
UK
David,
No, no,
you would have
okay.
to say that David
People,
Irving, in
anybody
some
who's
ways,
interested can go read that. The David Irving thing, including the Martyr Maid thing, Daryl Cooper, it's the exact same thing. It takes book length refutations of their bullshit, and I could do it, but it takes hours.
So, but if I like, let's say that I have, I trust that you have a good interpretation of whatever it is. If you were trying to sell me on, you should read David Irving because, what would you say
if I'm saying that
for Jacob?
Oh, I don't think you should read Irving. I said read the book about the trial. Because
why shouldn't you read David Irving?
I mean, you can, but there are people who, when you listen to them, you end up knowing less than before you listen to them, because what they fill your brain with is misinformation and disinformation. That is real.
Hey,
I don't know what
okay.
you do about it. I'm not advocating censorship, but there is such a thing as telling people things which, once they believe it, they actually understand things less than if they hadn't listened to you.
Right. So you run into this problem of, like, people are going to sort things out for themselves ultimately, unless they're part of a tradition which guides them, right? Which is my argument for Catholicism, is that
Right.
you have some guidance here, and that the human condition by itself is very subject. I don't know how many alien theories, crazy with Sasquatch, right? It never ends. So the Catholic tradition agrees with what you're saying, that free speech is limited. And we used to literally punish people for exercising free speech when it was irresponsible.
So intellectual hierarchy is necessary. And
Yeah.
I have a whole series on my channel, Why is Protestant Theology So Bad? And the answer is it's that bad because it's an individual person as opposed to an institution.
So, Jacob, let's contend with Section 230 is saying don't read it because it's misinformation and disinformation, but also I'm not advocating for censorship.
I mean, I do think in intellectual hierarchy...
If he's too stupid to understand that's not a contradiction, I don't know if I can say anything to explain it. Like, do you understand that's not a contradiction, or would you like me to explain it to you?
Please explain it.
Okay. Censorship is when you stop people, you actually make people not read things, and telling people, you know what, this is not a good source of information. That's not censorship. That's the difference. You can't tell the difference between those two things?
I think that if you're, depending on how you frame what you're saying, if you're urging people not to do something, then that gives them the
There's
same...
no difference with stopping them from doing something. Urging people to do something is...
but the point of...
contradiction. Like, I can tell you don't kill yourself and not stop you from killing yourself, right?
Right. But I think the point here is that you are trying to prevent people from reading something because you think it's bad, instead of saying, read it so you can see how bad it is.
Look, if you want to read it, fine, go ahead, read it. I am telling you, before you read it, that you should know it is misinformation and disinformation, and you will likely know less after you read it, because you will believe a bunch of things that...
So how did you get
but
back...
that's just according to you. You have no authority.
How did you get back to the level of intellect after you read it? It made you...
What?
So if you read it and it made you dumber, how did you get back to the default level of...
Because I actually read a lot of other things which showed me, what this was...
Have you ever read David Irving's books?
I've read enough David Irving articles and enough about him that it's I have definitely read people taking him apart. Like this whole thing of you have to read everything in itself. Like people who tell me I have to read Das Kapital. Sorry, I'm not going to spend my time reading Das Kapital.
Yeah, no, I agree with you. But
Yeah.
wouldn't you say that in the smattering of reading you've done, shouldn't you look at both sides of it? Go ahead, sorry, go ahead.
Edgar with the big $10. Thank you, thank you, thank you so very, very much. Of course, that gets a treat for the Overlord. So, brother, I love you in Jesus' name. You are not Indian Jesus. Jesus already came, brother, before the destruction of the temple, which is a mosque. Fair enough. I'm not Indian Jesus. I am the Indian Jesus. But thank you, thank you, thank you so very, very much for the $10. Then back to you.
So I agree with you about intellectual hierarchy. Okay, and I do believe that, like, one thing we see on the internet, almost no one values formal education. And for example, an historian has to have some bona fides. Like, for example, if you're studying as an English speaker, German anything, you should speak German. But now David Irving does have those bona fides, and he was taken to be a very serious historian until he said some things that people didn't. Now, when you say, and I agree, you don't have to read everything by everyone. I think saying like you have to read everything is stupid, but it sounds to me like what you did read was only things tearing David Irving apart, and that you didn't, even in a smattering, look at things which were defending him.
No, I mean, I have spent such a long time like answering questions from anti-Semites. Like I have spent the last 30 years on the internet educating, including like I have a 4-hour conversation with an avowed white supremacist thing on my channel, right? So these aren't arguments like. There's no argument, like, go ahead and make any argument you think is, but I've been spending literally 30 years in these trenches, and you don't have to believe me. And I invite people on my channel, and I have these open conversations, and I've had them over and over and over again, right? And so, but to say I don't know enough to call David Irving disinformation, I'm sorry, it just doesn't hold true.
Well, I just asked you a question, whether in the, I'm not saying you have to like exhaustively read David Irving, but I'm saying when you described what your knowledge of David Irving is, you just described that you had read articles dismantling David Irving, and I'm not hearing you say that you
I did not read him himself. Yeah, no. I've definitely
no. Even just like that, there would be an argument for David Irving, so that you take, like,
there's
for example,
no good argument for David Irving. I have not.
But how would you know if you've never even bothered to look at that?
30 years arguing about him.
Okay, and to what? What?
But you've only ever taken it for granted that David Irving is
no, that's not true.
Well, what would you do? You
I think what Jacob. I think what Jacob is saying is that, Jacob can correct me if I'm misinterpreting him, I think what he's saying is that he's debated people who do defend David Irving in the past.
But like a guy with SS tattoos is not really an intellectual.
Ben, I think you know my channel well enough to know that I don't just take, like, I'm not nitpicking, and I'm not taking the worst of, that's not true.
I'm just saying, intellectually speaking, let's say the moon landing, right? That's how I first got on the internet. People critique the moon landing, and they go, look at these articles. Obviously, it's this. And I just said to them, did you look at articles on the other side or videos on the other side? A lot of times they go, no, I don't need to look at that shit. I already know, right? Now, I would say
Ben,
epistemologically.
Ben, you know my channel well enough to know I've been actually engaging with this stuff. I don't understand why you're bringing that argument up.
Yeah, and well, part of the problem here is it's like saying that you can't just read criticisms of Marx, you actually have to read Das Kapital. Like, no, there's a certain point at which you can say, if I've heard enough refutation from people who know what they're talking about, I don't have to engage with this person.
Well, maybe it depends. If you're an academic, you obviously should read Das Kapital and all of the works of Marx, if possible, in the original German, but like, yeah, to some extent. But I would say you should look at things in a balanced way.
Do you find this conversation at all interesting?
Oh yeah, I do. I was just looking up like the popular arguments against David Irving.
What are the popular arguments for David Irving? Like, what? Why should
I was just looking at one that he claimed that Hitler was largely ignorant of the direct killing of the Jews, and he didn't
I would say
order it.
that's mostly true. I mean, the direct killing. Yeah, he wasn't involved on a day to day, but he definitely
he had no idea what was going on. Largely.
No, I mean, read Mein Kampf. Like, read Mein
Let's see, what did he say?
He engaged in anti-Semitic rhetoric, but
it's trying to.
Okay, David, this is a quote from him. There is not. Oh, sorry, you were reading.
Yeah, are we talking political or biblical right now?
But what the Holocaust Inc. idea is, you had to pin it on Hitler so that you could sue the German people and get enormous reparations from them. Because if you just said it was, I think it was Himmler in the East, he got out of control, then you can't hold the German people accountable as easily, right? That would be the argument, is that to pin it on Hitler is necessary in order to sue the government of Germany to get which there are to this day massive reparations that are not paid to Jews broadly, but to a certain group.
Well, there are not present day reparations. There were reparations to the people who actually went. No, there are not. You can refute me. Go ahead and find me where.
Yeah, so I think there's still. So Grace is looking it up.
Go ahead. But that's really beside the point, because when you look at Germany, like the Germans, they themselves, like they have, and multiple Jews, including me, and even who's that guy, Harari, have been telling the Germans, you need to get over the Holocaust, and they really do. Like, this is the white guilt is in German culture more than being imposed by any Jew.
Yes,
the events
Holocaust
from it aren't over
reparations are
yet.
still being paid today, primarily by Germany. The Conference on Jewish Material Claims Against Germany negotiates and distributes funds. In 2023/2024 agreements, Germany committed over $1 billion per year through this system alone. That's just one example.
Please get. I will have to look that up, because $1 billion today being given by Germany, like I frankly don't believe it.
Well, you can look it up.
Maybe you should read Norman Finkelstein's work, Holocaust Inc. He details
I have been
the financial
when you
aspect of this.
Throw someone's entire body of work away without looking at it. You don't have the rhetorical justifications to explain why. Even if you know why,
I have enough. I'm not going to go read every book everybody throws at me.
Sure. Nobody's asked.
Okay, so if you have actually something to, like, from Norman Finkelstein you want to tell me, go ahead. But I have seen plenty of Norman Finkelstein, and the man is a problem.
I mean, it's like, for example, you don't have to read Mein Kampf to reject Nazism, right? Like, there's a point you don't.
Sure, but if somebody comes up to you and is a Nazi expert or whatever, and is making a really strong argument for something that you don't know is being interpreted correctly or incorrectly, you don't have the rhetorical skills to go in and be like, that's not what it says. It says
Here's a quote from Norman Finkelstein. Quote, "The Holocaust industry has successfully exploited the Nazi Holocaust to extort billions of dollars from Europe." I mean,
Corruption
that
doesn't
seems
seem
fairly
limited.
true from what I just read. You could say it's not extortion, but what do the German people of today have to do with what the Nazis did? They committed $1 billion in 2024.
And also, who's getting that money?
Islam.
Let's bring
the connection. Islam is where Hitler got his method of propaganda from.
All right, let's bring Seth in. Seth, what you got for us, brother?
So the whole issue right now is, like, we're still getting waves of the same events that caused the Nazi uprising in the first place. Hitler got his ideology and his methods from Islam, right? The whole idea of the German nationalism that comes from Canaanite nationalism, Aryan master race, that was the Canaan race, right? Like, all of these ideologies come from Islam, Islamic scholars.
Wait, you've got to like back that up. Islam is not a racist religion at all.
Have you read the Quran?
I believe the last speech that
we were just talking about
Muhammad
the other
made
guy.
was saying that Arabs are not better than non-Arabs.
Just
I
like
believe
you don't
that.
have to read Nazi material to reject Nazism, you don't have to read the Quran to accept Islam.
Right, but if you want to understand Islam, you read the Quran.
Right.
Exactly.
And if the Quran is, I don't believe anyone would argue that the Quran is racist. Whatever your criticism you have of Islam, it is not a racial religion.
Yeah,
just like
no,
Christianity, it's not a racial religion. It's why it's so popular in Asia.
Well, but to be fair, I don't think. I mean, I could be wrong.
Attaining social dominance for your tribe. That is the literal name of it. It's like submission to the will of Allah. That's the entire dynamic imposed by Islam, is them attaining social dominance. They don't care about your religion because you are beneath them.
Yeah, but
I don't know what you're. I think you're crazy.
Like saying
I don't think you don't make any sense.
Aryans can't be racist because they hate everyone equally.
I don't think you make any sense. I don't think you have any education. I don't think you know what you're talking about. To say that the roots of National Socialism were in Islam is stupid. I don't think there's anything that you're saying that makes any sense. It's obviously comes from European thought patterns starting. Part of it was Darwinism, part of it was occultism, part of it was like pagan, neo-pagan revivalism. The idea that comes from Islam is just stupid. I think you're an idiot.
Okay, so Hitler pulled up the appeals to the other religions like Christianity and stuff, trying to pit them against the Jews out of thin air. He picked up the Aryan nationalism out of thin air.
I didn't say he picked it up out of thin air. I said there's no connection between his thought and that of Islam.
Yeah, this is a good point from Let's Chief here.
Like, that's an actual thing you can go look up of his meetings with the Islamic scholars.
He met with Islamic leaders, sure, of course, but like we know what the roots of National Socialism were. Islam is not prominent among those.
No. We know what the roots of National Socialism were. And the roots of National Socialism were what, according to you?
One of the big ones was Darwinian kind of social theory,
like the Canaanite
racial theory,
Canaanite race,
eugenics, which came from the United States, largely from the left in the United States.
And
the idea that like Muslims
as propaganda against Israel right now.
I just think you're someone who doesn't know what they're talking about, but like I guess you're.
That's why your
argument nonsense you want
to. Jacob, can I ask you a question? I heard it.
Grace, I'm looking up what you said, and you are absolutely correct. I was wrong. I have to say that. And I looked up what exactly did happen, and so this is paying for the home care and the health care of people who are one of these 5 categories. Either individuals who were incarcerated 3 to 6 months in a concentration camp, or they were imprisoned at least 3 months in a ghetto, or they were living in hiding or under a false identity for at least 4 months under inhumane conditions, or flight and siege survivors who were under siege, like in Leningrad, for at least 3 months, and in utero survivors, children who were of women who were in the womb of women like that. So apparently, like they're paying for the being old of people who met these criteria. That doesn't seem so crazy.
Are they paying for the Russians who were incarcerated?
Yeah, it's mostly Russians, apparently.
So there's not a Jewish thing?
No, but the Russians were mostly Jewish.
So how would you calculate how much the Germans owe the Russians in reparations for
that's what they're
Second
doing.
World War? No, this is a Jewish thing.
Okay, sorry, Edgar, can you just...
He's saying that most of the Jews who benefit from this are Russians.
Well, are Russians receiving payments from Germany?
Berlin wasn't a Jewish thing.
Is Russia receiving payments from Germany? The answer is no.
No, I don't believe
Jews
that.
largely in Israel are receiving these payments, and so if you want to say reparations, okay, well, how would
But
Germany
it's
ever
going
repay the
directly to
tens of
people-
millions of young men
Hold
slain in the Second World War?
Hold on. Do you disagree that those 5 characteristics that I read, like those were people who were directly themselves affected by like Holocaust? Do you disagree with that?
Yes, I do. Well, I don't know about in
Well, think
Euro
about the
of
math on that.
every
How
woman.
old would they have to have been then to now be needing $1 billion?
80. That's why
That's
they're
81
old. That's
years
why it's
ago,
so
right?
much, because there are a bunch of old people.
So you were a little kid.
Yeah, we're talking about people who were.
You would
kids,
have to be
teenagers.
over 81 years old
Yeah.
to have qualified. Like,
Yeah, there's
so
about apparently 120,000 of these people.
It's not
Need some
even like
mods up in
trying
here.
to calculate the suffering. They seized the Jewish assets. This is something that's actually like can be measured.
Like there are
Right, okay,
apparently there are 120,000 people claiming these benefits. 128,000.
okay, but if they claim those benefits, what about all of the Russians who were killed? Like, what about the people who don't have parents, grandparents who were in German?
Wait a second.
concent-
Isn't
like-
there a larger question to be asked? Like, why aren't Americans paying the Native Americans or the enslaved blacks?
Yeah, like,
what
it's
do the
just kinda
current
like,
German people
by this one
The
guy.
difference,
do any of
I
that.
think the difference between paying direct reparations, like we did pay.
No one's
reparations
enslaved right
Japanese.
now. What are we paying?
No, the
Nobody's in
United
the Holocaust right now either, except the guy.
What about the survivors of
and other
Hiroshima and
African
Nagasaki?
tribes
That's a
that
tremendous
enslaved-
Go ahead.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
not
Jake.
change the topic over and actually address this?
Let's bring Edgar in, and
No,
then
I want
we'll
to
go-
hear your answer to my question. What do the current day Germans have to do with what the Nazis did?
The same thing that current day Americans have with what we did in 1945 to the to the Japanese we interned.
Are you gonna pay reparations?
That's the same government, though.
We did, and we should.
The current government of Germany is not the Third Reich.
Oh, you want the government to pay reparations, but not you, right? Okay, that's what you
true.
mean.
They reformed the They changed the government. So like
The National Socialists were largely executed, right?
You know who's never paid reparations? Islam.
Honestly, like, frankly, like, I don't think this is a huge issue, but to make it sound like it's some criminal thing, like this is a horrible atrocity that this is happening. I just
It's called history for.
But wait a second.
Why do you think it's called
wait,
history?
wait, Jacob.
We
you don't
learn.
think-
We learn from
I don't
history,
think it
okay?
was happening.
And you change.
Now that I know the details,
You learn from history. Why do you think they teach it in school? They don't teach kids in school to you have to read, you have to pay reparations. They don't teach that. They teach you history where you change. Of course, history is good. You learn that this stuff is bad. You don't sit there and be like, pay reparations because of what your ancestors did. You
Jacob,
learn
don't
it's
you
bad.
think
Okay,
there's a
we
kind of
have to learn this.
So wait, where are we? Where do we all stand? Where do we all stand on the idea of reparations? Is it-
Jacob,
to
don't
the
you
Native
think there's
Americans?
kind of
I'm sorry,
political
I'm sorry, Indian
extortion
Jesus.
on
My bad.
Europeans to support what's going on in Israel with the kind of damage
What's going on in
saying
Israel?
like we will accuse you of being anti-Semitic because like we will reframe what Hamas is doing as a Holocaust and you
You
weren't
support
there for us
Hamas?
then and now you got to be there
do
for
you
us. I
want
mean,
an
that's
answer,
obviously
or do
what's
you just
going
want
on.
to talk for hours on end? Do you want an
Both?
answer? Is there a
Both?
question mark at the end?
Okay, so Jacob. All right, hold on. So then, Jacob, you get the floor. You can answer, and then we'll go on to somebody else.
I don't think it's extortion for people to say, "Hey, I think you owe me," and for those people to be like, "Oh yeah, I do think you owe me. I owe you." Second, I actually believe that if you're paying reparations to the person who suffered it, not their children, I think that's perfectly fine to pay reparations to people who actually suffered a wrong. And I think the government of a country paying, like us currently using our tax money to pay the people who were interned in Manzanar, I am perfectly fine with that. And I think that's a normal thing for a government to do.
So do you think it's fine if the governments of the West say, I don't care if you call me an anti-Semite, I'm not justifying or in any way participating in this horrendous thing that you're doing in Gaza?
Then we never should have gotten involved in World War II.
Where you
Call me an
change-
anti-Semite all you want.
You're changing the discussion. How did Gaza get into this?
Because you said, I think it's okay for people to come to an understanding, and you don't recognize that there's a form of extortion, like power, is being
Oh, he's
used
talking
here.
about reparations.
Because the power of the sort of moral power of saying, like, you're an anti-Semite has been ratcheted up to the highest sort of, like, the worst thing people want to be called, right? You must recognize
so is
that that's
virtue
true.
signaling
You
on
can't go. I
Anti-Semites.
can't go to a
Alex, just came up-
Holocaust memorial and say, well, in some ways, was
Alex, just came up on me backstage real quick.
Were there reasons?
I think
that
calling somebody a racist is actually like what we're doing with affirmative action is actually far, far worse. But because you don't worship a black man, you worship a Jew. That's why you're paying attention to the Jews instead of the
What is he
going on
talking
with black
about?
people.
I don't know how that answers the question I was asking, but
Again, so what you are claiming that there's the worst thing is to be an anti-Semite. It's not true. The worst
I think since 1945, like that has been a
I don't
huge
think so.
thing in worldwide that Jews,
It's
whoever you
you
define
said
that,
it was
a
the
certain
worst thing, and I explained to you why it's not the worst thing, but because you
Well, look
worship
what happened
a
to David
Jewish
Irving.
man, because you worship a Jewish man, you focus on that as opposed to the black thing.
Well, we worship a Jewish man who was largely killed by his fellow Jews, so like we're ambivalent.
All right, so let's go. Let's go to
New
Seth.
Testament's
Hold on.
ambivalent about
Let's-
the Jews.
Let's go to Seth.
obviously.
Let's go to Seth.
The synagogue of Satan that appears in
Hold on, Ben. Hold on.
I mean, it's
Hold on, Ben. Go ahead, Seth.
So if you notice the rise of the anti-Semitism, because anti-Semitism is a very long-running thing throughout all the world culture, right? They were run out of Poland repeatedly, blamed for the bubonic plague and all kinds of shit. Okay, so the rise of the anti-Semitism happens to coincide with the rise of the woke agenda in general. Just saying, everybody became anti-racist about everything at the same time.
Yeah, this is E. Michael Jones' theory that the Jewish thing of anti-Semitism led to a worldwide sort of victim culture because everyone wanted to do what
Wait,
the
who's
Jews were
supposed to
doing,
talk
claim
next,
to be
yo?
victims.
What? No, dude. Did you not listen to a word that I said? The Jews throughout all of history, up until the point that it became universally bad to be racist, were specific targets of racism, right? They benefited when everyone else benefited. Everyone else didn't benefit because they benefited, but even if they did, what's wrong with that?
I don't know if you guys want to follow up on that, but I wanted to ask Jacob. I heard this theory that basically the thing about the Holocaust is the Europeans or the West and the Jews made a deal. And the deal was, okay, we will give the Jews a unique victim narrative
When you speak facts, not theories.
that will give them leverage politically. It will give them a sort of like a victim mentality. It will entitle them to things. It'll give them money. And on the other hand, the Europeans of the West will only have that as the bad thing they did, and will ignore all the other genocides and atrocities that happened during colonialism, etc. So it's kind of like it works for both
Selective.
sides.
Who do you think
That's
made
not
this
what happened at all.
agreement? Who are the people who actually sat down on behalf of the Europeans and the Jews? And
I don't think she's saying it was an explicit deal. I think she was saying it was kind of like a
Yeah, I'm not. Yeah, right. I'm not saying
like you
explicit,
when
I'm
you
just
talk about
saying-
the Jewish
how
Black
did it
Alliance
not-
and
what's-
civil rights,
what's
it was
the
kind of like a
mechanism
deal.
where
I'm saying
this
it works. It works for the Europeans. I'm making like a pro-Jew point in the sense like it's not just that we got extorted. It was kind of like, okay, we'll give you this if
said
you give us
pro-Jew.
this. So don't point out the fact
No.
that
The establishment
I
of
don't understand
Israel
what the
occurred because that
mechanism
land
for this agreement is.
So we backed
Pro-Jew.
backed the
That's crazy.
European colonial project of Zionism in return for getting backed by Jews like that, what we did was fine.
No. What happened
The land was
was
promised to Israel in the
post-World War I
Quran and the
Jewish
Bible.
migrations, they were purchasing the
Children
land
of
of
Israel.
Israel.
Bro, Jews.
And
What
then
are you
during the
talking
Havar
about?
Accords, the Nazi Germany coerced the Jews into funneling all their assets down in the Palestine area. The establishment of Israel is just holding the Islamic states to their promises made to the Jews during the migrations and during the Havar Accords.
Hello, Hormaxer.
Can you hear me?
Hormaxer,
here?
we're talking about the
Yeah.
Holocaust and David Irving.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay.
What
can
you got
hear
for us,
me?
bro?
Okay. Well, the United States. Well, I think the United States just surrendered tonight to Pakistan, and they took 10 points from Pakistan, which is a Muslim country full of Islamo Nazis. The United States is over. Again, it's Israel that is the savior of the world, that if need be, they will probably open the strait. They cannot hold the strait because Israel is not big enough, but they definitely have the firepower and the fighting will, and the IDF is the best air force in the whole world. Point being that the U.S. had 2 planes shot down. Had nothing.
They had 2 F-15s shot down. That's like a fucking 50-year-old plane.
They have a ceasefire with Iran
you
after
okay?
saying they were going to do regime change.
What just happened?
No, that is
I don't know.
That is
You guys are in the presence of a great internet legend, Hormaxer, a Jewish
She
Italian
watched the
man
media.
from
She
Las
watched the
Vegas.
news today, and that's what they told her.
You're a goyim Aspen. You are a goy. You pray to a
They
Jew.
just watch the news and believe whatever
You
they
people
say in the
pray to
news.
Jew.
That's all they do.
Well, Jacob is a Jew.
Well, that Jew prays better than you.
Saving your fucking ass. So I don't really find it a need to talk about the
Just
Holocaust
watch the
from
news
maybe
and that's
years
all they
ago and
believe.
David Irving and Holocaust denial.
Oh, I mean, do you have a different subject, or you just?
I know you're so smart.
You cannot make this up.
Did you have a different subject, or you just kind of springing out? We're kind of doing the whole thing here, brother.
Hormaxer, do you think that the do you think that there are
Holocaust
missiles?
denial. Okay, great. How long have you been?
No, let's do. Do you believe that the Iranian missiles are penetrating the Iron Dome and hitting Tel Aviv?
Are there missile? There are cluster munitions breaking off for the most part. Yes.
So the Iron Dome failed.
No.
Of course it does.
What?
Well, it's not 100.
The Iron Dome has failed.
You think the Iron Dome captures all the missiles that go into Israel? No, they don't.
What?
You really think they intercept all the missiles? Really? You really think the Iron Dome intercepts all the missiles? They're not perfect. They're not like what? You think they intercept all of just because it's called the Iron Dome, right?
Was that they could
Exactly, yeah, but they can. It's a fact.
They intercept all of
They
the
don't
missiles
sit there
that are
and be
aimed
like,
towards
oh, they
critical
don't.
infrastructure and a
Ben,
good
if
amount that
Israel
are aimed
needs
towards
to
public.
They don't. Stop sitting here like you don't sit in fucking La La Land, Fairyland. This is real world. You've never been to
on
war, so don't
October
speak on
7th,
it.
did the wall protect
This is La La Land?
Israelis from God,
You're talking about those October 6th?
Israel.
What?
So what you're saying is the Israelis should be
Hold on.
What are you
Hold on. Everybody chill the fuck out.
Penetrate him, War Master. Penetrate him.
All right. We gotta tone this down.
You're weak. The U.S. is weak. Israel has rapid production. Israel will be the #1 arms producer in 8 years. The #1.
Avery, come back up.
Well, the entire Israeli economy is in shambles. The entire Israeli economy is in shambles. We all know that.
Do you know why the U.S. supports Israel?
Israelis are leaving as quick as they can.
Is there a
Israelis are
conversation?
leaving by the-
Is there a conversation here that ties back to what we were talking about, or are we just springing out now?
Okay, if this guy wants
I'm
to talk about
sorry.
Holocaust denial, I got to pick it
No,
out.
I just want I have no idea what's going on.
Well,
Let's let Hormaxer. Go ahead, you Hormaxer. You can.
Fucking bad, dude. I mean, are you the host here?
Yeah, I am.
Yo, chill out, bro.
He's one of those
Pakistani. Chill out.
He's one of those hosts that host.
Yeah.
Chill out, man.
I just shot some tests up. So I'm a little aggressive.
We can tell. We can tell.
Aggressive.
No, really.
No, he's passionate. He's passionate.
Well, yeah,
No
I feel
fucking
good though.
way.
You know, you should.
You're worrying me. I already got a strike on the channel, so I gotta be on best behavior.
He won't give you
How
a strike.
are you saying that the 2-week ceasefire is a W for Israel?
Hold on, yo, Hormax, you gotta let other people talk.
Slob, you're a fat
Brother,
slob.
brother. You gotta let other people talk.
Look happy.
Yeah.
All right, Grace, go ahead.
How can you claim that the 2-week ceasefire with Iran, after threatening to like basically blow them to bits and then walking it back, is a W for Israel or America? We didn't do regime change and we capitulated to them. We lost.
Yeah.
You're muted. I can't hear you.
You must think
Muted.
Iran is the same war
Yeah,
we had in Iraq and Afghanistan, right?
Well, hold
It's
on.
not.
Hormax was muted. Hormax, go ahead if you want to respond to Grace.
I'm agreeing with her actually because I think tonight after the bravado by Donald Trump, okay, to have that much hardware moved into the Middle East, American carriers and whatnot, and then when you're on the verge of victory, to back down is the worst thing that could have happened. Honestly.
How would you get a victory?
It's the worst.
I'm saying you snatched victory from jaws of defeat.
Well, right now the strait, as far as I know, right now the Strait of Hormuz is still not open. So what they're going to do if the IRGC remains in control of that strait, what they'll do is just charge tolls on all shipping, including American shipping that goes through there. And so the American, especially the Americans,
he's not lying.
capitulated. They said, we're good with paying ransom to Islamo-theocratic mullahs that are left there. And so, right now it looks like the United
So the Iranian
they won.
So the Iranian Supreme National Security Council actually announced that they are participating in the ceasefire. So yeah, the straits. Well, Iran claims they never closed the straits to begin with, but yeah,
because
supposedly.
He's reading off of Google right now. I bet you he's better. I bet you he's reading off of Google
primary
right now.
resource.
I have to ask, dude, did Iran actually close it?
Why would they want to? Why would they want to close the straits? That's their only source of income.
No, I'm asking, like, did they ever actually shoot any ships?
They laid mines, and that really disrupted. Shot at ships. They never really sunk ships.
No.
So the Iranians defeated Israel, correct, Hormaxer?
So they did not shoot any ships.
The Zionists lost yet again. The Zionists lost yet again.
You say I don't know what I'm talking about, but you sound really disingenuous.
You can't make this up.
Ben, where is Hezbollah?
They have to Google the information.
Because the United States is
all right where they were before the war.
They have to Google this stuff, man.
They're all.
I agree right now.
Hezbollah is stronger than ever. Hamas is stronger than ever.
Really?
The Iranian regime is stronger than ever.
I can understand that you got some big feelings about this situation, but Islam is in the wrong, and they do not have dominance in this situation.
Much I got something to add to all this.
Yeah, let's bring Avery in. Go ahead.
Okay, so does anyone here know who buys the most Iranian oil? Anybody?
Chinese?
Yep, 60%, 60 to 90. Those numbers are skewed because China likes to use intermediary countries to say, oh no, it's really going here, but it's really coming to us, right? So by disrupting the trade, hold on. By disrupting the oil trade in Iran, we have literally caused China to reroute almost all of the oil that's supposed to go to their military, and now they have to take that from their fucking civilian infrastructure and put it into their military in order to keep it up and running.
We want a democracy. Okay? We don't want dictatorship or these ayatollahs, none of that.
I think
we did the same.
Hold on.
I love it how everyone completely disregards this fact. That's what this war is actually about. It's about fucking with China. It's about limiting China's power. That's what it is.
Chinese
communism and let's go to Ben. Let's go to Ben, and then we'll go to Seth after.
I believe that Chinese tankers were allowed through the Strait of Hormuz.
You guys live in America.
unimpeded by
Like,
the
what? You guys
Iranians.
live happy.
Hold
You
on,
go to
Edgar,
sleep in
Edgar, hold on.
peace. Oh my gosh.
Iran did not just said that everything had to be transacted in Chinese yuan. So if you're willing to do that instead of American petrodollars, which of course the Chinese were, those ships went in and out unimpeded.
All right, let's go to
They
Edgar.
had the special Chinese ship avoiding mines.
Yeah, Edgar. go ahead.
There's no mines in the Strait.
Wait, hold on. Edgar, go ahead.
Wait, so what was the question?
I don't know. You were jumping in like you had something to say.
Huh? No, I was talking to the other dude about communism and dictator.
I was sitting in
Okay.
Israel.
What about it? What about it?
You know.
No, you agree with me.
Well,
You said that was what the war was against: communism
Yeah.
and dictatorship.
Pretty much, yeah.
I agree with you. That's all I said.
Like people
I
don't
wasn't arguing
understand.
with you.
I've been talking about this shit for 5 months before Venezuela even fucking happened. That shit's connected as fuck, and people don't realize it.
But Avery,
that was
the
cutting off the
Chinese
oil
won
for the
from
Russians.
this.
All I'm saying is I don't
No,
support
not yet,
communism.
Ben. This is a
Chinese emerge as
hold on,
victors.
Ben. Hold on. This is a 2-week ceasefire to try and negotiate and come to some form of agreement with the new Iranian regime, right? A lot of the leaders are dead. A lot of the leaders are gone. Go ahead, Hormax. Or what are you gonna say?
The Chinese got
still there.
Hold
I
on,
said,
hold
what
on,
are you
Ben.
gonna do?
You said what
So
is
you're gonna
America
use
gonna do?
their 10-point plan that comes out of Pakistan.
No.
Well, America's
No, I
surrendered.
think no, we didn't. No, we didn't. 2-week ceasefire does not mean we surrendered, buddy.
Yeah, they
So really, because Ukraine and Russia had God
it
knows how
does.
many ceasefires and they were violated. Come on, dude. It's only a matter of time before they start shooting again. So what this is, what Trump
but what are
wants.
you going to give them in 2 weeks more time to regroup?
I
Trump is a
we
moron.
can still blow him out of the
He's a
water.
moron. He should never be trusted by any government, Israel or any government. He has failed. He failed completely.
I don't trust the
tonight
Israeli
with his
government
big
either.
mouth, honestly. Those big talk, he didn't back it up.
Have you read
He backed
Deuteronomy
nothing up.
Numbers?
Israel.
He sent orders in. He put. Yeah, well, you don't have to trust any government. But the fact is,
Definitely
Israel
shouldn't
has
trust
to
any
be
government.
Do you guys know Israel is the only Democratic Party
I'm
country
caring
in the
about what's
Middle
happening
East?
Okay, so
Democratic-
Hormax,
Hold on, wait.
Wouldn't it make
Hold on.
sense?
Avery, hold up. Edgar, what'd you say?
Do you know Israel is one of the only countries in the Middle East in that side of the country, that are democratic?
Not anymore.
Really? You
Not
believe
without
that?
Netanyahu has
tell the people in the West
maintained
Bank
power.
how democratic it is.
You have.
So you're telling
that's
me
what they tell
Iraq, Pakistan, they're all democratic?
No, I'm not. That's not what I'm
You
saying.
can't vote.
You said-
No,
hold on.
we're
hold
saying-
on.
we're
Now
saying
you're putting
Israel
words
is
in my mouth,
not.
Edgar.
We're saying Israel is
It
not.
is.
Not that the
Not
other ones are.
anymore. Not anymore. Not since October 7th, buddy. Of what, 2 years ago?
So you're saying you can't vote? Okay.
I'm not really there. Okay, so
Okay.
do you have any idea what was going on in Israel before October 7th? Do you know what was going on?
Yes,
Well, when the 5 Muslim countries invaded Israel after they declared their independence?
Before.
Are you talking about that?
No, shut the fuck.
You're
Listen.
talking before. You're talking
before
about
Hamas.
before
No, shut up
October
and listen.
7th.
Shut up and listen. Shut up and listen real quick. Before Hamas came over on October 7th and started massacring people, there were Israeli
Brother, I'm
people in the streets.
I'm supporting it. Yes. I'm telling you, the Muslim countries invaded Israel when they tried to declare independence.
That's a different subject, though.
That's 6 years ago.
So Avery, what are you driving at? Avery.
I'm saying that Israel is no longer a democratic state because
Okay,
of
so
how
Edgar?
Netanyahu has maintained power.
Agreed. Edgar, agree or disagree?
You need to lay off Donald Trump's dick a little bit, okay? Because Donald Trump's
The
surrendered.
fuck?
I don't
I'm
care
talking
how
to
you
Edgar.
look at
I
it,
don't
how much you like it.
support 99 Hugh. I don't know. I support whatever the fuck his name is. I don't know.
Netanyahu?
Why don't you talk about
Anyways,
today and not what
back on
happened,
track
10
to
years
the
ago?
I don't know what
actual
happened
war.
today. I was at work.
What the fuck did you say?
The
Yeah,
ceasefire.
but you ride Trump's cock, and you got to.
I don't ride
for what
Trump's
he
cock. I
is.
criticize Trump a lot. I've criticized Trump on this channel with Lutch. I've done it before.
Yeah, it don't. But the fact is, yeah.
What does that have to do with? What is that? What does that have to? Hormax, what does that have to do with what anybody said?
It doesn't.
Okay,
If you
so
want
then
to
let's
talk
go-
about what happened in Israel.
But anyways,
Go
Edgar.
ahead.
So to say
It
that
don't
Israel is
matter.
still
I'm
a
talking about
democratic
right
nation
now.
right now is just
Hold on.
false.
How do you think the state of Israel was formed?
Israel's never been
terrorism. Lies.
Do you not know the Declaration of Independence of Israel?
Just because countries have like a structure that says you're the one that made the claim that Israel's the only democratic nation in the Middle East, right?
It's not a democratic.
Not anymore. Not anymore. Not anymore. That's the point that I'm trying to make.
Lord.
Wait, how does a leader become a leader there? Well,
hold on, Alex, go ahead. Alex, go ahead.
I was trying to make. It's the point I was trying to make before I kept getting interrupted.
How do you become the leader of Israel right now?
You don't. Only Netanyahu.
And that's not happening at all anytime soon until the war is apparently over. And who knows if Netanyahu is going to actually relinquish his power? Who knows? Because before Hamas invaded Israel, hold on. Before Hamas invaded Israel, there were riots in the fucking streets to get Netanyahu out of office.
Sure.
And then October 7th happened, and nothing's happened since then. Netanyahu still has power.
Well, that's part of the problem. They have deranged leftists. They have deranged leftists. Like the United States has deranged leftists.
Hold on.
They have them over in Israel too. Okay.
There's also another thing to think about.
Okay. If
They
you
were
honestly
also
think
mad
it
at
looks good,
Netanyahu until Netanyahu started retaliating.
if
You guys even know about the British mandate?
I'm not mad at Netanyahu for retaliating. Like every country has a right
Or
to defend
not
itself.
retaliating. All right. Then all
They
of a
did.
sudden, it's really not a problem that he's in power for the most part. There's still those people who
It's
are
okay if the
stringent
Muslim
about
countries
principle
invade
on it.
Israel, right?
What are you saying, Homax?
You're
Muslim
completely
countries.
mixing up what I'm saying, Edgar.
No,
All right,
make
wait,
it make
let's-
sense.
So you
Like, I
think
don't
that
know
it
what
looks
you're
great
saying, bro.
to capitulate to an Islamic theocratic regime that has been
We're
killing
not capitulating
Americans since
right now.
1979.
He thinks Palestine is a country.
Hold on, guys. Hold on. Let him finish.
It's disgusting. It looks horrible. It looks weak. The Middle East is run on strength. They are
The
weak.
support
United
for
States is the
Netanyahu.
Jeff, you gotta relax, brother. All right, so let's go back to Ed. Let's go back to Edgar and then Avery.
Do you think Palestine is a state?
Are you asking that question to me? Okay, I'm going to assume yes. Then no, it's not.
What is the state? Where's the flag?
Look up the Declaration of Israel.
All right, so wait, so Edgar, the answer you asked Avery. Hold on. You asked Avery. Avery said yes. And then?
No, I said Palestine isn't a country. Is it?
Oh, sorry. He said no. Okay, so then Edgar, she says no.
Okay, so then we try to defend about Israel.
What? What is the relevance of What is the relevance of Avery saying no? Palestine is not a legitimate state. What is the relevance of that? Why did you ask him that question?
Why are you blaming Israel for what?
Hold on, Max. So hold on, Edgar. Why did you ask him that? What did the answer to that question get you? Edgar. All right, Hormax, we'll go back to you then. I tried. Hormax, go ahead.
You know, you're flopping around. The fact is, don't deal with what happened 80 years ago. Deal with tonight. Donald Trump made severe threats on Iran. He failed to deliver on them, basically surrendered to them. If you see it any other way, I'm sorry. You may be retarded. You may be low IQ. That's a fact. What Israel does, I don't know. But what the United States did tonight is absolute surrender to Iran. That's the way it is, okay? You have surrendered. There is definitely, he fucked up everything. Trump fucked up the economy and geopolitically tonight. How are people going to listen to him anymore? Are you going to take him seriously? Because I'm not.
Do you think he should have nuked Tehran?
Hormax,
I don't think they needed to do that. I mean, if it comes to that, if they refuse to open the strait, yes, I'm all for favor of nuclear weapons because I don't think the Iranian people are smart. I think they're quite stupid. I don't think they they ever came out really in support. They come out at the wrong time, and a lot of them got killed in the tens of thousands. Now when it counts, they didn't do anything. And that's what I think they were counting on. And now they don't have that. So, and Trump doesn't want to do it. And if they don't open the strait, well, he's going to have to be forced to do it, because I don't think anybody in the country wants to pay $10 a gallon for gas. That's what's going to happen.
Why would he want them to open the strait?
Wait.
Who benefits from them opening the strait?
Just to be clear, are you talking about nuking a country so you have to pay $10 a gallon for gas?
I mean,
did other people miss this, or
I did notice that.
I could be convinced that's worth it. Come here.
As the United States and Israel has fought to secure their future, and they did nothing. I support nuclear weapons on Iran tonight, if possible. Yes, I would do
Cormac,
it.
do you see any irony in nuking a country on the grounds that they might get nuclear weapons?
That's that was my original position on this. But let's go. Shout out to Box here that says I never took Trump seriously. So let's go around and just like generally, are you? Sorry, I can't hear that. Generally, are you pro-Trump? Used to be pro-Trump? Never liked Trump? What's your opinion on Trump as of today, Ben?
I'm on the
He's
fence,
exactly what this country needed. A balance of powers to the Congress, because presidency
all I can say
powers
is
have
that at
been
least you know
over-limited,
he's
at the
doing
same
what he's
time
doing.
expanded in all the wrong directions.
The Democrats are just zombies.
Right. Okay. Hormaxer, what's your opinion on Trump?
I voted for Donald Trump. I kind of regret it, because not only has he fucked up the economy, he's fucked up geopolitically. That's evident. Tonight he has surrendered and using a Pakistani proposal, which is very, very moronic. And I don't support him. I think he's beyond deranged at this point. He doesn't know what he's doing, obviously. And the people that called him taco and that, he's deranged were probably right.
Fair enough. Avery, your general opinions on Trump as of today?
Base take.
You can't hear you. You're not muted, but we can't hear you.
Can you hear me now? Okay. He isn't. I've said this on your channel before. He isn't what we thought he was. Like, he's turned into a politician now. Initially, I wanted the outcast. I wanted someone that's going to go in there, rock the boat, and fix shit. Move fast, break shit, and fix it later. You know what I mean? But that just didn't happen anymore. He's a politician now. He's playing the game.
Fair enough. Seth, you just told us all about that. Edgar, what do you think of Trump as of today?
I say the same thing, man.
I don't know what it was before. So.
No, I believe in what the guy just said, because I come from an immigrant family,
Me too. So you do like Trump, or you don't like Trump? Or you voted for Trump, or you regret voting for Trump?
No, we hated. My family hates Trump, but I support Trump and what he does. I believed in him at first, but
Fair enough.
I don't know what he's doing right now.
We'll come back to Grace after Alexander. Opinions on Trump as of today?
Yeah, I don't know what the hell he's trying to do. I do know that apparently a lot of his supporters are getting more and more unhinged by the day if they're talking about dropping nukes on a country. But
What's the problem?
I didn't mind him at the start. I thought his first term was actually pretty damn decent.
You know what Trump he did? You know what I learned about Trump that I didn't know before?
You're talking on
when he got sworn.
Wait, who's coming right now? Hold on. Okay, so Kirk, going back to you, and then we're gonna finish up with Grace and then myself. Your thoughts on Trump as of today? Kirk, are you there? All right. And then Grace, what is your opinion of Trump as of today?
I don't know she's alive.
I mean, some unhinged posts recently, but yeah, I agree with my dad. At least you know that it's him who's doing it, because nobody would approve that stuff. So
fair enough. And I would say I'm essentially in the same position, that I was very proudly voted for him. But there's a lot of things like the No New Wars that I hoped he would stick to, that, it's not there right now. But I could never say I would regret my vote, because that would mean that, we'd be wishing for Kamala. So I want to go back to Hormaxer, who said you did just regret your vote. So what do you think would be better in the country or the world if Kamala was the president right now?
At this point, probably it doesn't matter, because I think that between the economy and the geopolitics, that it really doesn't matter. I vote for self-preservation, to worry about these people, because I have no power, and neither do you. You could talk on panels for the next 1,000 years. The political elites, whoever they are going to do whatever they want, and you're going to have no say in it. But, I don't think they can do it too much, because let's say that if gas goes to $10 a gallon and they don't open that up. So how long is he going to do? Because, he could have ripped the Band-Aid off. Well, you don't know that. You have no idea that, as long as those straits are closed, and they are closed.
What percentage of our oil goes through the Strait of Hormuz? What percentage of our oil?
Yeah, it don't matter.
It does matter. It does matter.
Yeah, no. What matters is that you surrendered tonight under your thing. I didn't surrender. Part of that. If I were Israel right now, I would be declaring. Well, not you, but if I were in Israel right now, I'd be preparing tactical nuclear weapons, because the reason why is because if they even have another 1,000 missiles, let's say they got another 1,000 missiles left, I'm not going to risk any one of those missiles. I'll kill everything in Iran before I let any of those eat in the United States too.
You realize Pakistan is a nuclear power as well.
Yes, they are. So is India.
So
if we nuke Iran, Pakistan's going to nuke us.
So you nuke Iran, Pakistan nukes them. We nuke Pakistan. Pakistan nukes India, us, and everyone else on the planet.
It sounds like a death wish.
Pakistan doesn't have
Zionism is like a death wish.
Look up who's in charge of the U.S. Army.
Well, no, I'm just giving.
Wait, wait. What does that mean? What does that mean? Yeah, okay, but what does that mean? We all know the president's in charge of the U.S. Army. What is the implication that you're saying?
Oh, no, bro. I was talking to my girlfriend. She asked me a question. My bad.
Okay, then mute yourself when you're talking to other people that aren't on panel, bro.
I was just reading, the actual 10-point plan that Trump has said, is a good working basis. It's a complete surrender. Lifting of all sanctions, guaranteed no attacks. Do you know how much they're going to get per ship that goes through the strait? $2 million. Right? It's a total win for Iran. Zionism is dead. Zionism is dead. Praise be to Allah. Absolutely. Allahu Akbar.
He has been praising Allah a lot.
Good.
Hold on. He has been praising Allah a lot.
Hell forever.
You guys want Sharia law in America? Hell no.
That ain't gonna happen.
That
ain't gonna happen.
Did he say praise to Allah like 4 times?
What's dead is the
Thank you for bringing this up, Lutch.
Oh, one thing
I missed all this shit.
The Catholic Church is dead, Ben.
How is it
One
thing I'll start the Crusades. There was something up with you.
So when you asked
the Muslim about the Crusades.
Ask
the Muslim about World War II and the Islamic involvement in the Nazi movement.
Ask them about the Crusades.
The problem,
because apparently it don't fucking exist according to him.
The problem with Trump this term is that he's being handled. Right?
Zionism is dead. Praise be to Allah.
You guys all
Trump
are
was
aware
right.
of that, right?
I can't
even in Muslim Bible,
if you read the Quran,
the other guy talk. I missed what he said.
The Jewish, even in Quran.
Hold on, one time.
I think it was Alexander that was that
Guys, wait, stop.
Palestinians there.
Hold on. Alex, go ahead, and then Edgar.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. I the difference between Trump last term and this term is that he's being handled, right? He's been bought, corrupted, taken, whatever the fuck you want to call it. That's.
I don't think so. I think he's
not the person you guys like.
He's got a script this time.
Voted for the first time around, right?
Yeah,
correct.
I think he's playing the players.
No.
How do you mean? Ben, how do you mean?
These aren't wars. Venezuela's a joke war. I think when no, he's just.
But Americans are dying.
Hold on.
He's trying to
Hold
please
on.
the
Let's
Zionists.
Wait. Let Ben go.
You guys assume
And then Avery.
when he said, "I'm going to end a civilization tonight," that he didn't send something to Putin, to Xi Jinping, and to Iran saying, "Don't worry, I'm not going to." It's just to please
my girl told
the
me the same thing,
maniacs. It's just to please the maniacal Zionist lunatics like Cormax are. And then he's
not
going to
Zionist,
actually fuck them in the ass, which they've deserved royally since the day they started their crap.
Well, that might be what you want, but let's look at the reality of the situation.
All right, we're going. We're going to Avery next.
How was Venezuela not a war? How? We went in there, we abducted their leader. Okay, so killing someone means like that
How
means
was that a
We
war?
went in there and we abducted their fucking leader and said capitulate or
Okay,
die.
but hold on. Avery, hold on, stop. Wait! So, all right, Avery. Hold on. So, Avery, do you think that there is a difference? Let's take whatever happened in Venezuela specifically out of it. Do you think there is a difference between a military action and a war? Can there be a difference, or are they the same exact thing?
So a foreign nation invading, maybe not a full-scale invasion, or how about this? Attacking another nation, abducting their president in the dead of night, taking them back and said, "Fuck you, do something."
I understand what happened.
Like, that's a war. That's kind of a war, man. People
That's
died.
an act of war, but it's not a war.
If the Venezuelans
I think that's
just because it wasn't a full scale war doesn't mean it's not a war.
Hold on. I think what Ben said is
Venezuela never
relevant.
declared war on the U.S.
Yeah, I think
Maduro is sitting pretty in New York City, 3 hours from me. That's not a war.
Light work.
Yeah, I think so. But that's why I want before we even talk about the specifics. Is it automatically that? Hold on. What I'm asking is is it possible that we do something that is a military action that is not going to war? Avery.
Yeah, sure.
Okay, why was Venezuela not that?
We literally invaded them and kidnapped their president.
Special teams.
We didn't invade.
Doesn't matter. We still did it.
Okay, so
it's not an invasion, a 2 hour like little pluck someone out.
Yeah, we invaded them and we grabbed their fucking president. We grabbed their head of state.
Okay, but I'm specifically asking about the difference. I'm specifically asking about the difference between a military action or a military operation and a war. So give me the difference specifically.
Invading foreign soil, invading a nation. For whatever goals.
Okay. What is invade?
Sending military troops.
So then, how can you give me an example of a military action that would not be a war? That we're not sending military anyway.
Taking out Osama bin Laden is not a war against Afghanistan.
Does it take place in international waters?
It's called the military of the U.S.
Right. But so again, I'm asking Avery for a specific example. Hold on. I'm looking for a specific example. He's still going. I'm looking for a specific example from Avery of a military action that is not a war.
Okay, so like what the United States is doing with China right now in the South China Sea, whenever they're plopping up these islands, putting military bases, and we're telling them, no, this is international waters, go fuck yourself, we can be here. That's a military action that's not a war.
Okay. And so why is it not a war? What's
because we're not invading their soil. We haven't attacked. We're not invading.
Violent, aggressive action.
So it's specifically us going.
I mean, it's specifically us aggressive. It's not two military shooting at each other. Put it that way.
So you're saying we're at war with Venezuela?
We were.
Who's running Venezuela right now?
What is it? The vice president, I believe, allegedly.
Same regime.
I'm pretty sure
they capitulated. You
in a way,
you have to have a full regime change.
In a way, aren't we the ones running it?
As soon as we went into Venezuela, Russia and China came in right behind us to keep things running.
If someone invades America and steals Donald Trump and JD Vance takes over, is that regime?
Good luck trying to invade America.
Sorry, Grace, what did you say? I couldn't hear you.
Like,
good luck.
I said if someone invaded America and I will Trump away.
Hold on, guys, one at a time. Grace, go ahead, please.
I'm just making the point. If
saying
someone invaded
hypotheticals.
America and stole Trump, and JD Vance took over, and everything runs like normal, is that regime change?
No, that's not regime change.
Ridiculous.
What is she talking about, bro? What is she even talking about?
I never. Okay.
If a foreign nation was
You're
behind
the
the
one
battle
who
of
war.
Pennsylvania,
That's what it would be.
and
It
they
would be
took out
the beginning
Donald
of a
Trump,
war.
that's not.
The difference
that's
is
not
the
a war.
Venezuelan
Yes,
government
the
went,
U.S.
okay,
will
you know what?
declare
We're going to
war.
work with
Yeah,
you now.
of course.
That's the difference between it.
Like what?
Who is
But do you think in the history
All you
books
talk
that
about
would be
right or
referred to
wrong,
as
it
a
don't
war?
matter.
When did Venezuela declare war on the U.S.? When?
Okay.
Who gives a fuck about Venezuela?
When two
What the fuck do
nations
they do? Export bananas and
do crazy shit,
oil.
right?
I don't give a fuck what
They
they
don't
do.
have
Fuck
to
'em.
say we're at war for it to be a fucking war.
They're all-
That's
I'm
not,
answering
the
this
government doesn't
girl's
have the
question.
authority over the word war and what it means.
Technically,
Yeah, it does.
I mean, technically, you have to say that you're a war.
technically, we
Yes,
do
they
have.
have to declare
Congress
war.
does have to declare it.
Is a state
I'm
usually
ruling-
open, declared, and sustained of armed hostility between states. Because the conflict
Yes,
was not
but they have to
sustained, it
declare
cannot
it.
be
Congress.
I'm willing to give, even though these wars were not declared by Congress, I do still think that we potentially, that doesn't prevent us from saying, okay, this is tangentially a war. But that being said, like, just so I'm not like, well, technically Congress didn't do it. I still don't think a 6-hour operation is the same thing as a war.
Okay,
By definition, a war has to be sustained.
Whoa!
Yeah, I told
Thank
you to
you.
do that.
I knew it.
He's
I
not
knew
gonna,
it.
flash. He doesn't flash.
Too late. I don't know you like that, bro.
No,
you
he's
can't,
fine.
Can't
He's
play like
fine.
that. You
You know
can't
the
play
last-
like that. I already got a
Does anyone
strike on
wanna-
the channel.
Does
Sorry.
anyone know
I'm
when
just
the
kidding.
last time America declared war?
I
Iraq.
believe that officially
Vietnam?
that was
No.
during Vietnam.
Yes.
Persian Gulf.
1942.
Oh.
I mean, we declared a war on terror, technically
But
speaking.
I don't think that's.
No, I mean
War on drugs.
I've
by
heard
the
that's
by
I've
the
heard that's a
Constitution,
bullshit talking point. I've heard
1942.
No, I know.
I've heard that's a bullshit talking point because the president does have the ability to declare war within like 8 months or something like that, or
He has the
By the
ability to
Constitution,
respond
only
to aggression.
the
Yeah, it was June 5th, 1942. So the war in the Middle East that we're involved in for what, 2 decades, 3 decades wasn't a fucking war?
Right. So that's why I don't. That's why I don't think it makes sense to say, "Oh, well, Congress has to do it, otherwise it's not a war." Because exactly, then you're saying all those wars don't. All those wars don't count. So even if we put that aside, I still think that Venezuela was not a war because the. So all right, let me ask you.
Definition.
Where are you getting this standard? You're using invasion as the threshold, and you're defining invasion as us going over to another country. Where are you getting that equals war?
Can I pick up on that, Avery? Was the taking out of Osama bin Laden a war against Afghanistan? Because we invaded their space.
Technically, we went there without their permission to grab him. I mean, it's not a war against Afghanistan. We went in there, we grabbed someone that wasn't an Afghanistan citizen. Right?
Well, I
And we
mean, but
pulled him
according
out.
to your definition of invasion, it was an invasion.
We weren't fighting against their
Well,
regime.
the aggression wasn't against Afghanistan.
And you just changed the definition of invasion.
Right.
But
So
also the way that
you said if
Maduro
there was an
thing was,
invasion,
we were
Okay, fair
saving
enough,
the
fair enough, fair
Venezuelan
enough.
people from an oppressive ruler. So, right, all
See,
the
that
Iran
last-
stuff is
Technically,
bullshit.
by your
we
definition,
care about the
wouldn't any
Iranians.
illegal immigration be war?
No, because that's not military action.
What if he's
What,
got
yeah,
that?
what
But
military
what if it's
involved in
aggressive
that?
and hostile?
It's not military action.
Is there a military involved?
Like,
No.
what if it's
Now,
paramilitary,
China,
like with the
now,
cartel?
Yeah, they're,
well, they're not a nation, so I mean that's where we start getting the gray areas. But I mean, like with all the open borders that we've had, it's not unreasonable to assume that Russia, China, and other foreign nations have swept in sleeper cells underneath that in order to get a foothold in America somehow.
And we have sleeper cells there as well.
Probably, yeah. Or sympathizers.
And I mean, fair enough. Like, I think that's fruitful to tease out the semantics on that. But like, okay, now we all understand where where we're saying that. Okay, maybe I don't think it's a war, but it is a war. But whatever. So then the question becomes, where is the line of what type of war or military action, depending on how you frame it, is relevant and necessary?
Justified.
Yeah. Not all at once. What makes a military action that may or may not be starting a war? What should be the threshold for us doing that?
The whole point of it being a conflict means that someone's going to lose something regardless, right? The whole point of there being the conflict is the limitation of resources or what have you. So there's no such thing really as a good war. But the method by which you go through war, and this goes into ancient war doctrines, and we're seeing that reflected in what's going on in the Middle East right now in Deuteronomy and stuff. You read through it, they're talking about how to commit genocide, but it's actually really structured for how to handle the innocents, for offering peace before, and then the exaggeration of, because the Amalekites, that was one of the people that was genocide committed against, but they show back up later in the text. So when they say genocide, they just mean dismantling of the authority structure of that tribe, right? Even though it has all of that exaggerated prose. And we're seeing this again, right? The psychology is part of the warfare.
Okay, so I have the actual definition here pulled up. So it says, war is defined as a state of open, armed, and often prolonged conflict between nation states or organized groups. It is characterized by violent, organized fighting aimed at achieving political, territorial, or economic objectives, typically resulting in significant casualties and destruction. Armed conflict is like the precipice for it. So we could call Venezuela an armed conflict then. I will cede that.
Ah! Loser! No, I'm just kidding. But that's like fine. We don't have to agree on the specific colloquial definitions. We all understand what we're talking about now. But the question is, how do you determine that that whatever is worth doing military action that may or may not turn into a war?
How do we justify it?
Yeah. We say X, Y, and Z happens, therefore we are justified to send soldiers, send bombs. Because I'll while you guys are thinking about it, I'm asking because I'm coming from like a recovering libertarian type of standpoint, where I mean I still love Dave Smith, but I was using Dave Smith as kind of like my true north of what's going on. And with Venezuela, he was just a little bit too much in the same. He was kind of like making it seem as the same thing as Afghanistan and Iraq, and I was like, well, they're not though. It's not the same thing. And so this is a genuine question. What should we be looking for to determine? Okay, this is justified that we go to war, or is it justified that we use military action?
Minimal force for maximum effect. That is how we measure which action we're going to take when we've decided if we're justified in taking one. But how we decide when we're justified in taking one is a really big question, because you're trying to encompass all possible conflicts.
Avery, you disagree?
I mean, like, if the United States is going to collapse because China's withholding X, like this country would tear itself apart, industry would fail or something or whatever. I think that if China invades Taiwan, that is full throttle. We're going to war. That's where 70% of the semiconductors in the world are made. And we have to do that. We have to. If not, the world is going to be fucked, and China's going to have the keys to the fucking kingdom. Situations like that. Or, if they try to assassinate a president, like Iran did. Iran tried to assassinate Donald Trump. We stopped it before it happened. It's justified.
Avery, are you you realize that we assassinated the leader of Iran?
Yeah, wasn't that after? Wasn't that after they tried to kill Trump?
And was that really the leader of Iran?
Or are you talking about the general? Or are you talking about the general?
Tried to kill Trump.
Because there's a difference between an Islamic controller of a state and the people that they oppress.
Right.
Say that again.
The leader of a nation, like the Israelis.
The Islamic oppressor of a nation is not the same by their own decree as the people of a nation. Like, it's in the Quran that your religious identity supersedes a national identity. So it is a fraud to
Talking about
represent
Sharia law.
the Muslim regime there as leaders of the Iranian people. The Iranian people.
It's a nation. It's a country. They have
No,
leaders.
that's a
that govern
national
them.
leadership position.
Yeah.
Right,
He's
but
not,
it does
he's
also.
not
There's
the
an Ayatollah
caliph
and a
of,
president right now.
He's not the caliph of the Islamic.
Yeah, they have a
world.
religious leader and a governmental leader.
Right, but it is
Still, it's still an
also.
independent nation. I understand how they're all interconnected, but they're still
Yeah,
their own independent nations, and they still fight each other quite a bit.
Right, but the end goal is to make the entire world fucking slims, dead or slim.
Yeah, it's not going to happen.
Which do you
They
choose?
lack the numbers.
I don't know, man. There's a lot of those motherfuckers, and they have the fucking conviction. They're not like other people because them dying in doing this stuff, whether it's blowing themselves up or in a war with us, that's their ticket to heaven. That's
Have you
what
ever
they
heard of
genuinely
Plato's
believe.
Cave? Plato's Cave. That's the whole premise behind how the ideology propagates and why there's so much incest and aggression. Like you're isolating them in abusive cycles to propagate the ideology. Like it's a whole separate thing from the political systems that are actually keeping the nation sustained.
Shout out to Box has a good question here. What would how? I mean, obviously, we would go to war, but more specifically, what would be the reaction if they tried to do that to us? If Iran tried regime change in America? Someone made a good point earlier, like at some other time, that if they did, if anybody did take out Donald Trump, there absolutely would be thousands of people out in the streets dancing. And so, in response to the fact that there was a lot of people celebrating the death of the Ayatollah.
I don't disagree with you on that, but I also think that there would be thousands of planes in the air bombing that country to extermination. So,
I don't know. Thank you, sir.
Hey, Jesus, thank you. Not Jesus, Indian Jesus. Thank you for having me up, but I'm gonna dip. Nice talking to you guys.
All right, and thank you very, very much for hanging out. Welcome back anytime. So, yeah, I think we're kind of drilling down on the same old shit here. So let's go around and give your. We'll do one round of this is my final thing, but everybody's gonna want to say shit, so we can attack each other's final thing, and then we'll do a final thing. Avery, you're up, sir.
Yes, what about the Iran war, right?
Just whatever. Just anything you want to throw out there.
My whole thing with this is that we're intentionally attacking them to limit China's supply of oil. As I've stated before, that this isn't just about Iran. It's about all the countries connected to Iran. And China buys fucking 60 to 80% of Iranian oil. China is Iran's fucking breadwinner. And by attacking them, we are limiting China's influence within that region and inevitably the world. And I don't think this ceasefire thing isn't going to fucking last at all.
You think it's not going to last, or you don't think it's not going to last?
I don't believe it's going to last unless the government of Iran capitulates with the United States. I think if it goes past that 2 weeks, that means they're making progress. I think Trump does not want them to sell their oil to China. I think that's the biggest goal here.
Fair enough. All right, Alexander.
I'm sorry, what was the question?
No question. We're just kind of closing down, so we're throwing out shit before we have one last chaos round. Anything about Iran, about war, about any of the stuff that we talked about?
No, I'm all good.
Fair enough. Kirk, are you there?
Yeah. I'll just say I think it's pretty obvious the Iranian government under the Ayatollah Khomeini was a bad faith actor, and I support the West. So,
gang, America first. Seth, what you got for us, brother?
I think right now the biggest problem in this country is trying to find a scapegoat. Trump literally looked at us in the camera, said 3 times, this child pageantry bullshit is legal. And what we do? Scream Trump is a bad guy instead of changing the law.
This what is bullshit? Or this
what is the child pageantry stuff?
Oh yeah, that's disgusting.
And we blame Trump instead of changing the fucking law.
You mean because he did a lot of it, or what are you talking about? Why do you say that?
He went on air and told the American people live, despite being surrounded by it and immersed in it and watched. As he did it, he looked at us on the camera 3 different times telling us, but it's legal. Everything about that whole situation. Yeah, I have to go look for the thing.
It's a bold statement.
It was what is the what? So I'm a little confused. Trump said to us that child pageants are bad, and
legal.
America went after Trump for
they're
that.
Legal.
And then you're saying
live on a talk show talking about child pageantry stuff. He was told the world he was allowed to go backstage, look at all these beautiful underage girls, and every time he said, "But it's legal," 3 different times, he stops and stares at the camera, directly at us, the viewers, and tells us, "But it's legal." And we go and blame him instead of going and changing the laws.
Fair enough. I think we'll probably hold on, Alex. I think we're going to dive back into that one, but let's let Edgar go. Any final topics to throw out before we have one more round of chaos?
Topics on Iran, right?
Whatever you like, brother. Edgar, you there?
He's thinking.
Are you talking to me?
No, it's Edgar. So I'll go, and then Edgar, if you think of it, we'll come back to it. I think there is, specifically with the Iran stuff, but in general, there is a tendency to want to go to the same types of extremes that we always do. And so when we're looking at 2024 election, the extremes are Kamala and Trump. There's no middle ground there. Now that Trump is in office, there is now the separation of Trump good and Trump bad. And I think that is not only not good for the general discussion, but the fact that we can't come together and understand that regardless of who it is, politics is always going to be the lesser of 2 or however many evils. That government is a bad thing, except for a world without government. And we just got to this notion of this is the uniparty and all that. Yes, all that exists, but not being involved is the only way to get exactly what you don't want. So let's dive back into Seth. Did anybody have questions for Seth about the pageantry thing?
Yeah, where and when did he say that? What talk show? What year? Who was involved? Like, that's a pretty bold statement to say. I've never heard him say that. And if he did, I would like to know where to go look. I would like it shown in front of me. Actually,
I'm still a little confused as to what the claim even. Not the claim, the situation.
I know he's talking about. So at some point, Donald Trump was harangued because he ran some of those pageants and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And one of the things he liked to do was go back there and watch them change and all that shit. And some of the pageants were pretty young kids at some point. So that's what he's referring to. Did
he outspokenly say that, or are those?
Donald Trump's response was at the time, "Well, this stuff is legal."
Yeah. And so, Seth, is that what you were referring to? Oh, we're just walking away from our computers and phones. What are you doing, Seth? You there? Because on that point. There you go.
I was switching tabs looking for the original video that I saw, but so
Alex was saying that we're talking about him going backstage during the pageants. Is that what you're referring to?
Yeah. And
okay, so yeah.
Are those accusations, or did he outspokenly say it?
No, he straight up outspokenly said it.
My
there was.
My understanding of it is the fact that he said, because this was early on, 2015-ish, or maybe before that, but it was pre 2016. And so the statement was something along the lines of, that it's legal. You can just go back there and there's people changing and whatever. People tried to twist that into saying that he was sneaking into locker rooms and stuff like that. And that's what the issue was, that, and that's not what happened. So I think what Seth is saying is that these pageants are, not a good thing for society in general. And then when it gets something about the pageants come to light, then everybody goes down on Trump instead of the pageant.
They attack the messenger.
Fair enough. That's Vanessa. Yeah, we're talking about where Trump went backstage while they were naked and changing, and they had to let him because he owned the pageant. Yeah, so the thing there has been, maybe that's untoward. I'm not gonna, openly defend that, but it definitely wasn't him sneaking into locker rooms.
No, openly condemn it, like to the extent of shutting it down, not just saying Trump is a bad guy. No one can do it now. But that's not what people are doing. They just want to say Trump is a bad guy. It's virtue signaling.
That criticism is absolutely true. Yes.
Fair enough. Yeah, we should definitely. I think is that something we can all agree on, that we should get rid of child pageants?
We should.
I'll agree on that.
Brilliant.
Ask anyone who participates in them. Let's do it.
I wonder if we could get an actual national vote on that.
I would.
So the thing is, they have ways to do this. It's you submit a petition to Congress and people can sign it online. And if you get 100,000 signatures, it goes to Congress and they have to vote on it. Yep, look it up.
Oh, I believe you on that. I don't know if they would actually do anything or care enough to. But
that's the crazy thing. If we, oh my god, I know, dude.
Make got a point. That's funny. But yeah,
at least you can say you tried.
Yeah, no. I know. I agree. I think we absolutely should.
Like banning incest in all of the country. Crazy idea, right? Don't let the states delegate that shit.
Don't let Alabama hear you.
Yeah, don't let Rhode Island hear you.
I think Rhode Island place the
Middle East hear you.
It's legal. It's legal in your area, Lutch. That's the crazy thing. From the age of 16 and up. It's fucking horrible.
Haram!
It's disgusting.
No, it's considered role model fucking behavior because Muhammad did it. It's a fucking funny.
The fucking Slims. The fucking Slims. That is something we can all agree on.
Out of there. Come to Texas. Lutch, come to Texas. You need to move.
No, because then I'm gonna get lumped in with the fucking Indian fraudsters. We just covered that last night.
That's fucking valid.
You're actually SOL. You have nowhere to go.
Seriously, Gage.
Back to India. No, I'm just kidding.
All right. So does anybody have any social media or their channel or anything that they want to shout out before we shut down the show?
I mean, I would say subscribe. Hold on, fuck. What is my YouTube? Shit. Let me see. I'm trying to get on it to where I can do live streams, but it won't let me fucking do it until I have 50 subs. What the fuck's my channel? All right, so the channel is Avery Ozzy 1998. I'll put that shit in the chat.
Yeah, everybody go subscribe.
When we get to 50 subs, how many do I have actually right now? I don't even fucking remember. I got 10. I need 40 more. All right, I just want to stream video games and have fun. That's it. That's all I want to do.
There you go. Thank you. We're hanging out. Did you put it in the chat? Yeah. Oh, we put the link. You're not a mod.
I don't have the actual. Yeah, I know.
All right, give me a sec.
I might be able to. Oh, okay. Thanks, Lutch.
Ozzy, what?
1998.
Beautiful. And just gaming and the copy link address. Beautiful.
Sweet. Thanks.
Beautiful. Link in the chat. Everybody go give him a sub. Beautiful.
10.
Or 10.
How about 40? That'll be great. Perfect number is 40,
that's actually.
And well, if you're new here, definitely subscribe here too.
Yeah. Subscribe to Lutch first. All right. First Lutch, then me.
I did.
Alex, anything to shout out to the people?
Nope. I am anonymous and nobody knows who I am.
Fair enough.
Nothing on my end.
Nothing. Seth, anything you want to shout out? Social media, anything like that?
Christ is king of common sense. Faith learned is faith earned.
Gang. Well, thank you so much for hanging out, guys. I really do appreciate it. We don't do panels that often, but when we do them, we go hard. So I definitely appreciate you guys hanging out. I'm going to chill for a minute and talk to my chat. Definitely come on back. And again, if you are new, please do subscribe. I'm live every Monday, Wednesday, Friday, 8 p.m. Eastern, and just like right now, sometimes whenever I feel like it. And you know that YouTube sucks with those notifications, so you may as well ring the bell so you never miss an Indian Jesus party live ever. Again, gentlemen, we don't have any ladies here, right? Gentlemen, thank you so very, very much. Until next time, we will see ya. So I did not necessarily expect to be going for 6 hours and hosting my own panel and having all of that stuff. And we got Vibe. Thank you for hanging out with us before. The Indian Antichrist. Well, we've looked it up. It's as long as I'm not claiming to be the Messiah, then it's not blasphemy. I do not claim to be the Messiah. So Podesta was talking about the dressing room. Access to dressing rooms. Former contestants of the Miss Teen USA, some as young as 15, and Miss USA, alleged that Trump would walk into dressing rooms while they were changing, a practice he did. Yeah, that's nasty. That's not great. It's just a matter of when we measure that up against all the other things that other people can do, it pales in comparison to how society, and now we're looking at the world, could literally go down the tubes. I'm certainly I'm certainly not going to, or I never have been of a position that I want to hang out with Trump. I want to be friends with Trump. I think Trump is somebody that I would want to date my sister or my aunt or whatever, anything like that. It was strictly in the realm of, well, if we're looking at politicians, ask me how I feel about politicians, and then we have this conversation. So, I mean, yeah, right? Shout out to Guantag. This was a fucking gangster-ass purchase. Gangster. So, definitely, we are not at war, but the fact that we're not at war and there's war shit going on really does kind of speak to the point that even if we're not at war, then we have military fighting to worry about. So, thank you, Podesta. Very much appreciated. And big shout out to all of the donations. You guys went fucking hard tonight. We had Dexter and Box and Bubba and Box again. Soul to Soul. Box again. Edgar. Box with the gifted membership. Edgar again. Box again. Blueberry Street with the $5, and Edgar again with the big 10, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 4 more twos. That Box again. Oh my God! Look at it. Just look at it. You guys were amazing. Thank you so very, very much. I really do appreciate it. I know you guys could be doing anything else in the world right now, and yet here you are hanging out with me and the Overlord here. I really, really do appreciate it. Again, guys, I am Lutch, the host here. I am the Indian Jesus here to resurrect the second coming of Common Sense, live every Monday, Wednesday, Friday, 8 p.m. Eastern, and sometimes whenever I feel like it. So make sure you hit that subscribe, and you know that the algorithm sucks. You know that YouTube sucks with those notifications, so you may as well ring the bell so you never miss an Indian Jesus live party ever again. Until next time. Nope, there was no push-ups in the stream goal. I'm not doing push-ups. Show up to Monday, Wednesday, Fridays, or when I say that I'll do push-ups. And if you got, okay, here, I'll make you guys a deal. All right? We got $82 tonight, okay? We got $82 tonight. If we hit the goal on tomorrow night, which again only needs to be 15.99 super chats. We don't have to hit $75. But if we hit the goal tomorrow, I will add half of what we would do. So that's 41, which is another 20 push-ups. So add another 20 push-ups if we hit the goal tomorrow. I think that's fair. I think that's fair. Once again, guys, we've got Morty. Oh, God damn it. We've got Morty, the Overlord. Oh, look at him. Let's give him a freebie since you guys were so amazing tonight. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Once again, the Overlord. And I have been your host, Lutch, a.k.a. the Indian Jesus, here to resurrect the second coming of Common Sense. Until next time, guys, that's tomorrow, 8 p.m. Eastern. We are... Wait, I can't do it with this. We are out of here. Peace.